All right, friends. Hey, listen, I think we're live. I think we're live all the places where we're supposed to be live. The guest boxes are open. We're good to go there. The cats are actively destroying everything in my room already, so that's happening. So I think we're ready to rock and roll. I think that's the situation right now. I'm gonna move this prompt over a little bit though, so we can see the kitties. Currently, Kitty is trying to destroy my bookend. That's fine. That's fine, Volta. I assume it's Volta. I'm not even looking. I know it's Volta. I don't even have to. Don't even have to guess. Faraday's always back here, being good. Volta is now trying to eat my unicorn bookend. What are we gonna do? Well, friends, welcome in. It is hey, it's Monday morning, Monday night. Sorry, fucking me. You know I haven't slept. It's Monday night. Is it Monday? It's Monday night. Yeah, we're gonna be doing some cooking. Shoot, let me get the chat window fixed up. There we go. Now we should be able to see the chat. All right. Justin Hamadi is wild. Oh boy. That might you're asking a lot. You're asking a whole lot. Calling me Justin Hamadi. That's pretty wild. But anyways, listen, friends, we're here. We're doing the thing. So it is what it is. Let me grab we got a couple super chats. We'll start getting the show on the road here, friends. Pat, hey, good to see you. Thank you so much for being here, friend. And thank you for the $2 super chat that says, I am finally catching it live just before it starts. Well, welcome in. We're glad to have you at the beginning of the stream. Although you're here for a lot of the streams. We really do appreciate you coming and supporting as much as you do. It really does help out a lot. Same with helping Mega deconstruct. Good to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. After 2 nights of cooking, will there be any non-barbecued Christians left? Maybe. There might be. Oh yeah, there are billions. So a never-ending supply to cook up. Rock hard for Doug and Sinfloat for Sharon. That's why I keep telling people, listen, people are like going into Christian spaces. They're going into Christian live streams. Why? Why are we doing this? Like we don't have to do that. There's billions of them, and their religion mandates that they come to us. You never have to waste your time trying to debate them in their live streams. Don't even give them the views. Host your atheist live streams and make them come to you. They'll come. I promise they'll come. They don't have a fucking choice. It is what it is. And they've been convinced. They've been compelled. They've been convinced that they have the truth on their side, and therefore they come in with an unearned confidence, thinking that they're just going to win the discussion, and they come in cluelessly. They really have no idea what's about to happen. Typically, Gretchen, thank you for the 666, friend. Good to see you. It says, that's what you get for putting the cats on a shelf with a famous cat-eating alien. You know what? That's a fair point. Okay, Alf was not a fan of cats. Alf, by all measures, tried to unalive cats. I don't think he was ever successful in getting that done. But yes, Alf certainly was a cat predator. Dr. Joe says 3 nights in a row. It is. Well, Dr. Joe, typically I go live on Friday. I take Saturday off. And then Sunday, I'm live on other channels, like Unapologetic or AXP or whatnot. But I wasn't live last Friday, so I was like, shoot, I'll just go live Saturday. And then I wasn't live. People were asking, who's Alf? Sorry, I'm old. It's an old guy reference. It's an old TV show, like a sitcom. Alf was an alien, like a Muppet in the show. And one of the shticks was that he kept trying to eat the household cat. Sorry, I'm old, guys. But anyways, yeah. So I'm live always on Monday. So we ended up with 3 nights in a row. Just happened to be that way. And Miss Debbie, Big W, for being here, and thank you for the $2 super thanks. And Handsome Cat, great to see you as well. Says, is Luke genealogy, being that of Mary's, even slightly plausible? Why does Matthew and Luke have different genealogies? Okay, so first of all, no. Let me take you to Luke's genealogy. There is absolutely nothing in Luke at all that could compel someone to believe that it's a genealogy for Mary. And Luke chapter 1 tells you that that's obviously not the case. So in chapter 3, we get the genealogy in verse 23 for Jesus, right? And it says Jesus was about 30 years old when he began his work, which is really interesting because if Jesus was 30 and Luke's account is true, that means he started his ministry, say roughly about 36 BCE and would have died around 39 BCE. And it's questionable whether or not that timeline works with the people that were in power, like Pilate. Pilate wasn't in power forever. I think he was deposed or removed in 39 or 38. Anyways, that's neither here nor there. What it says is Jesus was about 30 years old when he began his work, and he was the son, as was thought, of Joseph, the son of Heli. Okay, so in this genealogy, it says the son possibly of Joseph, thought of as Joseph, and then it says Joseph, the son of Heli. Okay, so then if Joseph is the son of Heli, then this is simply just a genealogy of Joseph. No Mary to be found here. I forget who made up this pathetic cope, but the traditional answer for why they differ comes from Eusebius. I don't know where I put my good copy of Eusebius. I have a good copy of Eusebius that's got colored pictures. This doesn't have colored pictures. But nevertheless, this does have the chart that I'm looking for. So Eusebius recognized quite a while ago, 4th century church historian, that one of the problems with the lineage is that Joseph's father was different, right? So in the Gospel of Luke, what's it say? It says that the father, there we go, it says that the father of Joseph was Heli. Well, that's weird because when you go to Matthew chapter 1 and you look through the genealogy, it says something different actually. After the deportation, there we go. And it says, and Jacob was the father of Joseph. Huh? Was the father of Joseph Heli? Or was it Jacob? Now, this is just a straight contradiction. But the reason why I don't bring this contradiction up often is because it's got to find enough solution. I think the solution's bullshit, but I mean, it is a plausible solution. So according to Eusebius, what he's saying is that there was a woman named Esther, and Esther married both the father of Jacob and the father of Heli. Birthed the father Jacob and the father Heli with two different men, Mathan and Melchi. And that produced Jacob and Heli. And Jacob and Heli were part of like a levirate marriage where they were brothers. So one father of Joseph died. And then the brother married the woman. And that gave Joseph two daddies, right? And that chart you can see in Eusebius's church history. In my copy, the typical copy is on page 36. And you know what? This is a plausible solution. You can use that solution. I don't think it's a good one. We have no records, right? Where did I grab this from? We'll put it right there for now. We have no records to verify that really is the case. That's just what Eusebius claimed. He had no records either. It's just one of those on the fly type of situations where they're like, well, here's a possible solution. What do you think about this? Right. And so that's the solution that they came up with, which is fine. It's neither here nor there. So yeah, neither one of these genealogies go to Mary. And if you go to Luke chapter 3, it's chapter 1, it's pretty clear. It seems that Mary is of the tribe of Levi. So if we go to they call it the daughters of Aaron, verse 5. says, in the days of King Herod of Judea, there was a priest named Zechariah who belonged to the priestly order of Abijah. His wife was descendant from the daughters of Aaron. That just means that she came from the priestly family of Aaron, which makes her a Levite. And this is the sister of Mary, right? So if Elizabeth is the sister of Mary, then it just means that Mary and Elizabeth were most likely Levites. That seems to be the implication here. So no, nothing about Mary seems to be in these genealogies, so you can't get to Mary anywhere. A waffle thief says, working a late shift and desperately craving nachos. I get that. I really do. Thank you for giving me something else to think about. Well, hell, Waffle, listen, I'm sorry that you're craving nachos, and it sounds like you can't get any at the moment, but we hope that you can get some eventually. Nachos are delicious, although I have one complaint. Lately, almost all the places where you can get nachos, they're not giving you real nacho cheese anymore. They're giving you those ridiculous peel-off cheese packets, and they're like putting them in the microwave for 10 seconds. That cheese is fucking disgusting. Give me that old school fucking nacho cheese with the big pumper that you just pumping that shit out. It's been in there for 30 days marinating. You're just pumping that cheese out. That's the cheese I want. Don't give me those peel packets. I want nothing to do with these peel opens. Roy Williams, thank you for the $2 super thanks. I appreciate that. And also, welcome in everybody from the Joel Reads Bible and Mezzo Raid. Great to have you. I hope you're doing well. We're just reading some super chats while we're waiting for a guest to load up. The challenge for tonight is that God's fucking bad father. He's not a good father. He's not good. This is not a God that you should emulate. Don't recommend it. Negative stars. Not good. We'll see what we can get. Atlas, good to see you, my friend. Thank you so much for the 200. I'm sorry, fucking 200. 20,000 with a period in there. Dollar super chat. I appreciate that, and I hope you're doing well. Just finally catching alive again after the holidays and the passing of our dog Sagan. I hate to hear that, but what a great name. Tough days. It is tough days. Man, I hate when we lose our fur babies. Happy New Year, everyone. I love hanging out with other animal people. Listen, the one thing I have noticed about the atheist / agnostic crew online is most of them are animal people. It's hard not to fall into a humanist framework. It's hard to fall into, let me rephrase this. It's hard when you fall into a humanist framework to not then try to extend that sort of thinking to animals, because they're sentient, they have feelings, they're having experiences, and you're like, well, fuck, what are you supposed to do about that, right? Except for fish, fuck fish. They're like trees that wiggle. Carlos, thank you so much for the 150 MX. As new year, new changes. Unfortunately, going into divorce process. So fuck, Carlos. I'm sorry to hear that. I have fucking been there, and it's a train wreck. I don't know what it's like where you live, but where I live, it's a fucking nightmare. The system is like purposely designed to make you pay the most amount of money possible to lawyers to fight it out. They do not want quick resolutions in the state that I live in. Some states are better now, where they just like, here's the default. If you don't like the default, you need to prove that the other party is like a bad actor or something. But in my state, no, they just they make you fight it out in court. It's nasty. A lot of lawyers getting paid in my state. Anyways, but it says, but ready to rock it. Thanks to Doug and all this community. Thanks. Well, Carlos, listen, there's been quite a few of us that have been through it, man. If you need anything, reach out to us and let us know. It's a gnarly process, but wishing the best for you. Definitely wishing the best. God etymology equals God. I don't know what that means, but I mean, the word God in English, I thought came from like Germanic languages, or at least Proto-Germanic languages. Could be wrong on that. Someone check me. Andrew, thank you for the 666, says, does Jesus, as a sin sacrifice for sin, invalidate that he is God? Sacrifices are always a separate entity to God. Jesus is sacrificing God to himself. So this is a fair question, right? So when you sacrifice something, the general idea is that you're giving something to God, right? You're taking something of your own and you're giving it to God. Now, in the old days, the way they conceived of sacrifices was that they were literally food like food and drink for the gods. That was how they conceived it, right? Nevertheless, if that conception holds that this is an entity given to a god, and typically it's food or drink, then no, God can't sacrifice himself to himself. The motherfucker isn't food or drink. It's preposterous. It's ridiculous. But it is what it is. You know, the people who made up the New Testament doctrine, they're doing the exact same thing that Christians do on these live streams. They're hearing something that doesn't make sense, and then they're immediately going into bullshit apologetics mode. That's it. That's all they got, you know? They're trying to put Band-Aids on something, and then they're making new wounds as they go. Double Donkey Surfer, W for the name, and thank you for the 666, says, for the amount of times Jesus says, for truly I tell you, I'm starting to think he was full of shit when he didn't preface his statements with it. That's a fair point, because, like, you know, people often say when somebody starts out a statement by stating, you know, what's the common phrase? I'll tell you the truth, you know, something like that, something akin to that. Or when people start phrases out like that, those types of qualifiers typically indicate that they're fucking lying. So, like, one of two things are true. Either Jesus was lying when he said verily, 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 or alternatively, Jesus was lying when he wasn't saying verily, verily. It's hard to know, but that motherfucker was lying, and that seems to be provable. Matthew, thank you so much for the $10 super chat, says, any thoughts on the two Jesus passages of Josephus being not his words and later Christian interpolations or forgeries? And is Josephus the earliest third party, not theological mention of Jesus? That might be the case. So Josephus might very well be the earliest. My copy of Josephus is in the other room. I want to show you something real quick. Let me grab my copy. We really, I know it's asking a lot, but we really need an updated translation of Josephus. I'm tired of reading these fucking reworkings of the William Whiston edition. It's terrible wording for modern English. But anyways, if we go to book 18, we got the saying of Jesus. Let's see, what part of 18 was it in? What chapter of book 18 was the quotation about Jesus? And I always forget. It does have a heading at least. Hey, honey, how you doing? Oh, where are you going? Where are you going? Here we go. Herod being banished. Yep, I see you, honey. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure. Do I have it marked? Maybe I have it marked. Anyways, that's neither here nor there. We'll talk about that in a second. Let me grab you, though, in the back of my copy. Either in the back of my copy or the beginning of my copy. Oh, no, it's actually not in my copy of Josephus. I apologize. It's in my copy of Eusebius. So in my copy of Eusebius, there it is. Here's my good copy. So in my copy of Eusebius's church history, I think this is where they hit it. They've got an edition of the Testimonium Flavianum in here that is not the one quoted by Eusebius. And it's not the one that we traditionally get. Should be in here, right? Anyways, the long and short of it is, there's an Arabic edition. See, does it have it? Now I have to question, where the fuck did I put which book had the Arabic edition? It's neither here nor there. Okay, so I'll have to remember which one of my books has the Arabic version written in it. So there's an Arabic edition, and this is typically what most scholars prefer. Arabic Testimonium Flavianum. And it's available on the internet. Let me show it to y'all real quick. Let me get that here. 1 second. Okay. So in the Arabic version of the Testimonium, what we find is that the quotation is very much different. You'll probably be able to read that. Maybe. We'll see if you can read that. Now it's blown up too big. We'll get it though. If my cat quits necking with me here. There we go. So in the Arabic edition, which this was the one that was not preserved by the Christians, right? So the one that was preserved by Eusebius, it reads differently. It's very glowing, right? So in the Arabic edition, it says, at this time there was a wise man who was called Jesus. His conduct was good, and he was known to be virtuous, and many people from among the Jews and other nations became his disciples. Pilate condemned him to be crucified and to die, but those who had become his disciples did not abandon his discipleship. They reported that he had appeared to them 3 days after his crucifixion and that he was alive. Accordingly, he was perhaps the Messiah, concerning whom the prophets have recounted wonders. Which, first of all, I don't think he said that last line, because he also fucking said that other people were the Messiah. So there were other people in Josephus's works that he labeled as the Messiah. So I find it doubtful that he labeled Jesus as the Messiah here. And plus, because he was never a Christian, right? If he thought Jesus was the Messiah. Now, if you compare the Arabic version to the version that we have in Greek that was preserved by Eusebius, it's drastically different. It basically, in Josephus, it affirms the Christian position. And in all the other non-Eusebian versions, it doesn't. In fact, the first instance we get of the one that is like gushing about Jesus is in Eusebius's work, because he fabricated it. And Jaron, Christ Before Jesus channel, did the stylometric analysis on this and determined that that passage was interpolated to begin with. There are words in there that are not part of the typical Josephus vocabulary, but are part of Eusebius' vocabulary, which would make a whole lot of sense since it first shows up in Eusebius' work. So hope that helps. But yeah, the Testimonium is nonsense. Real scholars don't believe that Josephus wrote that. Papat says, oh, I know, it sucks being a Browns fan, but well, it is. It's hard. But at least we fired our coach. I didn't hate Stefanski, okay, but I don't think he was up for the task. But aren't you loving that Shador Sanders experience? Well, I mean, I don't know what IJS means. Shador might be y'all's second coming. What's IJS? IJS meaning? Oh, I'm just saying. Guys, you know I don't know any of these slang abbreviations. Okay, so you're saying that Shador... Listen, I think Shador's good. I don't love him, but I think he's fine. I would run with him. I wouldn't put Gabriel back in. But what are you gonna do? You know, I'm not the fucking coach. Nevertheless, I think Shador is gonna. He's showing a lot of promise. He just needs to grow up a little bit. That's all. Zenarthrin says, are Matthew and Luke Semitic names that were Latinized, or are they Latin Greek names? Well, they're. I mean, so Luke is a Greek Roman name. Matthew, though, was a traditional Jewish name. Like we see variants of Matthew in the Hebrew. In the Bible, the version we get is Hellenized. But yeah, one of them comes from Hebrew at least. There are jokes about those names being very white, so I'm curious. No, we have variants of Matthew prior to Matthew. That's not a question. And even in the Talmud, you know, we find variants of the word Matthew. I haven't looked into the meaning of the name though. I probably should. I'd be curious to find out. I'm the Big Cheese. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says, response to the lineage. Are some of these names that are not biblical made up? I don't think so. I mean, the names in the lineages, as far as I haven't compared them in a while, but the names in the lineages The only ones that wouldn't be biblical are the ones that would be after the deportation. Were they made up? I don't know. I mean, it's possible they had some record, but I think the fact that the names after the deportation changed so drastically, I think that's good evidence that some of it was on shaky ground. I find it weird that a backwater Nazarene would be of royal lineage beyond classical claimants, any genuine house of the Davidic line. So, I mean, kind of. The Jews had been so badly beaten up by the Greeks and the Romans. You know, somebody who was of a Judean line certainly could have found themselves in Galilee. That's not really. I don't find that to be too preposterous. But what we do find in history is that a lot of false messiahs came from Galilee. Think of like Judas the Galilean or Dositheus and a bunch of others. So it seems to be a hotbed of bad messiah and bad, we'll say, improper practices of Judaism, because while there was a large Jewish contingent in Galilee, they were disconnected from Judaism proper geographically. So they ended up developing kind of their own traditions. NJ, thank you for $10 super chat, says, I left the Seventh-day Adventist Church after a deacon equated mass and massacre. Oh, fuck. The Catholic Church's mass is glorifying murder? How? And why do most Catholics cross upside down? Well, I don't know what you mean about crossing upside down, but no, the word mass is Latin for like celebration. I mean, he could have just looked that one up. In fact, let me make sure I get that right. That should be, yeah, it's the original word is missa, and it's derived from the phrase ite missa est, means, let's see, no, that can't be right. Let me actually open the wiki page. Here's the etymology. The derived from the Middle Latin missa. The Latin word was adopted in Old English via Vulgar Latin and with some type. Yeah, we don't. Blah, blah, blah. Interesting. Okay, so you know what I was told in Catholic school is wrong. It doesn't mean celebration. It means ascending, which is really interesting. So I learned something today. What my Catholic school teachers told me is not true. There you go. You got to do proper etymology. Now, the question was about whether or not mass has anything to do with massacre. No, that's preposterous. That's not the case. What are you going to do? All right, let me grab, we got a guest waiting to get in on our YouTube queue. So we'll grab this super chat, then we'll get our first guest, Herbert Holmes. There we go. Herbert Holmes. Great to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. It says, keep doing God's work, Justin. I have learned so much from your channel. What are your thoughts on Christianity being a product of Roman propaganda to pacify the Jews? Well, I don't buy that at all, actually. I don't think that the Romans understood Judaism nearly enough to invent the New Testament. I mean, it's clear that whoever wrote the New Testament wasn't a good Jew. Like, that is for sure. But I don't think the Romans knew nearly enough about Judaism to put together the Gospel of Matthew. I think that's preposterous. So that being said, I mean, and I don't know why they would. They didn't need to. They could just steamroll the fuck out of these people and wipe them out. They don't have to create propaganda. They just fuck them up. Okay. You got to get down, honey. You got to get down. Stop climbing on my cables. Okay. All right. Again, guest came in with no name. I have no idea why this keeps happening. The new invite link should be like the old invite link where it asks you to put in a name, but that's fine. Let's add Nameless to the scene and we'll get rolling. How you doing, Nameless? Yeah, I can hear you. What should we call you? Roro, okay. Roro, are you at least 18? And do you believe in God?
statement by a Muslim scholar. So I just wanted to ask you that and what you thought about it.
I mean, you're already here. Might as well give it to me. What's the argument?
So it's based on the contingency argument and regarding the moral collapse. So he avoids the moral collapse by making the necessary existence conscious and having free will. So it basically destroys the moral collapse. So do you have any thoughts about that?
My thought is I don't even know what the fuck modal collapse is. You got to start at the beginning, my man.
Yeah, sure. So based on the contingency argument, like
Well, I know the contingency
everything
argument. I
is
need to know what modal collapse is.
so because the necessary thing is there, everything that is contingent upon the necessary thing becomes necessary in essence. So that's the moral collapse.
Well, I would disagree with that. I think that's reversed. Just
Why do you
because
say so?
something's contingent on a necessary thing doesn't mean that all the contingent things are now necessary. The thing that they're contingent on is necessary.
Well, it goes like this, or like the necessary thing is necessary. So everything that depends upon the necessary thing in essentiality becomes necessary.
I don't accept it. Give me a reason why I would believe that things that are contingent are then necessary.
Well, to avoid that, that's the reason you have to make the necessary thing conscious. Like I don't know
No, no,
the
no,
like the
no, no,
premises
no, no,
of
no, 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 no,
religions.
nope, 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 nope. Support. You have to support that first claim before you move on to the next one. How do you support the idea that something that is contingent is necessary?
Okay, I can look up the premises for you and give it to you. Can you give me a few seconds?
I mean, might as well.
Okay, sure.
I've never had to use a Filbro timer on an atheist, but fucking here we are. Get it out. I don't know why he's asking me about this. He's gonna burn out the clock looking for his answer. Yeah, Will, I don't know what he's doing. He's an atheist. No one knows what he's doing. He could have asked ChatGPT, not me. ChatGPT is pretty good at doing philosophy, actually. This is the problem. If you're going to use philosophy words, you have to know what the words mean, right? This is we run into this problem so often. If you don't know what the philosophy words mean, that means you don't know the argument, right? If you're giving me an argument that has something to do with modal collapse being inevitable, you have to know what that means. If you're using a premise where something must be necessary because it's contingent, you have to know the support for that. Like that's yeah, out of the gate you have to know that. Oh, they left. Okay. Well, guess that's that. All right. Well, let's move on to the next one, and we'll do what we can here. Welcome in, Jen. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Hey, Justin. Thanks. Yes, I am at least 18 and I do believe in God.
Awesome. And do you think that God's like a good father?
I do, but you didn't ask me your usual question, which God I believe in.
Well, based on my prompt, I made the assumption that you're a Christian. Am I wrong?
Yes, you are.
Oh, which God do you believe in?
Well, so I believe in a first source and center, a creator, And I don't believe that any religion really has it right or wrong. I believe that there is a lot of gems of truth in a lot of different faiths, and there's a lot of error in the sacred books and writings. But I was a Christian, deconstructing from Christianity, left the church about over a year ago because as I read the Bible, which I've read about maybe 15 times, I've seen a lot of errors and a lot of inconsistencies. But the reason why I came on tonight is not actually to debate with you. I wanted to ask you a question. Have you ever read the Urantia book?
No, Urantia, nah.
Oh, have you ever heard of it?
Yep.
Oh, you have heard of it?
Mhm.
Okay. Do you know like how it came about and everything or no?
No, I don't even care. I'm not going to read it.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I started reading it about I don't know, maybe about like 2 months ago. To be honest, I don't even remember how I stumbled upon it. But a
Wait,
lot of the
wasn't it made in the modern age?
1935 it was written.
I thought it was the modern age.
Yeah, 1935.
It's some kind of a holy book, wasn't it?
No, it's not. It's not
Oh, what
like
is
a
it?
quote scripture.
What is it?
Well, it is a book. It has no author. There's no name
There's no
on
author.
it. No.
It wrote
Yeah, no,
itself.
no, there's no name attributed to the book because of how the book came about, which I mean, if I
Gotcha.
said how the book came about, people would be like, okay, this girl's nuts. But I mean, what the only thing is I'm saying the reason why I'm bringing it up is because as I've been reading this, a lot of the gaps and a lot of the things that were missing and a lot of the errors that are in what we call the quote unquote, Holy Bible or the scriptures, a lot of the things that are missing from there are really in detailed, very well explained in this book, and a lot of things make sense. And it doesn't even just talk about it doesn't just talk about faith, it talks about evolution, it talks about science, it talks about Jesus, the universe, it talks about everything, and quite beautifully too. So I was just wondering if like in your deconstruction that you had ever come across that and read that, because even
Nah.
though I know there are like the errors of man, like people say that the Bible's the inerrant infallible word of God. I don't believe that. I believe that it's the word of man about God, or like their ideals about God, and written by humans, and then and we're fallible, right? And we are erroneous. So I definitely did not come to debate with you this evening. I do believe, my personal belief, that there is a first source and center, a God of all things, not just the God of Israel. I don't believe in a chosen people. I don't believe in Calvinism. I don't believe that God told the Israelites to murder men, women, and children in the Old Testament. I don't believe that. I believe they took that upon themselves, and because they made themselves a chosen people and then applied "Thus saith the Lord" to it. Because how could the same God that says "Thou shalt not murder" then go tell these people to go and murder other people? So I just, that just didn't jive with me.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, I mean, if you didn't come to debate, then I suppose possibly we don't have anything to debate about. But no, I haven't read the book.
Okay, that's really what I wanted to know, because I thought maybe that you might have some more further insight.
None. Sorry, I couldn't help you.
All right. Well, thanks a lot. Thanks for having me on.
Sure thing. Cheers.
Have a good night.
I've had a lot of people asking me about Urantia. I guess I don't really know what's compelling about it. Maybe it says some fun stuff. Maybe it's a good collection of folk sayings and things like that. But yeah, really, I have so little interest in reading that book. I don't know why, but I do know I've met a couple people that like they treat it like gospel, like they treat it like it is a holy book, which I think that happens with any book where you read it and like whatever it's saying really clicks with you. It could be easy to want to turn that into some kind of a holy book, but it is what it is. We're still waiting for some opposition to load up. I'm sure we'll get some opposition here shortly, but either that or we defeated all the Christians. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe we already defeated all the Christians. There's no Christians left on the internet. They're all cooked. Is that what happened? Let me check to make sure the stream is live. I see people in the chat. It says the stream is excellent. Yeah, the stream is live. People are loading up. Just we'll get some opposition in here in a little bit. If you're watching on YouTube, the link to join is on the screen. It's tiny.cc/DZLive. If you're watching on TikTok, you just got to hit that guest request button, and you'll get pulled into our queue, and we'll get you up here. Herb, thank you for being here, and thank you for the £5 super set. It says, in my home, it's my cat Jerry who causes the mischief. Listen, there's always a cat that's causing mischief. And Trouble Pickle, his sister, Oh, the sister is called Trouble Pickle, or is mischief and trouble? There we go. Causes mischief and trouble. Pickle, his sister, has a go at mischief, but it's never as big, fast, loud, or as dangerous. A little bit like the pairing we have here. Sometimes Faraday does cause a little bit of trouble, gets into a little nonsense, but nothing huge. Volta's is one that like wants to bring the entire empire down. He's the real troublemaker, you know. Free Wolf, thank you for the $5 super chat. Has finally checked out the Bible cheat sheet, and I'm so pumped to have this resource. Thanks for putting it together. Well, Free Wolf, I gotcha, and I put it together hoping that it would be helpful to folks like yourself. Matt, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says thanks for the education in bringing out the books. And Happy New Year. I'm glad I discovered your channel a few months ago. Well, Matt, I'm happy to help. I love to learn, and I love it when other people are curious to learn, and I think it really helps to build the community. And Jeff, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. So speaking of nachos, here in Korea, when you get nachos at the movie theater, the cheese is cold, and they make a face as if you ask to heat it up. Why would they serve the cheese cold? Nacho cheese is supposed to be warm and gooey. It's supposed to be like a comfort food. I don't know if I like that. If I go there, if I go to Korea, I'm going to ask for it to be heated up, whether they think I'm silly or not. Hollum, thank you for the super chat. Says food and drink. So when we leave out cookies and milk for Santa, obviously the proof that the cup is empty and the plate is empty is better proof than the empty tomb. The empty tomb is fucking nonsense. Ridiculous. We don't even know where the tomb is. But I know exactly where that empty plate was. I know exactly where that empty cup was that Santa consumed. 1 million ant says kittens are more powerful than Yahweh, as they are not afraid of iron chariots. Meow, checkmate, Theus. That is the case. Listen, I've never, in my entire life, seen a cat get defeated by iron chariots. I've never seen it. Maybe it'll happen one day. I just have to wait for the right day. But to this point so far, I've not seen it happen. So it is, it is what it is. All right, we've got one member loaded up on our YouTube queue here. I'm going to bring them in real quick, and then we'll keep the conversation rolling here. Got to add. Oop, there we go. I got to add my guest box window to this screen before I forget. I redid my screen layout this coming week because I had to replace today a monitor of mine that was going bad. So now I've got to reconfigure a couple items, but we'll get it worked out here. This is going to be a guest box. There we go. All right, let me grab our guest. Again, no name for the guest. That's fine. Maybe my link is leaving out the enter your name box. Maybe that's why they're coming without names. I'll have to look at that. Welcome in, nameless guest. What should we call you? Chevelle. Like the car?
Chevelle DeVille. I called you before a long time ago.
Okay, fair enough.
I had suffered a tragedy. My granddaughter had burned in the fire, and that's when I started to in your show. Like I was listening to you, and you helped me get through it with reality. So,
Sure.
and that was on February 3rd. So now coming into a new year, I just wanted to thank you and let you know I've made a lot of progress. But one thing that I know that you can do better than anybody else, or Matt, or Dillahunty, or any of them, is ask these Christians. The one checkmate thing I use is, why can't you do the miracles Christ promised everyone who believed on him? Why is there a such thing as a St. Jude's? Why is there Shriners clinics when they're humans? Why are there paramedics in hospitals? Why don't Christians, they'll flood every neighborhood. Jehovah's Witnesses will flood a whole city, but they will avoid the hospitals. You
Right.
should do a show about that. You probably won't get too many callers, but I've had people who come up with the strangest excuses. But I think that would be a good one because that's a checkmate. I mean, you love your God so much and everything, but you can't do one thing he said you could. And I tell them live stream it, prove me wrong. Let's
Yeah.
which children's hospital will you rush to first? And then the conversation turns to, I'm going to hell.
Yeah. You know, we
I
talk
didn't
about
promise, but I didn't promise him. He
we
did.
we talk about that sometimes when we do the Jesus is a liar and a fraud topic because that's clearly one of Jesus's best lies is that he said you're going to do shit that they can't do. Says these signs will accompany those who believe. By using my name, they will cast out demons, they will speak in new tongues, they will pick up snakes, and if they drink anything deadly, it will not hurt them. They will lay their hands on the sick and they will recover. That shit doesn't happen. That's a lie.
It does.
It's a fairy tale.
It does. Children. I mean, you can walk in any hospital and see that. I've actually went to and challenged a whole church, and I told them they can get all their congregation, and I dare them for all of us to go to any hospital and do what they did. None of that praying and waiting for 20 minutes. That's not how Jesus did it in the Bible. It was immediate, right there. Tabitha,
Yeah.
Lazarus, it can be done, but they won't. But I just thought that would be a good topic because it's really hard for them to come back against that because in their like allegedly 2,000 years, there's been silence from heaven
I mean,
and nothing but
yeah,
natural.
that's part of the formulation behind the topic for tonight. God is a bad father. Being in real life, an absentee father is classified as a bad father, a father that punishes their child excessively, especially for crimes that they couldn't help to do. Bad father, a father that torments their children for not loving them back. Bad father. The God
Yeah,
of this book is hideous. Now, if you don't believe in the biblical God, I have other reasons why I think God would be a bad father. But I mean, most people that are going to call up, obviously, they're going to be believers in the Bible, right?
yeah. I look at it like they use the free will thing, and I get all those deep conversations, but I just take it right to the Bible. Jeremiah was a kid who grew up in the priesthood. That's what he was slated for. He was happy that he was going there. All he wanted was to have a wife, have children, and that's it. God told him no. That's not free will. Judah's son died, so Judah's other son had to marry this older woman. How do we know that Judah's other son wasn't already in love, like a Jacob and Rachel thing? But
Yeah.
nevertheless, you don't get to have your own wife. You must bed this woman. And since he felt that that was unrighteous and spilled his seed, we all know what happened to him.
Oh yeah. Onan
Death.
got
That's
axed.
not free will. Yeah, that's not free will. So I won't keep you long, but I just wanted to say what you do well. You are
Hey,
educating us. I
thanks. I
haven't been this
appreciate that.
educated in 40 years. And I thank you so much for helping me get through this because I was at the point of jumping off a cliff when I talked to you.
Oh
Thank you so
no.
much.
Well, I'm glad that you
Thank you
didn't.
so
My
much.
goodness.
Yeah, because I got two cats too. I got a tuxedo and a little brown tan tabby, so they would have been upset.
Yeah, for sure.
So thank you. Happy New Year, Justin, and tell Hanji that too.
For sure.
Uh,
And
talk
Happy
to
New
you
Year to you,
later.
friend.
Bye bye.
Cheers. W. Chevelle. I do remember talking to a person named Chevelle a while back. You don't find too many people named Chevelle, but it's been like a year because they're not on my spreadsheet of guests. I started tracking my guests back in June, so I know who I talked to, when I talked to them, and what we talked about, and then whether or not like we should clip the video or not clip the video. I didn't have Chevelle on there, so we must have talked some time ago. But we're still waiting for some opposition. I'm sure some opposition will show up, unless, I mean, fuck, maybe the Christians have no defense. Maybe they know that their God is evil, and we'll see. I mean, I think the same would go for the Muslim God. I mean, that motherfucker is not just evil; he's a pedophile. Blade, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says I was in a dark place. I was in a dark place. Is life at life maybe addicted to you know what? Lost my will to live. But then I found Doug and went from rock bottom to rock hard. Praise Doug. We're glad to hear it. We're glad to hear it. Listen, if you need to get off rock bottom, turn to the rock. That's what you need to do. Fuck this Abrahamic religious stuff. Atlas, thank you so much for the super chat. It says qualifiers. EWU education. Actually, now that you mention it, EWU, if you know about the EWU crew, EWU crew does do a lot of dialogue dissection, and he definitely does comment on qualifying statements on that channel. If you're guys not watching the EWU channel, I don't know what to tell you. Go to YouTube and type in EWU. You'll enjoy it. It's like true crime stuff. They decode a lot of the interrogation videos. It's really fun. Zach Reeds says the Catholics definitely think Jesus is food and drink. He's magic crackers and wine. This is a fair point. So if you're Catholic, they have a workaround for some of the nonsense. Although for them, it wasn't about sacrifice eating or not, but it does it plugs the hole. Jesus is the literal body and blood. The wine and bread is the literal body and blood of Jesus. So what that means is that God cannibalized himself, and then he wants you to cannibalize him as well. It's pretty fucking crazy. Like this idea that cannibalism's evil, except when you do it to God. You can cannibalize God's body, which, by the way, God isn't a man, except when he is. So it's just one of those things. And you might say, well, you know, the idea of the cannibalizing of Jesus was supposed to be that his body and blood would rejuvenate your body and blood. Like you become divine because the divine body and blood is now in you. That's kind of the sense. Like in the ancient creation narratives, the thing that animates human beings are typically the blood and the wind of God, like the breath of God, right? So they put the blood, they make you out of clay or dirt, anything of that nature. And then they put the blood and the wind in you, and that's what brings you to life. And there was this idea that we're just dirt, right? And then we have these divine attributes. These divine attributes given to us creates the life. And the two attributes are the wind of God and the blood of God. So the Jesus turning into literal body and blood is along the same concepts. There's something now, there's a part of the divine that is now inside of you that makes you into a new creature. That's the typical idea there. Seville, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, do a show about no miracles as Christ promised. Oh, we just talked. Okay, you're Seville, not Chevelle. I apologize. Seville. All believers ever, never seen any miracles at St. Jude's. I know. Listen, if Jesus' words were true, right? If what he spoke was true, we would expect that people would turn up at hospitals and people would just fucking be walking out. That's what we would expect. Unfortunately, that's not what we expect. And likely skeleton, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, what's up with the early biblical characters being hundreds of years old? Are they trying to fill a gap or justify some specific timeline or what? Well, my understanding is it's funny because there's just like two things happening. So the early chapters of Genesis are riffing on the Babylonian literature, and we have the Babylonian king list. In the Babylonian king list, there are some there are some rulers that live hundreds of years, right? And so they had this idea that people long ago lived for a very fucking long time. And so when they wrote Genesis, they were just using this thing that they thought was commonly known. Well, it was just commonly known that long ago the people lived forever. They lived for a very long time, right? And so that's why we see that in there. It's not because there was anything special in the water. It's just because that was common knowledge, right? And as we've learned over the years, something being common doesn't necessarily mean that it's true. You can have common knowledge about a lot, and it can be entirely meaningless. So, you know, it is what it is. But that's the situation. Now, the funny part with the King's List, is we learned we thought a long time ago that these kings lived like forever, a long time. Now, what it seems to be in modern times the case is that the original kings list, at some point, humans, people in the culture, lost the ability to interpret how they were doing numbers, and they interpreted their lives as being super long, even though in the original text it wasn't meant to be read that way, right? And we find this all the time, where we find an old text and we think we know what it means, and then later it turns out it doesn't. So the Bible modeled its genealogies, its ancient people, around this Babylonian idea, and it turned out that the Babylonian idea wasn't even right. Fucking wild. All right, I apologize. I did check my link, my new link for this year, the DZ Live link, to see if what's happening is it's not giving them the option to type in the name, and that is the case. So I think what I need to do is turn on this option here, where it says show display names or ask for display names, I think is what we want. There we go. And that should take care of that. So we'll try that. And there we go. I'm going to recreate the link. Let me copy the link, and then I'm going to fix it here real quick. I'm on the tiny.cc website. I should be able to go to the link that I created and slightly edit it, right? Is there an edit button in here? There is. And I'm going to paste the new link in there, save the changes, and then I'm going to reload it and make sure it does what I need it to this time. Let's see. Are you going to load for me? Anyways, while I'm fucking with that, let me bring in our next guest. All right, we got a guest on stage now. I apologize that I can't see a name because my link wasn't asking for the name, but you're up now. If you give us a name, I can type it in for you, and we can call you by the proper title.
Is that me?
Yeah.
Oh, hey. Okay, yeah. My name's Jacob.
Jacob. Fantastic. I got your name typed in. Everyone can see your name now. All right, Jacob, are you at least 18? And do you believe in God?
Yes and yes.
Awesome. And which God do you believe in?
So that's a good question. But yeah, I hold to a Latter-day Saint point of view.
Oh,
So
interesting.
yeah.
So you're a Mormon.
Yeah, Mormon is a prophet in a book, but I'm a Latter-day Saint. We call him a member of the Church of Latter-day Saints. Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Gotcha. So you wouldn't refer to yourself as a Mormon?
I don't think that's a politically good term, just because there's a lot of Mormons out there that don't belong to my church, like the FLDS.
I'm looking at the internet. It just says Mormon typically refers to a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, LDS. So you're saying that's not a proper word anymore?
Well, yeah, it's not a proper word anymore, just because, again, just first to separate ourselves from other people who would consider themselves Mormons or outside of like the Book of Mormon, because you'll have a lot of sects from my religion basically, and they all would consider themselves Mormons. So I think it's just to be specific, member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. But since we're the most populous, I think that a lot of people just associate it, but just politically correct.
Okay. All right. So, I don't know quite as much about your belief system, so this particular topic will be a little tenuous, but we can start with this. I personally believe that divine hiddenness is a problem. So, for example, we talk about God being a father. Do you guys have the same concept in your religion, that God is like a father?
Yeah, actually more so in any other religion, I think.
Okay. So,
So
what do you
because we
think
would
of
take
a
it literally.
father? Uh-huh. Yeah, what do you think of a father that doesn't respond to their children?
I think that that's horrible. It's an awful way of raising kids if you don't communicate with them.
Right. And does the Mormon God respond to their children?
Yeah. So we're kind of unique in the fact that, well, we believe that because our faith claim is that God continues to speak with modern day prophets. So as
So
they did in the
he
old.
they won't answer your prayers then.
Well, no, yeah, of course they would. He would, but to kind of make a consensus over a universal church, he uses prophets like he did in biblical times.
Right, but he's not answering your prayer. Like if you pray right now, let's imagine for a second that you're like, listen, I'm about to like be homeless and live on the streets, and my child is going to starve to death tomorrow if you don't help me. Is God going to answer that prayer?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. So there shouldn't be any starving people then.
Right. There shouldn't be, but
then why is
because
there?
there is, I don't think anyone prays to God in a way that
So now you have to pray
is
in a particular
meaningful.
way? Just being starving to death isn't enough?
Well, I mean, you as far as responding, like you have to ask something to receive something. That's what the
Okay.
scriptures say.
So starving children aren't asking for food when they pray.
If they pray, then I mean, we have to get the context in, but I do believe that God cares for each of his children. I think that
Not enough to feed them.
I mean, like, what do you mean by feed them? Like
Make sure they
throw
don't
manna
starve to
from the
death.
sky?
No, there's a million ways you can do it. First of all, he could do manna from the sky. He did it for 40 years while Israel was in the desert. He could do all the manna he wants. But that's irrelevant. He doesn't have to do manna. He could just tap somebody. He could whisper in somebody's ear and say, "Hey, go bring some food over there." He's limitless.
Yeah, and I think he does.
Well, he
I think
doesn't.
he
That's
does,
why.
though.
That's why children are still starving.
Well, I mean, children are still starving, but there's also a lot of people that are trying to feed them.
Yeah, but they're not being fed.
So
That's the point. They're still starving, right? So if this is God's best, then he's failing. Isn't God?
Well, God has to work with.
Is he limited? Is
God
he,
will
or
have
is he
to
all
work with
powerful?
other humans.
No, he doesn't have to work with humans.
God has to work with humans.
Did he work
right?
with other humans when he rained down manna from heaven?
Well, I think he used natural process with the manna. I don't think that he.
Could he do it again?
I don't know. I don't think so.
What's preventing him?
Not without removing.
What's stopping him from doing it?
Well, I think that it's important to know, like, you're, like, it's not necessarily just like, oh, hey, like, remove hunger, or because there's a myriad of like problems in the world, and if you like, the problem is I feel
we're
like
talking about this specific one, right? So I'm trying to figure out why you've got a God who could make sure no children ever starve to death, literally sent his son to earth. His son said, "Hey, don't fucking worry about what you eat. If God takes care of the lilies of the field, he'll take care of you." And yet his people are fucking starving.
Yeah, so let's talk about, like, what do you think the purpose of life is for God?
That's a diversion. I'm still waiting for you to figure out why it is.
No, I think it answers your question, because if
Jesus lied in Matthew chapter 6 when Jesus says that you don't have to worry about what you eat because God will provide it for you. Why did he say that if he wasn't going to do it?
Well, there's that's a specific context. He was talking to his disciples regarding, or people that were listening to him.
He was talking to a multitude
that were more
of
worried
people.
about like whether, like, how they kind of feed
Mormons
rather than.
Have never read this book. So Jesus is talking to a multitude of people. This is part of the Sermon on the Mount. And he says, "Therefore I tell you, do not worry about your life, what you will eat or what you will drink, or about your body, What you will wear is not life more than food, and body more than clothing. Look at the birds of the air. They neither sow nor reap nor gather into barns, yet your heavenly Father feeds them. So listen, the heavenly Father is literally feeding the fucking birds, but he won't feed human beings. Why not?
He does feed them.
Then why are they
He
starving?
does feed them.
Then why are they starving?
Well, that's not an answer. You're asking the wrong question.
I'm sorry,
because it's not
do
like he's
people who
not
have
trying to
food
feed
starved?
him.
Do people who have food starve
It's
to
not
death?
like it's not like he's
Do
trying to
people
feed
who
them,
have
not
food
trying to
starve to
feed them.
death?
No, I think
Okay,
what you're
then
trying to
that means
ask
he's
is what.
not feeding them, right? So people who are
Okay,
starving
there's
to
a
death
lot
don't
of
have food,
problems
which
in the
means
world,
they're
though.
just by definition not getting fed. Is God not
You want
capable of
to
solving the food
specify a
problem?
specific problem.
I just did.
Yeah, but you want to
Starving to death.
specify a specific problem.
I did. I'm specifying a specific problem that God could easily end and promise that it wouldn't be a problem. Yet it is a problem.
And I'm telling you that that's there's a problem with that if you specify a specific problem. Because once you fix a problem, it doesn't fix
the lies
the
you have to tell
problems.
yourself is crazy. I'm not asking about any other problem except for this one. Jesus said
I know,
that
that's what
God
I'm saying.
will feed
But
you,
the
and
problem
God isn't
is
feeding his
if
children.
you're
They're starving to
if
death,
you're so narrow,
and you know it, which is why
if
you're
you're
talking
so
over me
narrow
right now.
focused-
You're so cowardly that you can't actually address my argument. I want you to actually
I'm
address
trying
my
to.
argument.
You're not letting me.
So answer
You're
yes
not
or
letting
no.
me.
Could Jesus feed all the children of the world right now?
Yes, 100% yes.
Did he say he would?
Why doesn't he? That's not for me to answer, dude.
There you go.
That's not for you.
That was
for
the
anyone
first
to answer.
thing. That's the first thing you said that was honest. So the reality is
Yeah,
you don't
it
have an
doesn't-
answer for this, which
But
means
I've been
my
trying to say
argument
that.
still
I've been trying to
stands.
say
You
that.
have no excuse whatsoever for why your God promised to feed his children and then lets them starve.
Okay, well that's because you're narrow-minded right now.
I'm not
You're
narrow-minded.
thinking as if like
That
you're thinking that is
I
if
didn't say the
if
words.
you solve
He
this
said
problem,
the words.
you somehow
And no one
solve-
can fucking hear you
you
right
solve
now.
humanity, which is not what is
Jacob,
the
no
purpose of
one
God?
can hear you. Why do you think talking over me is going to work? What do you not
Well,
know?
because
I've been doing this for three
honestly,
fucking
like,
years.
you're-
Do you
you're-
not
you're
know that
saying
I'm
the
just going
same
to turn your
question.
volume all the way down so no one can hear you while you're trying to shout over me? No one, look, I'll just turn it all the way down. You're at like 10% now. Now no one can hear you. If you want to have an adult fucking conversation, you can stop trying to yell over me while I'm trying to explain the problem to you. Do you understand?
Okay. Yeah, I understand your problem. It's not the right way of going
Okay,
about it,
so
and I'm telling you
now
that.
the way to address my problem is to actually listen to it and address it when I'm not talking. So what I'm asking for is simple. Jesus promised that he would feed the people, yes or no?
In this context, yes.
No, what do you mean this fucking context? He didn't say
I mean, you're
he
reading
didn't
a
say just
freaking
you 10 people
2,000-year-old
here.
book. What the heck?
He didn't say just you guys listen to me
What the heck do
now.
you think what context?
He said God fucking feeds the birds. Of course he'll feed humans.
That's not what you're seeing in all times and all spaces.
Why? Why would he change his mind? Why would God feed
That's
people
not changing his
2,000
mind.
years
You're
ago?
changing his words,
Which
man.
people did these words apply to? Tell me.
The people who were listening to him at the time.
So none of
2,000
them.
years ago.
So nobody who heard the Sermon on the Mount went hungry.
I don't know.
You
I
don't
don't
know.
think so.
That's the claim you want to
do
go
you
with.
know?
You're going to claim that nobody
Go ahead.
nobody
Go
went
ahead, prove me
hungry
wrong.
who heard the Sermon on the
Go
Mount.
ahead, prove me wrong.
The lies that you have to tell yourself is preposterous
and
because
prove me
in
wrong,
Matthew
bro.
25 there are fucking hungry people still. You dullard.
No, there isn't. Not.
Yeah,
how
there
do you know?
is. Because Jesus
How do
tells
you know,
you.
though?
Because he tells you.
Because he tells you that there's hungry people still.
Yeah.
And it's specifically those people who heard from the Sermon on the Mount.
No, they're just people. So the reality is, the cope that you're trying to give right now is that Jesus.
I'm just using your standard, bro.
You're not using my standard. You're using
Yeah, you
cope
are.
right now. You're in the copium
No,
den, and
I'm
you've got a
literally-
face
if you
mask
want to go that
tied
route,
to your face. You've
I'm
got a
using your
scuba tank
standard.
of fucking cope right now. You're just
there's no way you
breathing
can
it
prove it
in.
wrong.
You're just like overdosing on copium at the moment. So the reality is, in Matthew, Jesus makes a blatant statement. I'm sorry. Did Jesus?
Okay.
When he said that God feeds the birds, did he only mean the birds that were there at the Sermon on the Mount, or did he mean all birds?
No, he means the birds.
All
like
birds.
every bird.
Okay, so God chose
Yeah,
to
he
feed
means
all the
nature.
fucking birds, but he won't feed all the people.
Okay. In that context.
Why?
Well, I already told you. There's no answer to why.
There you go.
There's
The,
no
the
answer
answer
to why
is
he won't.
because this fucking God doesn't exist,
But
and if it does exist, it's evil. And
see,
you're
that's
coming
dumb.
upon
That's
that
a
realization
wrong
right
approach.
now. No one can fucking hear
You're
you.
making an assumption
No
based
one can.
on
No
false
one can
information.
hear you. Jacob, if you want people to hear your words, you got to stop trying to talk while I'm talking. They can't fucking hear you while you're yapping while I'm yapping.
Okay.
I'm telling
All
you for
right,
your
I'll let
own
you
good. I'm trying to
Okay,
help
go.
you. If you talk while I talk, people just aren't going to fucking hear you. You have to
Okay,
know my
that's
mic's
fine.
louder than yours. Are you crazy? Okay.
Okay,
Now,
go ahead.
Jesus said that God takes care of all the fucking birds. Every one of them. He feeds them. He says, are you not more important than the birds? Now, you're coming to the conclusion that Jesus only cared. He only spoke these words to specifically the people sitting there on the Sermon on the Mount, which means Jesus thinks that God only cares enough to feed this subset of people, not all the people of the world. And your answer to that is, well, I don't have an answer. What that means is that you no longer have a leg to stand on against my claim. My claim is that God is a bad father because a good father feeds his fucking children. And you've finally come to the point where you said, listen, God doesn't feed all of his children, and I don't know why. That's when you need to concede and to say, listen, that sounds bad. I don't have an answer for that. And we're done. Are we done now?
No, we're not done because you're using a scripture as your basis, and I'm telling you that a scripture is not what it means.
No, I accept.
That's not
listen,
what you think it means.
I, if you were listening, which you weren't, all right. So put your fucking listening ears on, Jacob. I accepted. I accepted for the sake of this argument your interpretation of the passage. If you were listening, you would have got it. So in your interpretation of the passage, he still isn't fucking feeding people. So my question still remains.
But you don't have any
why
proof for that.
is God the Father not feeding human beings, but he's feeding the birds?
So you don't have any proof that he didn't feed those people that
I'm not asking about those fucking people, Jacob. Pay attention.
But
I'm asking, why does God feed all the birds but not all the humans?
You're taking the scripture out of context and applying it to the whole world. That's not what
Jacob,
Jesus is saying.
Hey, wake up.
You're using a bad
wake up. I'm not asking you.
Premise, man.
And now you're muted because you can't pay attention. Jacob, I need you to fucking focus here. I've accepted your interpretation of this passage already. You don't have to keep worrying about what you think my interpretation is. I already told you, in your bad interpretation, it's still a fucking problem. Do you want to know why it's a problem?
Why is it a problem?
Because in your interpretation, not mine, in your interpretation, God cares enough to feed all the birds of the world, but he doesn't care enough to feed all the people of the world. That makes him a bad fucking father. Why doesn't he care enough to feed all the people of the world?
He's trying to feed all the people in the world.
So he failed? He's trying to do it and he failed?
Because that's not his main purpose.
How is he trying to do it? How is he trying to do it?
His main purpose is
how is he trying to do it?
People.
How is he trying to do it?
I'm trying to tell you, dude.
You didn't tell me. I'm asking for a method, Jacob. What method is he using to feed people that's failing?
Okay, you're very hyper focused on the feeding. That's not God's purpose. Is to feed people.
I am fucking hyper focused on it because that's the topic right now, Jacob. If you could pay attention to the conversation right now, you could actually track what's happening. We're on a very specific topic because this demonstrates the validity of my point.
It doesn't
is that a good father would feed his children, and you're admitting right now that God isn't a good father. And Jacob, you can talk while I'm talking as much as you want, and I promise nobody will ever hear you. I don't know why you want to waste your breath. Like if I was on somebody else's live stream, I would never fucking waste my breath trying to mumble in the background where no one will ever fucking hear me and then get clipped. And then over the course of history, probably 50,000 people just going to watch me mumbling in the background. What a waste of breath.
It's a strategy for you.
It's a strategy for me because I'm the host.
Yeah.
Cool. You have to know I'm in control of the volume controls here. Obviously, you're going to be looking like a goof just wait your fucking turn and answer the questions without rambling. This is not hard. So again, the validity of my claim is that if God is a father, he's letting the majority of human beings, he's not worried about their food. In fact, 3 million children a year die of starvation, which means there are 3 million children, not just, there's more human beings, but children alone are dying of starvation outside of their control. These are children, right? Why is it that God, in your interpretation, not mine, in your interpretation, why is it?
I've never interpreted anything, but okay.
In your interpretation of the passage, why is it that God says he'll feed all the birds of the air, but he won't feed all the humans?
Okay, so first of all, well, it's not my interpretation. I'm just reading what the scriptures say, and that's what it says. It doesn't say you as in like everyone who ever existed. It's talking about you to a very specific people.
But you don't have to keep justifying your bad interpretation. I've already accepted it for the sake of argument. So what I'm waiting for is an answer to my question. And what you're doing is you're actually dodging my question. And now you're mumbling in the background of me talking rather than answering the question. And the more you talk while I'm talking is more wasted breath out of your pie hole that nobody will ever hear, because I promise you, I'll make sure no one ever hears it.
Okay, yeah.
So again,
good for you. But
do you even know my question? Okay. Do you even know what you're answering right now? What's my question?
Yeah, you're asking. Can I just repeat what you said?
I asked you to repeat what I said. What's my question?
Okay, so here's the question.
This guy's fucking concussed.
If God, according to my interpretation, which isn't my interpretation, of the scripture, feeds all of these birds and cares about all of the plants in the field and lilies, whatever, why does he not care about everyone else who's human?
Why is he not feeding them?
Why isn't he feeding them? Like caring about them, feeding them?
Yeah.
Same thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so first of all, is he really feeding how many hungry birds are there in the world?
It doesn't matter. The passage says that he takes care of the birds.
It does matter. It does matter.
You already told me that he feeds all the birds of the world. Are you taking that back now? Are you taking it back?
Well, how many hungry animals are
now he's got to backtrack. Now he's got to say, you know what? That thing that I said previously was a lie. He's not actually feeding the birds. Okay, so we'll try this again. Is God feeding the birds or not?
I'm pretty sure there's tons of birds dying out of starvation.
Okay, so God's not feeding the birds. So that's a lie then. So that's a lie.
Yeah,
so Jesus lied when he said that God feeds the fucking birds. He doesn't actually feed the birds. Okay, it says, whenever you pray, do not be like the hypocrites. Actually, sorry, we got to go up. Give me a second.
Your interpretation is wrong, man. That's what I'm
No, my interpretation actually is correct.
If you think because I'm not using
it is correct, and I don't know why you continue to talk over me. It's crazy that you think that you're ever going to talk over me during this live stream.
Something new?
So it says, therefore I tell you, do not worry about your life, what you will eat or what you will drink. What does it mean to not worry about your life and what you'll eat? What does that mean to not worry about it?
That means there are more important things.
There are more important things. Okay, but he tells you why you shouldn't worry about it. What's he say?
He tells you shouldn't worry because no one thinks about the tomorrow. Like the birds in the field, they don't worry about their food, like where it's going to come from. It's provided for them.
You got it. Okay, so God, you don't have to worry about what you're going to eat because God will provide it for you, right?
Right. And
then why are there starving children? Yes. There we go. That's what we're looking at. Why are there starving children?
Food for the world. Yes. Is that your does that answer your question?
He actually hasn't. If he adequately provided enough food for the world, we wouldn't have starving children in the world. And as it turns out, he's also a bad manager. Like if he thinks that just making sure that a couple countries in the world are super productive in agriculture and then just fucks off by putting bad managers in charge of the food, what that means is not only is he an absentee father and a liar, he's also a bad manager. So if you don't have to worry about your food, what that means is that you're going to get it, right? But people aren't getting it.
Okay, well, again, you have to come to the purpose of why God created us. It's not to feed us.
But he said he would.
But it's not his purpose.
It doesn't matter. He said he would. It doesn't matter. He said he would.
He said he would to that group.
No, he didn't.
of
He
people.
literally,
That's all
he
he
literally
said.
didn't. That's
And
the
you're making
copy.
it- you're making
That's
it
the
like
lie you
everyone
have
in the
to.
world.
That's the lie you have to tell yourself right now
It's
to
what the scriptures
remain
say,
in this.
bro. I'm using your standard.
No, you're not using my
I'm
standard.
using your standard.
You're using a cope right now
I'm
because
using a
it's very
scripture
clear
that
that
you
he's.
threw onto me
It's
that
very
has nothing
clear
to do
that
with
he's
what I
not
was
talking about just the birds that
purpose.
were right there. Was he talking about only the birds in Judea?
No, again, he was talking about every single bird, but he was specifically.
Oh, he was talking.
To the
Okay,
people in
so
Judea.
so the
Birds don't
cope
listen
that
to
you
him,
have to do
man.
right now is that you have to say right when he says the birds, right? He says, "Look
And
at
you
the
can't
birds of the
prove me
air.
wrong, though.
They
That's the
neither."
thing.
I'm doing it right now. If you shut up, you'll hear it. Look, the birds of the air, they neither sow nor reap. Now, these are all the birds of the world. These are not just Judean birds. These are not just African swallows. These are all the birds in the world, right? But just one sentence earlier, when he says, "Hey, don't worry about your life or your body or your food, God will take care of you." Those are only the people listening there, which leads me to my next question, which is when he tells them to pray this in the same fucking chapter, the Lord's Prayer, is he talking to only the people there to pray that, or does he want all people to pray that?
Yeah, only those people to pray that because that's who he's talking to. That's what
Okay,
the
so you
scriptures say.
don't
I'm
think
not
we
gonna
should
take out of context,
recite
though.
the Lord's Prayer then?
Why? I don't.
I'm
recite
asking
the Lord's
yes,
Prayer.
yes or
I don't
no.
have
Do you
that.
think these instructions are good for mankind? Do you think humans should read this prayer?
I think people should understand who God is and what His purpose is for
What's
them.
do you
not
think
to
this?
feed him,
Do you think
'cause
this
that's not the most
prayer?
important thing.
Do you think this prayer is a good guide for humans?
Prayer is a good guide.
This prayer.
to pray to God is a good.
Is
a good
this
practice,
prayer
yeah,
a good
but
guide?
Not specifically that prayer.
Okay, so this
It's not
prayer.
important what.
So this prayer is not a good prayer, but it's interesting because his
I
disciples.
never said that.
He says, when you're praying, do not heap up. He's talking to the Jews actually right here. Do not heap up phrases as Gentiles do, for they think that they will be heard because of their many words. And do not be like them, for your Father knows what you need before you even ask it. And then he says, hey, pray like this. Our Father in heaven, may your name be revered as holy. May your kingdom come. May your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us our daily bread. What? The one prayer he instructed his disciples to do includes asking for daily bread. But are you telling me that Jesus doesn't think that people should expect daily bread?
So yeah, so again, it's talking about
it's crazy that I asked you a yes or no question and you didn't say yes or no. I'm still waiting for a yes or no.
He wants everyone to be fed, but that's not the most important thing.
Okay, so he does want. Okay, he wants everyone to be fed. Does he have the capability of feeding them?
Yes.
Then
100%.
why are they starving?
He's provided for everyone.
He hasn't provided for them because they're still starving.
Yeah, well, the provisions are not like, just like a bird would starve or an animal would starve. There's plenty.
He's not providing for the birds either. Then
he's not.
Well, so then again, he's a liar. So he doesn't feed the birds and he doesn't feed human beings. He doesn't feed anyone. My premise is 100% true because a good father doesn't. A good father doesn't let their children starve. He doesn't provide for them. He lets 3 million children a year starve. Listen, if I buy a shit ton of fucking groceries, say I have 100 children and I load my house up with groceries, but I make it so that it's all on the top shelves. And then only the older children can reach the food. The younger children don't reach the food. I know they're going to starve to this because they can't reach the food. And it's like, well, sorry, the older kids are supposed to feed the younger kids, even though I fucking know that the older kids aren't going to feed the younger kids. And I still do it that way anyways. Am I good?
So if your only purpose is to
yes or no, Jacob, am I good? Am I a good father? If I design a system in which I have food that everybody could eat if they had access to it, but I purposely designed the system so that some of them can't get access to it unless somebody else gives it to them. Am I good? Knowing, I'm all knowing, remember, I know some of them are going to starve because of this system. Am I good or bad?
Yeah, so the system is...
Am I good or bad, Jacob?
I mean, you're not a bad. You're not bad.
I am. Okay, now we've determined the end of the conversation. Now we've determined that you shouldn't have children. You have no business ever having children because a father who purposely designs a system knowing that some of the children will starve to death, and they could have designed the system another way in which nobody would starve to death, that's a bad father. And you're horrendous for even thinking that I wouldn't be a bad father for doing that. You're an embarrassment, Jacob. You should watch this video back and like weep in tears for how much of an embarrassment of a human being you have been today for justifying a father starving his fucking children. It's embarrassing. I would never do that to my child. Never. I would literally take a fucking bullet for my child. If my child goes even 3 fucking hours without food, I'm concerned if they're hungry. I'm certainly not going to leave their hunger in the fate of somebody who I know won't feed them. All right. Get out of here, liar. All right. Well, that was a good time. I always do like to have a good like a good back and forth, a good shouting match back and forth at the beginning of the live stream. It really actually it gets all the views in. Now I think just about everyone who's going to show up is here now, so we're good to go. Do me a favor though, test. I modified the live link, and I don't know if it's actually working right now. I copied the new guest link, and it works when I copy it directly into a browser. But for some reason, when I updated it on tiny.cc website, I don't know if tiny.cc is actually updating it. Can somebody click on the go to the tiny.cc website and see if the link is working? Well, I'll give it like 30 seconds to see if it works. But I'm confused why it works when I directly copy and paste it, but it doesn't work when I go through tiny.cc. It's such a weird. I don't know if it takes time to propagate. Like it takes it to like a broken link. A really weird situation, anyways. But we'll work on that. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna unobfuscate, obfuscate. They're gonna unobfuscate the link, and then I'm gonna put it in and test it unobfuscated and see if that does it. I said domain not allowed. Oh, really interesting. Why is the domain not allowed? I wouldn't have guessed that. Is it because in HTTPS? That can't be the case. No? Request a whitelisting. What do you mean a fucking whitelisting? What's a whitelisting? That is ridiculous. Tiny.cc, man. All right. Well, no one jumped in the guest box. I'm assuming right now that it's not working. So give me 1 second to save this back to the invite cam obfuscated link, and we'll try it again. Yeah. Oh, now it's working. I don't know why it's working now. All right, friends, try the join link now. The tiny.cc/DZ live, and see if it loads up for you. Yeah, it's working now. I don't know what the problem was. Maybe there's like a delay on the website. All right. I think it's working. We'll give it a go. We don't have anyone on TikTok joined up. Actually, Jay joined up on TikTok. Jay, we needed to join on YouTube. Somebody joined. Okay, somebody just joined on YouTube, and there is a name attached to it, which means it must be working. Welcome, Cameron. Oh, sorry, he's muted.
For
there we
my
go.
Name. Oh.
Hey, Cameron.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, it asked you for your name on the way in, and it looks like the link is
did.
working now. So I think we're good.
Yeah, I clicked it through your description.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay. For some reason, I think tiny.cc must be delayed or something. I don't know what's going on there, but are you friend or foe?
Friend.
Oh,
sorry,
hey,
no op.
Hey, thanks for helping me out. I needed someone to test that link for me. I thought I was losing my mind.
Yeah, no problem.
Hey, cheers, buddy.
All right, bye.
It's a shame. Cyber Deconstruction was here just a minute ago to do some cooking, and now he's gone. What is up, Jimmy Snow? Look at this guy.
I wasn't expecting it to be vertical or horizontal. I guess I needed to.
Yeah, I could do it either way, but you know, most people that use the YouTube link come in on their computer. So I did the layout horizontal, but you know, it depends on everybody. If you hold your phone horizontal, it fixes it.
Yeah, I did turn off auto. I just can't. You just said to tell. You just told people to try it. I'm actually doing a construction project right now, so.
Oh fuck yeah!
But I thought I'd say hi.
Well, it is working, and friends, today's Monday. In 2 days, I'll be live on the line, Jimmy's station with Matt. So make sure you're following the line so you can catch me Wednesday night over at his place. I'm excited.
You got to come over to my place, the Jimmy Snow in the line one of these days.
Yeah, we got to make that happen. We'll make that happen.
Yeah, it's a lot of fascists that call in.
We do need to sit down though and have a discussion on Mormonism.
Hell yeah, I'm down. My set should be done. This is not what it'll look like. Oh, I dropped my phone. My set should be done in like a couple of days. This is not
Nice.
it yet.
Okay, so you're
Building
gonna
a new
get
set.
brand new set. I like it.
Yeah. So then, but then I'd definitely be down. I love talking about Mormonism. It's really dumb.
I'm pretty pumped about it. I've only know like little tidbits that I've picked up here and there when Mormons come into the live stream. So I'll be excited to dig into it a little bit.
I did give you one of the best tidbits already, which Joseph Smith said that there are people who dress like Quakers living on the moon, and then Brigham Young, not to be outdone, was like, "You think that's crazy? They're on the sun too."
These people are out of their minds.
And that's my prophet.
Well, I
So
mean,
I'm technically still Mormon.
we're certainly glad that you got out of it. That's
I'm-
shit crazy stuff.
I'm on the roster. I like being an atheist, queer, socialist Mormon.
Well, we're glad to have you. Well, listen, Jimmy, I appreciate you helping me out with the link. I think the link's good to go now, and we'll talk soon.
Yeah, you have fun.
See you, buddy.
I'll be listening while I construct.
Yeah, we just talked to an LDS member a minute ago, and he didn't have a good time.
He crashed
Ask the
out.
next one about the Quakers and Bigfoot.
That'll be on the next to do. Thank you, man.
All right, see you.
Specifically,
Cheers.
Cain and Bigfoot.
Yeah, Cain and Bigfoot. That's crazy.
Well, because they think Cain is Bigfoot.
Oh my gosh. So Sasquatch, slash
Yes.
Bigfoot, then
Yeah.
is Cain. He was cursed to wander the earth forever as Sasquatch.
Yes. And something else that I was curious, though, is why isn't he following the laws of Moses then? Because it's also in that same passage when, they get the idea that the laws are gone, they're done away with. But was Jesus only talking to those people? Like, hey, you guys don't need to follow the law of Moses anymore. Everybody else still needs to, though.
Right. Yeah, it's baffling. Well, listen, we may or may not get another LDS member in here, but you're welcome to hang out as long as you want. I'm gonna grab the next guest in line, and we'll.
Sounds good. I'm on break right now, so I only got about 15 minutes, but I'll hang out for 15 minutes.
Fair enough. Fair enough. William, thank you for the $20 super chat. My friend says, I humbly offer these terms to identify where you may be regarding the schism. 1, agnostic schism. I don't know if there is a schism. 2, skepticism. I need proof there's a schism. Or 3, atheist schism. There's no schism. I'm definitely 3. Y'all can put your vote in. I'm going to be number 3, atheist schism. There is no schism. Not that I can see. In fact, I think people not only are done with the schism, but done blaming Blitz for it too. Blitz really caught some shade there, or caught some strays being blamed for the schism when he didn't have anything to do with it.
I think there's a 4th option, though. There's like the anti-schism.
What's
It's
up?
like the militant, like get rid of the schism altogether.
My left
Yeah.
foot untied.
Yeah? Get back inside.
And I didn't have any problem
They scored a goal, right?
Yeah.
All
with
right.
it
So-
untied.
We've got
Yeah.
one person on the YouTube
That's nice,
queue that
Papa.
I just pulled in, but didn't have a name typed in. So if you can hear me right now on YouTube, from the YouTube queue, can you give me a name and we'll punch it in for you? I don't think they know they're up here.
I don't think they do either.
Who is it?
Can you hear
Who's
us?
up?
Yeah, you're up.
Who, me?
Yeah, but I didn't see a name.
Oh, no, it's Nick Trail. Sorry, I'm so sorry, man.
Oh, Nick.
I really, yeah, it's me.
Good to hear from you, buddy. Okay, you were just helping me
Hey,
test
man.
out the system.
Yeah, that's actually why I jumped in. I'm so sorry, man. My apologies.
No worries, we got it, buddy. Take care of yourself. Good to hear from you. Hope you're doing well.
Yeah, man. I'm trying to be good.
Yeah, Nick's nice. I like Nick. Okay, well, we got somebody on TikTok, so we'll grab our TikTok guest and we'll keep the ball rolling here. Welcome in, Demi. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes and yes.
Awesome. And which God do you believe in?
We can say Christianity.
Is it like Christian light or?
I would say that definitely Jesus is what I call on. However, I do know that God turned himself human in the form of Jesus, as he's all of our fathers, to save us from all of the sins that we will commit, have committed, and may have committed, I guess, past, present, and future. So I would say that's a great father to then come home, right, unknowingly to save his children.
Sure. What's he saving the children from?
Well, either he looks at our sins or we get them washed away and we have a chance to get forgiven. So I think that the ability to become forgiven for sin is in itself the best thing.
Yeah, but my question was, what are we being saved from?
The sins that we commit in the judgment.
Yeah. Okay. So we're being saved from the judgment. Why do we need saved from the judgment?
Well, according to one point in time, we disobeyed one thing.
I mean, that may be true, but my question is, why do we need saved from the judgment?
Because we used the free will that we already had to disobey God.
Yeah, but I'm asking, why is the judgment a problem? Why do we need saved from it?
Because we disobeyed God, and instead of God being
This
pissed
is
and
fucking
just
crazy
shutting
that you don't understand my question right now.
Let me
I'm
finish
asking,
the answer.
What about the judgment do we need saved from?
Let me finish the answer.
What's happening at the judgment?
Let me finish the answer. You're confused because you won't let me finish.
I'm not confused. I actually know the answer. I'm waiting for you to catch up. The answer is that the judgment is that God's going to decide that people are going to go to hell. That's why you need saved from the judgment. I'm waiting for it to come out of your mouth.
I'm waiting to actually allow a conversation without you trying to control. So the sin that we're being saved from starts from us being taken out of the Garden of Eden because we disobeyed God.
Demi, we know the story. I know, because we know the story. We don't need story time.
Ooh.
I asked you a specific question. I know questions are difficult for some people, but my question
I think that you need control.
What
about you need subordination?
No, I need an answer to my question.
You need subordination.
I need an answer to my question. It's a really easy question. So, the question is, we know there's a judgment, right? We get that. We already know the fucking answer. We're waiting for you to catch up. So the question that we need an answer to is, what about the judgment do we need saved from? What's happening at the judgment that's we need saved from? Like the entailment in your sentence is that somehow the judgment's going to be bad for us, and we need saved from whatever is going to happen at the judgment. So what I'm asking you is, what about the judgment do we need saved from? I'm not asking you why we need saved from it. I'm saying what's happening that we need saved from it.
I'll pander to you.
It's not pandering. It's how question and answer works.
No, this is pandering.
So what's the answer?
It's pathetic.
Yes, sir. I'll obey you. I'll give you the answer. And then you mute me.
No, I tried to hit your camera because you can't smoke on screen. Turn your camera off.
Yeah, you see the control that you'd like?
No, it's against TikTok rules of service, dummy. You can't smoke on live stream.
I was proving a point, dummy.
You weren't proving a point. You're breaking the rules.
Because you have control.
No, you're not breaking the rules because I have control. You're breaking the rules because you don't know the rules, and I do know the rules, which is why I stopped your camera. So try again.
It's hilarious because I can go to my live and smoke. But anywho, I know that it's a rule, but the point is I'm trying to have an actual conversation, and
so
all
answer the question instead of the meta.
Y'all need some pussy shit.
I got plenty of that. I'm worried about the answer to the question, though. Or just gonna leave. Yeah. It's always projection when it comes to control. The people who project about not being in control are the ones that are dying that they don't have control.
Yep. So
It's
good
crazy.
news is I have a new desk coming in, and hopefully starting next week or the week after, I'll start my regular lives again.
Oh, hell yeah. I'm excited for that. I've been formulating some new topics for 2026. We should probably get together and discuss some potential new topics.
We should. I also need to send you Rocky so we can have the Holy Rock Trinity together.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, we
text
do.
me your address and I'll shoot you. I'll send you Rocky.
Yep, I'll send you my address. Also, I'm working this week to set up a PO box finally, so other people who have stuff to mail out would be able to mail it out to me. But I'm not quite there yet. I'll be there very soon. This week I'll have it set up, friends.
Nice.
Johnny, thank you for the $20 super chat, friend. Says love your stuff. Opinion on Gnosticism. Also, any big upcoming debates. So Gnosticism is interesting to me because it's like they read the Old Testament and they're like, that doesn't match the New Testament. Something weird is happening here, right? And so they develop these differing ideas of like, there must be different powers. Like there's two gods, or one of them's a demiurge, and like one of them's good and one of them is bad. It's like their way of trying to square the round peg with the Old Testament and the New Testament. And to me, it's just another cope. Like it doesn't really get you anywhere. It just gets you now to two imaginary gods rather than one imaginary god. But at least they recognize that the Trinity's nonsense. So I'll give them credit on that. Upcoming debates. I don't have any formal debates upcoming, but I mean, obviously I'm going to be debating, on my channel this weekend. I'll be on AXP. Wednesday, I'll be on the line, and then, I'll be here as per usual. Abraham the Chaldean, my man, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, thanks to Justin, I'm a stronger person, like literally stronger, as I now have to carry my Bible, hardcover, Oxford annotated, and other current Justin recommended book to and from work every day. I love it, Abraham the Chaldean. Yes. That is, we're gonna get everybody into the scholarly literature of the Bible. That's the goal. The smarter, the better. Readers are leaders. And 184 says, why do Philbros use the transcendental argument so much, as if it's the only good argument for God? Just FYI, I'm an agnostic, so I don't believe. So I think they use the transcendental argument a lot because it's the first one they learn, right? Just like when you're a little kid and you start learning jokes, like you hear jokes at school, you tend to remember like the first one you hear, and then you might subsequently forget the others, right? So I think it just gets repeated because they just hear it over and over again, and it's the first one they learn, and it works on most people because a lot of people have never thought about whether or not there are or are not transcendentals. Now, the first time I heard the transcendental argument, I immediately was like, well, I don't fucking believe there's transcendental anything. Like, this is a meaningless argument. But for a lot of people, they might think that, well, maybe there are transcendentals. Maybe our thoughts are transcendental, like they're non-material. Like, they believe that there are some immaterial categories, and I don't believe in any of those transcendental categories. So, but that's
tag never gets you to the Abrahamic God. It just gets you to a generic God.
That is the case. And also, it doesn't close the door to polytheism. So,
correct.
The devil's public defendant says, so nothing Jesus said in the Bible relates to us today because he was always talking to specific groups of people. Brilliant. I know, that's the apologetic he went with. Nothing in the Bible is applicable to you. Well, that's why you need the Book of Mormon now. We could say the same thing about the Book of Mormon. Well, that's only to the people Joseph Smith talked to.
Well, to be fair, when I was married to my Mormon ex-wife, I was listening to conference, and they legit said the scriptures are nice for history, but what's important is what we say today. So they kind of said, we don't need scripture.
Fair enough. Last super chat for now from Breakdown Paradise. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, Justin, you are masterful at what you do. I've never been so addicted to a channel. Well, thank you. I'll never get tired of the smell of intellectual cowards getting roasted. Let's try this again is my new mantra. I do have that on a t-shirt, guys. Go to my shop. I'm going to put it on some other stuff, but go to my shop. I've got that on at least a t-shirt now. and we got some Doug merch in there as well. So let's grab our next guest from the TikTok.
And I'm gonna
feed.
hop on down, but yeah, reach out to me and let's discuss those new topics you have, and let's
For
get
sure.
Rocky sent out there.
When you get back in full time, we got to schedule a date to do a split screen debate together. Okay.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
All right. Cheers, buddy. W Cyber. All right, we've got basic information with us now. Basic, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yes and yes.
Awesome. In which God or gods do you believe in?
Christian.
Gotcha. And do you believe that the Christian God is good? Like a good father?
Yes.
Sure. Okay. What do you think makes him a good father?
Mercy.
Can you be specific?
Like how specific? Like I don't think
What do
you can get more specific.
Well, what do you mean by
Like-
mercy? Like, if I said, listen, my dad was really merciful to me, I could give you an example. You know, I can tell you about one of the times that I broke his lawnmower, and rather than getting mad at me and punishing me, he showed me how to fix it. You see what I'm saying? Like, so what do you mean by merciful? How is God merciful?
I would say instead of like destroying an entire city, he had sent the prophet to go tell them like if you stop doing bad and like repent, then he won't destroy that city because they were being weird.
Bro, why would he destroy the fucking city in the first place? That's crazy. I mean,
They
you talk
were
about
being-
Nineveh. I know the story, but like, why the fuck would he destroy the city?
It was being weird.
So a good father will massacre an entire city for them being weird?
Bro, if your son was like misbehaving in school, will you not come to school and see what's going on?
Would I massacre the whole fucking school?
Not because one child, that's your child, bro. Like, they all God's children. Bro.
Let's imagine half the schools being weird. Should I go massacre the school?
Like, if one child in the classroom is being bad, and you have like that one teacher that's like, dang, I might just punish the whole class just because you acting crazy. Like, you ever had that happen before? Don't say you haven't, because I know you have.
We're talking about massacres, though. First of all, I don't believe in punishing entire groups for one person's actions. I think that's preposterous. I think that's evil. But on the flip side, we're talking about literally murdering an entire people group. Do you think murdering an entire people group is justified?
If they're like murdering each other at the same time, it's like, why not?
So the solution to people being violent against each other is to murder all of them.
Because that chaos could spread.
So do you think we should do that in like some of the cities where we have high rates of violent crime? Should we go to Bangkok and level the whole city?
But I would love to level some dangerous cities.
So you think we should just massacre entire cities of people?
Of course I would love like the actual decent people to move out, but like,
Okay, so would it be good or bad? Say we went to one of the most dangerous cities like Tijuana, right? And we said, listen, there's too much crime and violence here. We're just going to massacre the entire population. Would that be good or bad?
The entire population?
Yeah.
Of course it would be bad.
Oh, well, that's the analogy that we have in front of us. In the story you're referring to, in Jonah, right? We've got the city of Nineveh, and God is threatening to destroy the entire fucking city. Same way he did Sodom and Gomorrah. Do you think that's justified?
Bro, it said literally everybody in Sodom and Gomorrah was evil, bro. Like, have you read
I'm
the
not
story?
talking about Sodom and Gomorrah. I've read the story. I'm talking about Nineveh.
Nineveh? Well, we don't know for sure if everyone in Nineveh was, crooked, but I'll say if we're going to balance it like on a scale, then I'll say the bad outweighs the good.
Okay, so there were so many bad people there that it's justified to kill the good people?
Would it be justified? Not really, but they'll still be caught up in the smoke because they refuse to leave.
Could God kill only the bad ones?
I mean, yeah, he could.
Okay, so then it's never justified to kill the innocent ones, is it?
Is it justified? Is it not justified to kill the good ones?
I don't think it's
It
justified
depends.
to kill any of them. That being said, is it ever
I'll say,
justified to kill innocent parties because of the guilty?
I'll say, if they know destruction is coming and they refuse to leave, then I'll say it's very justified.
How would they know to fucking leave?
Because Jonah was a prophet, sent him, right? The Lord sent Jonah as a prophet to Nineveh, right?
You think God's going to wait for them to leave? He's just going to like, well, I guess we'll give you a week and a half to leave. You think he's doing that? That's not part of the story. You added that in there.
Oh, he gave them 40 days.
To repent.
Yeah, to repent.
And they did repent.
And they repented.
But he didn't say, listen, you good ones leave. You have the option of leaving. Like, this is preposterous, trying to justify genocide. This is crazy. Like, at some point you have to understand, like, genocide is always going to be inherently bad because you're murdering good people alongside of the bad. That's why Abraham in Genesis 18, when God said, hey, I'm going to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah, he's like, surely you wouldn't wipe away the righteous along with the wicked. But I mean, in the Bible, he does do that over and over again. He wipes away the righteous alongside the wicked.
So in the story of Sodom and Gomorrah, he does that.
No, I didn't say that. I said in the story of Sodom and Gomorrah, Abraham is the one with the moral notion that you shouldn't wipe away the righteous alongside the wicked. Abraham says that, not God. God, when you look at what he does, God does wipe away the righteous along with the wicked all the time.
He didn't do that with Sodom and Gomorrah, so they wouldn't be all
I
the
didn't
time.
say that he did. I don't know why you keep putting that on me.
You just said all the time.
Here. I said all the time. I didn't say in Sodom and Gomorrah.
But all the time would also imply Sodom and Gomorrah.
Obviously, I'm using it as an idiomatic phrase. I'm not saying every single instance that God committed genocide, it was wiping away the righteous. Everyone knows the story of Sodom and Gomorrah. We know that there was nobody righteous. The only one that was righteous was Lot and his daughters, and they got the fuck out. No, everyone knows that. That's basic. And you learn that in the 5th grade. So what I'm trying to figure out is the other occasions. Do you know the other genocides in the Bible?
Let's see. You have the one with the Amalekites, right?
There's a bunch.
Yeah, there's a bunch of those.
Yeah. Do you think all of the Amalekites were guilty?
No.
Okay. So do you know why God had the Amalekites killed in 1 Samuel 3:15?
I think it has something to do with
Or 2 Samuel.
I think it was like something about the history, right? Like the history between the Hebrews and the Amalekites. I'm not sure.
Yes, you got that one. Yep. You're on the right track. Okay, so in the history, right, 400 years prior, you read this at Exodus chapter 17. When Israel was leaving Egypt and were going through the desert, they went by the Amalekite territory, and the Amalekites was like, fuck that, we're going to take care of this problem. And then there was a war. Now, God said during that war, I'm going to blot every one of these motherfuckers out. And then we find 400 years later, God decides it's time to do it. So it says, sorry, where am I? I want 15, not 3. 1 Samuel 15 is what I was looking for. There we go. It says, thus saith the Lord, I will punish the Amalekites for what they did in opposing the Israelites when they came up out of Egypt. Now go and attack Amalek and utterly destroy all that they have. Do not spare them, but kill both man and woman, child and infant, ox and sheep, camel and donkey. So the question at hand here is, why would God have fucking babies murdered by the sword?
I don't know. I'll be honest. I have no idea.
That's a fair answer. I'll accept that one, actually. So to me, I think, like, say, for example, I'm going to use the analogy of a father again, right? So say, for example, I'm very, prolific and I've got 100 children. And let's just imagine half of my children are bad. They're evil. They're doing all kinds of terrible shit. And I'm like, oh man, they're going to be a bad influence on the rest of the kids. Would I ever be justified in just saying, okay, I'm going to wipe them all out and start over, even the good ones?
Is it a simple question, or can I just like answer to my own knowledge?
I think you can answer to your own knowledge. I mean, it was a simple question, but you've been nice enough and you haven't talked over me. So people who don't talk over me and they're nice, I let them yap.
I would say, do I think it's fair? No, but I have read in Ecclesiastes where it's like, the good people are also caught up in the bad situations as well.
It does say that. It says the rain falls on the righteous alongside the wicked. But God, unfortunately, God has the power to not do that, right? Like if God is deciding, here is the punishment that I'm going to meter out, he does have the ability to only punish the necessary parties. I mean, the evil parties, right?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
I
So,
wait.
mhm.
I was gonna say, I'm sorry. I was gonna ask you to repeat that because I kind of like doze off half the time.
Oh no,
Like
that's
half.
okay. So what I'm saying is, God, if he's all powerful, right? God does have the ability to punish only the people who need to be punished. He doesn't actually have to punish the innocent parties, right?
Yeah.
So the fact that he does punish the innocent parties, I think reinforces my initial claim, which is, well, God couldn't be a good father if we think it's bad to punish innocent people and God punishes innocent people, then this guy can't be good.
I mean, if you're gonna be straight, like very blunt about it,
Mm-hmm.
but I still feel like there's a missing conclusion to why he did that. Like we don't know
But
why he did it. We just know that he did do it.
sure, but we can certainly look at the thing that happened, and if it's not necessary, then I don't see why we can't say, hey, this is not good, right? So, for example, let me do an analogy. If imagine for a second that you've got a son, right? And your son decides he's going to be a goof and commit adultery. He goes, sleeps with this other woman, knocks her up. And then once he realizes he knocks her up, he's like, oh shit, we got a huge problem here. And so he goes and kills the husband so that he can marry the woman and legitimize it before people realize that he committed adultery, right? Now, as a father, if my son did that, there's a couple things I could do to punish him. I'm going to give you two options. Let me know if either of the options are good. If my first punishment is the child that comes from that pregnancy, I'm just going to kill the child. We can't have that. We're going to kill the child. Is that a good punishment?
Nah.
No.
I mean, if you mean like more, like, I'm sorry.
Well,
I
no,
was
I
gonna
think
say.
your answer is correct, but go ahead.
I was gonna say like if you mean like morally confounding like to oneself, then I would say nah, not really. It wouldn't feel good. No.
Right. Now, the other punishment, which I think is going to be worse than the first one, if the other punishment is that the wife of my son, the first wife, not the one that he cheated with and then had to marry, as a consequence, I'm going to have her raped, and he's going to know about it, and everyone's going to see it as punishment for him committing adultery with somebody else. Would that be a fair punishment?
Didn't both of those things happen?
Yeah. Yeah, both of those things are true biblical things that God did in the Bible. In 2 Samuel chapter 12, David, you know the story of David and Bathsheba. Well, the punishment that God gave for that is he murdered the baby, and then he had 10 of David's wives raped.
which I know was like one was eyes on Sunday, but I thought the second one was like more of a prophecy and less of, an actual, how do you say, punishment.
I mean,
Like,
it was both.
because I thought it was like, because you've done such and such, now this thing is going to take place.
Yeah. Yep. It's a punishment, right? So if you go down to, hold on, my cat's trying to eat my computer cables again. If you go down to verse 11 in the chapter, it says, thus saith the Lord, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor, and he shall lie with your wives in broad daylight. For you did it secretly, but I will do this thing before all Israel in broad daylight. So God is basically saying, as punishment for what you did, I'm basically going to do it back to you. I'm going to have your wives raped.
Oh.
Do you think that's a justified response? Now, keep in mind, this actually is, I know that you think this might break the father-son analogy, but this is really spot on, because in Psalm 2, we learned that David is a begotten son of Yahweh. So this is a direct father-son punishment now. He's punishing his son by having his wives raped. Is that a good father or a bad father?
You're saying that he's punishing his son by having his wives, sexually assaulted.
Yeah.
I would say that's a bad punishment.
Yeah, I would say so too, right? Now I would let's do another. The Christians in TikTok are losing their mind. That's your interpretation. No, that's what the book says. Chapter 16, it comes true. So, anyways, the another thing too is, let's talk a little bit about this whole like, why did God have to murder his son, right? So we'll kind of start at the beginning of the discussion. What's the reason? Hold on, get out of my cables. What is the reason why God had to send Jesus down here to get murdered?
It depends. Like, if you are a, how you say, Jesus of the Old Testament believer, if you can, like, go with that part, or if you're just Jesus is not part of the Old Testament but only in the New Testament believer, then it kind of gets kind of, misty.
Yeah, but my question is, like, in the Christian doctrine, right? Jesus had to come and die and get crucified and whatnot. Like, it was prophesied, it needed to happen. And the idea is that it needed to happen because otherwise, like, God's going to do something with you, right? Like, we have to do something about this sin, right?
Yeah.
Right. Now, because we're imperfect and we sin, God is going to then send everybody to hell who hasn't repented, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty much the baseline, right? So, here's where I'm at, right? I've got one child. I don't know if you have children. Is there anything your child could do where you would think, well, the appropriate punishment is going to be like light them on fire for eternity?
I'll say if they, like, go out and, like, hurt many innocent people for no reason at all, and I will just, like, have no reason but to just, separate myself from them entirely. Like, I don't want to be a part of that. Like, that'll ruin my name,
No, I'm asking for eternity. Is there anything your child could do where the punishment would be to be in flames for all of eternity, not for like a time period, but for all of eternity?
Can I think of a crime? No, not really.
Yeah,
But I
right.
don't know
Because
how.
as
I'm
parents,
sorry.
we can certainly think of like bad repercussions that might be warranted for punishment. But I don't think any human parent would punish somebody infinitely, forever. You know what I mean? For a finite crime.
I mean, yeah, I would say no human would want to do that, but at the same time, it's like I don't know how ugly sin really is, so it's like I can't really make that justification.
Well, that's the problem too with, so the way Christian doctrine works is anybody who has any amount of sin is destined to hell without repentance, right? So even if you turn 13, you're at the age of accountability, and you commit 2 or 3 sins. Let's say you go to school, you get caught chewing gum, you lie about chewing gum, then you lie to your parents, and then you go to church and you deny Jesus and you die. Well, according to the doctrine, you're done. You're cooked. You're going to hell now, right? So even people with only minor sins, and a small number of them, will still have the same fate as people who went out and went on like a murdering spree, right? Do you think that's weird or justified?
I wouldn't say we're justified. I'll say it depends on how honest you really are. I mean, if you be like, oh, well, if, the H man, repented at like his last second, like he'll still be judged for his crimes, like regardless.
What? But he's not going to hell.
I wouldn't know that. I honestly don't know that.
Well, the thief on the cross, Jesus says, I tell you today you'll be in paradise with me, right? And he was obviously a bad person. That's why he got crucified, right?
But the thing is, though, it's like, did the H man really regret that what he did? Like,
well, in your analogy, right? In the analogy that you're given, we can assume that he was, right? Assume for a second that that Schindler really was remorseful for what he did, and near the end of his life, he repented, right? Well, according to the Christian doctrine, he would be in heaven. That's kind of the people like pastors for a long time used to use the word scandalous, because that's the scandalous grace of Christianity, is that anyone can get in, right? So, I mean, if the Christian doctrine is true, anyone can get in, even at the last hour, even Hitler, right?
that's if it's like true repentance. But I don't even know. He did so much evil, bro. Like, he did so much evil. He didn't even regret none of it. He made so many camps, bro. He tossed so many people in the camps, too. It would be kind of hard to regret doing that, especially since, you did it for like, I don't know, 7 years straight.
Yeah, he did it for quite some time. But, I mean, if he was truly repentant, then he would be in heaven. But here's kind of where the disparity is, too. Okay, so what we would believe with Christian doctrine is that somebody like Hitler, if he was truly repentant, right? Let's just imagine for a second that he was. If he was truly repentant, he could be in heaven. However, Anne Frank, not so much. Anne Frank, little Jewish girl, died apart from Jesus, and therefore not in heaven. Do you think that's a reasonable situation?
All right, so you said Aaron Frank wait. Can you summarize it one more time? I'm sorry.
Yeah, Anne Frank, the little Jewish girl, right? She, when she died, theoretically, according to Christian doctrine, would have been sent to hell, whereas Hitler, if he truly repented, would have been sent to heaven.
Did she believe in the Lord and Savior or not? Because she didn't. I'm sorry.
No, she didn't.
I mean, it's the sad truth, but I mean, what else can you do?
Well, but don't you find it to be strange that a decent, average, normal little girl would have to burn forever in flames, whereas the guy who gas chambered 6 million Jews goes free?
Well, of course, I'll find it strange, but my question is that why would she reject it? Why would she reject the gospel, and she's not as evil and heartless as as he was, but like.
Well, the reason for the rejection doesn't really seem to be all that relevant, right? So, for example, I reject the gospel because the Bible is just not true, right? So, I lack a belief in this God, and especially the New Testament God is the most ridiculous God ever, right? So, let's imagine that I've like Anne Frank, I'm just a little girl, and I'm the average little girl, and my only real crime is that I don't believe in the gospel. Why should the punishment be eternal conscious torment and flames?
I say because she rejected the gospel.
So what?
More of she rejected the Savior.
So what? If my child rejected me, I wouldn't want him tortured in flames for all of eternity, would you?
No, but he still rejected you though, so that just tells you that he doesn't want you, you know?
No. Try to focus up just a pinch on my question, right? I don't know if you have children, but if you do, if your child rejected you, said, I don't want you to be my father anymore, would it be rational to light him on fire for all of eternity?
No, but that's what they chose.
Right. No, they didn't choose it. Let's just imagine for a second that as a father, right, when your child was whatever, a year old, you went out for diapers and never returned. That was what you were going to do, right? If that's the case, right? And then like 30 years later, a dude shows up and be like, listen, I'm your daddy, and you have to love and respect me, or else I light you on fire. Is that a fair expectation?
I don't think that's how that conversation would go, because there would still be like some kind of, trust issue going on there, for the simple fact that they know that, they have to put to a test, like, are you sure you're my real father? And can you prove that you're my real father?
Well, that's the thing, is Jesus doesn't prove anything to you. He just expects you to accept this gospel without demonstrating any validity to it. And for example, if you go to Mark 16:16, there's this like really interesting passage when he's giving his disciples like the farewell instructions. Because the disciples didn't even believe, right? It says, later he appeared to the 11 themselves as they were sitting at the table, and he upbraided them for their lack of faith and stubbornness, because they had not believed those who saw him after he had risen. And he said to them, go into the world and proclaim all the good news to the whole creation. The one who believes and is baptized will be saved, but the one who does not believe will be condemned. So his own disciples who didn't believe, he upbraids them, but then he's like, listen, these other people who haven't even seen me, they've never even seen me, if they reject me, well, they burn forever for all of eternity. Do you think that's reasonable?
I mean, if they reject the gospel after getting the full,
but why would we accept it?
Let's say, like, if you got the full understanding of the gospel, but yet you still rejected it, I feel like it's more on
why
that
should
person.
We accept it?
Why not?
Because it's not true. I mean, it's demonstrably false. Jesus fulfilled 0 messianic prophecies. The Trinity is logically incoherent. There's no reason to believe the gospel message. If God wants us to believe this thing, it needs to, 1, be coherent, 2, not be full of lies, and 3, he could just show up. He literally could just show up on earth and convince people.
I mean, yeah. But that's more like, confirmation bias than anything else, though.
No, it's not confirmation bias. God showed up to Abraham. Why couldn't he show up for me?
Do you want him to?
Listen, everybody does. Listen, if God is real, everybody wants to know about it. So he's an absentee father. He doesn't give you any proof that he exists. And then if you don't believe that he exists and you don't accept him, he'll burn you for all of eternity. That's crazy.
I guess we live in 2 different worlds then.
So you don't find it crazy that an absentee father would light a child on fire for all of eternity for rejecting you, for having never demonstrated that you were actually its father?
I mean, if we're going based off the scripture, it says that hell was made for the devil and his followers. But those who reject him will also go there as well. Because if you're not with God, then you're of the devil. And
No, I
that's
know
what
what the
scripture says.
yeah, we know what the Bible says. My question is whether or not it's justified. So the fact of the matter is, until he proves himself to people, they can't believe and repent. You have to first believe and then repent, right? But if you don't believe in this sky carcass, why are we being sent to hell for something that's beyond our control? I can't force myself to believe it. I need the actual evidence.
Well, the Bible does say, search the scriptures, for in them you may find eternal life. But the thing
Well,
is, if you don't search the scriptures, or you
I
don't,
have.
seek God,
I've read the
have you?
Bible front to back multiple times, and I've got 2 degrees in biblical studies. And the more I look at this book, the worse it gets.
Do you seek knowledge or do you seek God?
Obviously, both. I was a Christian for 20 years. That's why I went to Bible college and seminary. But again, the book is demonstrably untrue. So reading the Bible won't bring you to God if you're an atheist. No atheist is reading this book front to back and saying, oh, it must be true.
Can I ask probably a personal question?
Sure.
While you was going through your, seeking God thing, did you ever experience
Let me guess,
spiritual burnout?
I didn't pray hard enough. I didn't believe the
No,
right thing. I was part of the
I'm not
wrong
gonna say that.
denomination.
No. I'm just gonna say, have you ever experienced, spiritual burnout?
No.
Or any type of burnout?
Oh, I think everyone experiences burnout. I wouldn't say that I experienced spiritual burnout.
Yeah, because I'm not gonna say oh, haha, that's your fault. You should have. No, that's rude. That's mean. I'm gonna say it's a natural process. It's not everybody's gonna feel God's presence, but at the same time, it's more like a daily thing, though. It's that's why the Bible says you have to die daily. I'm not gonna preach at you, but that's just that's just my take on it.
But now you're doing it again. You're saying that the reason why it's not true to me is because when I was a Christian, I wasn't doing it right.
I won't say that. It's just everyone's has their own personal relationship with God. I'm not going to say,
I don't think they do, because God doesn't answer prayer, right? That's the other problem with this fatherly idea is that when my child, or when any child talks to me, I talk back to them, right? But God doesn't answer prayers. He's not doing anything he said he would do. In fact, he said that if you pray anything in my name, it will be given to you. He said, don't even worry about your food. God feeds the birds, he'll feed you. Yet children are starving every day. Children are dying every day that desperately need Jesus' help, and he's out to lunch.
I would say that if you have people with money that have power to donate money to people in need, why not ask? Why not they do it? It's of course God can provide, but it's also up to the hearts of people as well.
Well, God said he would provide, and then he doesn't. And the other problem with we'll say the excuse for why Jesus doesn't feed people, it still paints them in a bad light. So, for example, in my analogy where I have 100 kids, right? If I stock the house full of food, but I put all of the food up top on top of the cupboards where only the tallest of the kids can reach. And I know for a fact, because I've done this, some of my younger kids are going to die from starvation, and I still do it anyways. Am I a good father just because I put enough food in the house?
I mean, you got food in the house, but it's up to you to feed them as well.
Oh, there you go. So it's still up to me to make sure they get fed, even though there's enough food, right? So the same with God. Is there enough food in the world to feed everybody? Maybe, who knows? Could God make sure that everybody got the food? Yeah. He rained down manna from heaven for 40 years in the desert. He could do anything he wants to. He can make sure that the kids get fed, but 3 million children a year die of starvation.
But let's say this, right? Can I add on to your hypothetical?
Yep.
What if one of your smaller children are reaching for something, but one of your taller children sees it but yet they refuse to give them the food, and you're not around. Not to say that God's not always around, but to say that, let's just say you're just watching, right? The tall child is not giving the small child any food from the top of the cabinet.
That's on me.
And
because I put the food up there. I could have put the food down here. I didn't. Right?
let's say you.
When you designed a system, you have to take responsibility for the system you designed. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
It's just, we have these expectations of what it takes to be a good parent in the real world. But when we put God in that role, he just keeps failing every time. To me, the reason why God fails the good parent test every time is not because he's evil, he doesn't exist. He's not there. We're praying to nobody.
I'd have to disagree, but that's fine. That's fine if you hold that belief.
I mean, what would compel someone like me to believe that this God is real?
I don't have any tangible proof. Like I just can't rip a piece of heaven out of the sky and show it to you.
Sure, but what I'm saying is, like, from my point of view, right? I'm probably classified as what's the word I'm looking for? An unresisting unbeliever, meaning I'm not like resisting the evidence of God. Like if God's real, I want to know about it, right? So like I don't know why God allows billions of people to be non-resistant unbelievers when he knows exactly what it would take to convince everybody.
I mean, yeah, but why believe if you already know?
Why I don't know. That's what I'm saying.
That's the mystery.
Well, it's not a mystery. I mean, I understand that it's a difficult question in which you might not have an answer for, right? But I think my answer for the question fixes it, which is it's not a mystery. The God just isn't real. That's why he doesn't answer prayer. That's why he lets children starve. That's why we have diseases. That's why, even though the Bible says be fruitful and multiply, the vast majority of inseminations, is that the word for it? The vast majority of inseminations throughout history never made it to birth. I mean, it just doesn't it make much more sense that there's nobody there than that he's hopelessly contradictory and evil?
I don't know. That's like a tough question to answer.
It's a tough question. Listen, Basic, you've been really nice. We had some guests that came up before you that were like kind of shitheads, so I gave them a hard time. But thanks for being nice. And I just think about some of these concepts because, like, listen, the answer to most of the problems with Christianity is that God isn't real. Think about all the problems you have with the doctrines of Christianity, and they're all solved by God's not real. But come back sometime and chat with us again, okay?
Wait, can I have one more thing to say?
Sure.
Play Sonic Heroes for the Nintendo GameCube.
All right. I don't have a GameCube, but I'll definitely play some Sonic. I do love me some Sonic. All right. He was a nice guest. I think we really needed a good palate cleanser after that one. So
amazing.
Let's grab a couple of super chats and we'll get the next guest in here. Jacob says, as a Jacob who was raised Mormon, this guy stinks. Makes me want to change my name. Also, the Sermon on the Mount is in the Book of Mormon too. Oh, fuck, I didn't know that. Guys, I gotta read this Book of Mormon. I'm so sorry. I got so many other tasks on my plate that I haven't done it yet, but I gotta read this fucking Book of Mormon. It's wild. It's a wild read. We didn't get around to 2nd Nephi chapter 5, where God turns full racist. But next time we get a Mormon, we'll definitely do that. Kenneth, good to see you, my friend. Says Jacob's so dishonest instead of confronting his book. I know he's dishonest and cowardly. Rather than looking at the book and saying, "Oh, yeah, this is a problem," they go right into excuseology mode. And sometimes they watch the tape back and they recognize that they did stupid stuff, and sometimes not. It's hard to know how they'll react to it. Reverend Nate, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says Cain, being a Sasquatch, makes his election in Knox County all the more impressive. Too bad he worships the Pumpkin King. That's a wrestling politics reference, Justin. And I got to be honest, I don't know any of those things. I stopped when my son was born. I stopped doing politics. I used to be like, the way I argue for the Bible now is the way I used to argue politics back in the day. But when I became a father, I just ran out of time. I was like, I can't keep. Something has to go. And the thing that went was politics. I stopped keeping up with politics. So unfortunately, all the new political talking points, some of them are going to go right over my head because I'm in a different, I got different responsibilities I have to worry about. Also, lock up Dr. Schism. No, he's not Dr. Schism. He's Dr. Blitz, and he's delightful. The Greater Fool Band, thank you for the $20 super chat, says, hearing the way probably otherwise decent human beings will twist and bend to defend what is undeniably horrible genuinely makes me so sad. It makes me sad, and I gotta be honest, like, it still surprises me sometimes. When I first got online, it really surprised me at the beginning of my debate journey, but now I've heard it so much that, like, I'm not really shocked by these things anymore, only a little bit. Ox the Rhino, thank you so much for the $50 super chat. Big W says, blessings, Justin. I couldn't find the memberships to donate, so please accept this super to bless another soul to find their way through this deplorable state of religion. Well, thank you, Ox the Rhino. I really appreciate that. That is huge. And we're going to do all we can. In 2026, I'm doing everything I can to expand my reach and to empower others to do so as well. Simeon, good to see you, friend. It says, you said you're reading through the Quran right now. I was wondering, which version were you using? I want to get an academic copy for my growing shelf. The Study Quran by Saeed Hossein Nassar seems okay. It is. I actually don't like my translation. My translation is definitely more in the vein of apologetic. Like, it tries to whitewash some of the more difficult parts. But mine, I thought, was published by Oxford. Let me see. But I don't think Oxford did the translation. Yeah, it's published by Oxford. And it's translated by M.A.S. Abdel Halim. I think this is the standard Oxford edition, though. Nevertheless, it's not the best translation, but I'll say this. It's a really easy to read translation. I've had other translations of the Quran that's a little bit difficult. This one's really easy. But for sure. No More BS says, fourth monitor for Twitch stream. I actually did finally fix my monitor configuration for today. So I've actually got a little bit of space left. I could add one more thing to my screen setup finally. So we're getting there. I'll see if we can handle adding in a stream to Twitch and start streaming back to Facebook like we used to when we first started. But it'll depend on how my internet is capable of keeping up with the demand. We'll have to wait and see. But my PC is perfectly capable. I still got my CPU is at 35%. And I've got like 150 gigabytes of RAM left over. So I should have plenty of power for that. Randy, thank you so much for the 20 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. I really appreciate that, my friend. That is humongous. 20 more people with the cheat sheet. Thank you so much. And Mike, thank you for the $50 super chat. That's huge. Says, Happy New Year, Justin. This color is so obtuse. Perennial post. I know, right? A lot of them are. Thank goodness we had a palate cleanser between Jacob and the goof that was after Jacob, and the guy that last guy we just talked to was actually nice, you know. So Herb says, reminder, if anyone is interested, Sarah/Leaving Faith is on the line. Chewed gum tomorrow. How the fuck did I not know that? I was hoping they would pick her up and get her on the line on Chewed Gum, but they never told me they were picking her up. That's amazing news. Thank you so much for letting me know. I had no idea. I'm gonna have to give Sarah a hard time for not letting me know, because that's awesome. That's gonna be Thursday, right? Because Wednesday, I'm trying to think, is it Tuesday or Wednesday? Oh, tomorrow, Tuesday. Okay, so tomorrow, yeah, because Transatlantic is on Thursday. Okay. Dr. Joe says, guess has a priapism for Sodom and Gomorrah. Well, Dr. Joe, now I got to look up that word because that's not a word that I am familiar with. Hope you're doing well, Dr. Joe. It's a persistent and painful. Oh, yep. He's got and he's erect for Sodom and Gomorrah. That is the case, actually. Some people really love talking about that story, and I don't fully understand why. You know what I mean? All right, I'm going to grab just 2 more super chats, and we're going to get Dr. DXROS Josh in here. It's not Cogman. No, it's Cogman says, next Mormon, bring up hell. Mormons, I do know about Mormon hell. God sent 1/3 of his spirit children to outer darkness for disagreeing with him. The sin of Satan in Mormon lore was proposing everyone goes to heaven. I do need to brush up on some of the Mormon lore, but really what I need to do is just read through the Book of Mormon in a good swoop and get a better knowledge of it. But we're definitely gonna get to it. Lockfury, my friend, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, gotta love how God and some bad dudes from the 40s have so much in common. Yeah. Like if you compare like your mental image of what a bad father looks like, isn't it just weird that it perfectly maps onto the biblical God? What a weird thing. All right, let's get DX in here. Or I assume their name is Josh. Welcome in, Josh.
Hi.
Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
35, unfortunately. Getting older every day.
It happens. Yeah, do you believe in God still?
Yeah, no. I just wanted to come on and say I'm a really big fan. I love all your content. Yeah, keep doing what you're doing because it's amazing. I just was speaking to a Christian today, actually, and we're discussing the Bible, and I brought up Exodus 21. They were making the argument that the slavery was transactional. And
okay, so let's cover that real quick. Yeah, that's a super easy one to take care of. If my browser unfreezes, I'll put the verse back on the screen. This is strictly a problem with the Opera web browser. I'm gonna have to stop using this web browser. It just freezes up from time to time. Let me just.
It was honestly heartbreaking to hear him defend slavery in his own way, and it was just, honestly disgusting.
It's hard, and you know what? The first time I was watching it happen, someone defending slavery, it was a little bit difficult to swallow. I'm pretty used to it now because we see it so often. But anyways, I reloaded my browser here real quick. I'm just gonna go ahead and set it on OBS to the right window, and then we're good to go. Dun, 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 dun. Where is it? There we go. All right. So in Exodus 21, we've got 2 classifications of slaves, and they both appear to be Hebrew. All the slaves in Exodus 21 appear to be of Hebrew origin. But the first classification, oh, now it's frozen again. Well, fuck me. Well, let me just do this then. I'm just going to open up a Safari window, and we'll do it in Safari. Oh, there you go. It loaded.
How's your day been anyway?
You know what? It's not too bad. I can't complain.
Yeah,
but
that's it.
You know, it is what it is. Let me close out this web browser that's not working and just use Safari. Maybe I've got too many windows open for this. Exodus 21 NRSVUE, and then we'll open it up here. And I just got to tell Opera. Tell OBS that it's a different window now. Let's see, where is the window? Safari. There we go. All right. And then we'll just zoom in on that so everyone can read the text. So many ads now on Bible Gateway. I've got to get it. I'm going to start using a piece of software for this rather than the internet. Okay, so it says, when you buy a male Hebrew slave, he is a servant for 6 years, but in the 7th year, he goes out free without debt. And that's fine. This is basically indentured servitude. Now, the next classification is the women, though. It says, when a man sells his daughter as a slave, she shall not go out as the male slaves do. Okay, the daughter didn't agree to this. Her parents are selling her as a slave. Children don't agree to be slaves. That's preposterous. So that certainly isn't a willing slave. The other is this. The man who comes in as a slave, even if it is under an indentured servitude, says, if his master gives him a wife and she bears him sons or daughters, the wife and her children shall be her masters, and he shall go out alone. So those are not willing slaves either. These are women and children who become permanent property of the master. This is not something they agreed to. The child born into slavery never agrees to slavery. They're just born into it. Yeah.
Interesting.
So,
yeah, no, thank you so much. That does help out quite a bit. It's really, really disgusting again, though, just to hear people defend even male slaves and stuff. Like, it really took me aback.
It's shocking when you're new at this and you hear the vile stuff that people say. It is shocking, but eventually, unfortunately, you get used to it.
Yeah. But anyway, continue doing what you're doing, man. Again, I'm a big fan. Loving the live, and yeah, have a good day.
Hey, thanks. I appreciate that. W.
No worries, man. See you later.
Well, it's glad to hear somebody else who is engaging in the community, debating people. I feel like we can always use more of them. You know what I mean? I feel like we never get enough people doing the work. But while I'm waiting for the next guest to load up, let me double check the schedule at the line, because I want to see if they do have her on the schedule for tomorrow, guys. Oh, that's fucking exciting. Okay, boom. We were on, I think 2 or 3 weeks ago on a Saturday, and I was like, I really hope they pick her up, and it looks like they were impressed, so they're picking her up, so I love it. Anyway, listen. The guest box is currently empty. It's Monday. That happens sometimes on a Monday. I'm going to catch up on some super chats. While I'm doing that, friends, if you want to talk about God being a good or a bad father, and you think God is a good father, get in the guest box and let us know. As we saw with our last guest, if you come in here and you're being nice and polite, I won't eat you alive. If you come in and you talk over me and you start to lie to my face and cope heavily, I might eat you up a little bit. We'll see. Pickle Shark says, I hear your arguments against biblical inerrantists a lot. How do you approach Christians who only see it as the inspired word? So this is very good. So this was one of the reasons why at some point in my Christian journey, I was somewhat convinced that the Bible should be inerrant, which is that if the Bible is not inerrant, right, we don't really know then what part of it we can trust and what part of it we couldn't trust, right? So if we're going to admit, like, listen, the Bible's not really all true and everything it says, it's got errors here and there. Well, what that means is we can't pick up this book with confidence and read it and say, well, here's what it says and here's what it means and here's what God said, because we don't fucking know. Plus, it's also clear that Jesus seemed to understand the Hebrew Bible as being divinely inspired and probably perfect. He says that man should not live on bread alone, but on every word that proceeds from the mouth of God. Whatever he thinks that is, he thinks that you should live your life on it, which if it's not true, I don't think Jesus would tell you to live your life on something that wasn't true. You know what I mean? So I think there's a couple reasons to come to the conclusion that biblical inerrancy is a good thing to believe in if you're a Christian. But if you're a Catholic, I can see why you wouldn't want to believe that, because you've read the book, you spent 1,500 years or more with it, and you're like, well, it's not fucking perfect, right? So yeah, what I would do, and I've done this quite a bit, is when I get people who don't believe that the Bible is perfect, but the argument depends on it, then I'd walk them down the line of, okay, well, what's your measuring stick of determining which parts are trustworthy and which ones are not? And if we don't have a way of knowing which parts are trustworthy, then I'm not inclined to believe anything in this book. It's now useless to me. It's a book of lies. Also, follow up says, this kind of guy, we maybe should not convince that his God approves of genocide. Oh, man. No, you're not entirely wrong, actually. There's some people that once they realize God's pro-genocide, they might be inclined to do the same. Atheist Gamer, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, I don't know why you stopped muting so much, but please do. Talking over hurts my brain, and love you, buddy. Yeah, I used to mute rather than yelling at people or talking over them, and I'm a little bit divided. So I kind of, it's kind of an optics thing. So when somebody is in your live stream and they get muted, they will cry endlessly about it. And then people are like, well, he just mutes you. He won't let you talk, right? So I think what happens, rather than muting people, if I just allow them to blather on in the background, crashing out, while it's hard to listen to, I think it demonstrates a valuable point, which is that there's a lot of people that aren't interested in actual dialogue. They want to get on your platform, flap their lips, not have genuine question and answer, not have genuine dialogue, and then they want to crash out when you call them out for it. So that's kind of why I'm changing a little bit from muting to just letting them crash out while I talk louder than them. But we'll see. Maybe that's not the right thing to do. Heathen Reason, thank you for the super chat. It says P.O. Box. I'm happy to hear that. I'm a glazer by trade. Glazier? Glazier? What's that? Hold on. What's a glazer? It's a skilled tradesperson who cuts and installs and repairs and removes glass. Okay, I gotcha. Okay, so he says, I'm a glazer by trade. As a thank you for the cheat sheet, I made you a glass display case for Doug. Holy fuck, I love it. Well, Heathen Reason, I appreciate that. I will definitely get my P.O. Box linked up to my link tree this week when I have it. I did finally put together a public calendar that is now in my link tree, so you can see when I'm going live and where. It's not perfect. I got a couple things that I need to take care of, but we'll definitely get that. And 666 stand for you. Thank you so much for the super chat. It says you're on fire tonight, Justin. Don't catch the live much because of the time difference, but excellent to have the chance to drop you some support. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. And it's the support from viewers like you that make the channel happen. Last super chat from now, and we're going to get booming here. Joey Portland, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says Israelites rejecting Jesus weren't rejecting God. He didn't fulfill Old Testament messianic prophecy. Accepting him meant rejecting their scriptures. Hellfire for obedience? That's serial unaliver status. It is. In fact, they were doing what God told them to do, which is hold fast to the covenant, hold fast to my words, hold fast to my law, and no other name shall be worshipped. Jesus is not Yahweh. You should not be worshiping the name of Jesus. So when the Bible says that every knee shall bow and worship the name of Jesus, that's heresy. Isaiah says that every knee will bow to Yahweh, not Jesus. It's a different name. All right, let's get Boom into the conversation. Boom, welcome in. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God? Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. When I clicked on the unmute button, for some reason, it didn't unmute. Are you at least 18?
Hello?
And do you believe in God? Mm-hmm.
Yes, I'm 18, and I do not believe in God, but I wanted to kind of do a thought experiment with you. That's fine.
Well, we could, but before you do that, you got to connect to some Wi-Fi because your connection is lagging so bad that it's making aberrant noises.
Is it better now?
No.
No.
If you're on Wi-Fi,
Says I got
maybe you should.
5G.
Yeah, well,
No,
sometimes
I'm out on the road right now.
Probably why.
But it says I got full bars and 5G, but that's totally fine, man.
You
I just thought I'd
recycle
give it a shot.
recycle your browser and see if it fixes it. We'll see. When I eat, can you guys hear it? I'm curious how good my mic filtering is. Okay. Welcome back.
Yeah. So
Oh, there it is.
I'm kind of like on the other side. I'm kind of on the other side of the debate.
I'm sorry.
With some family, which is never good.
I gotta stop you. There's a bullfrog in your connection. I apologize. We can't really hear what you're saying.
Okay.
But when you get some free time and like a Wi-Fi connection, come back, okay?
Awesome. Appreciate it. Thank you, Justin.
Cheers. That's unfortunate. Yeah, the compressor is doing its job. Also, I saw Sarah in the chat. Sarah, how come you didn't tell me tomorrow you're going to be on Chewed Gum? I literally cannot wait to watch. I was going to go to a coffee shop tomorrow and do some writing on the book, but I might have to do that in the morning so I can watch you go live on the line. Also, Night Owl, thank you for sending out 5 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I really, really appreciate that. And Megan, thank you for sending out the 20 NZ, I think it's New Zealand dollars, says, why don't you get it yet? They don't care about women, I know, and can't understand why you do. Some guy on Reddit said God gave men organs to make life. Women don't, so why should they care if they have any? That's fucking crazy. I don't know if you guys know this, but women are the ones making life out there. Like, they're the ones. In fact, yeah, that's fucking crazy. But to be fair, if you're part of one of these Bronze Age religions, I can see why you would come to the conclusion that women don't matter, because the gods that were invented by these men reflected the thoughts of men, which is that women were subservient to men, and it's disgusting. Steaming Hot Take, amazing name. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Says new topic. Okay. How about equating heaven to the hive mind from pluribus? No new ideas or thoughts. Your thinking and behavior is prescribed. You think you're free, but you really aren't. Hell seems preferable. Kaya Kaha from New Zealand. Well, this is interesting. I don't know much about pluribus. Now I have to look it up. Okay. So we should do a heaven topic. I like the way Sarah does it. So Sarah does a heaven topic where her prompt is just heaven doesn't make sense. Kind of similar to hell doesn't make sense. We do that topic. We could definitely do a heaven doesn't make sense topic, and we could cover a lot of ground with it. Heaven is a ridiculous concept. Especially because it seems to be that heaven is here, like on the earth. Preposterous. I mean, according to the Bible, Christians think it's in a magical kingdom far away, but that's not what the Bible said. The Bible don't say that. The Bible says it's fucking right here. Guitar Karma, thank you for the super chat, my friend, says the prophecy was fulfilled. The Browns beat the Steelers as was foretold. I mean, they didn't go undefeated, didn't win the literal Super Bowl, but they fulfilled the dual meaning spiritually. And for those who don't know what's happening right now, Guitar Karma must be a longtime listener, because I've made this joke often about dual prophecies or partial prophecies, because Christians hold this idea that Jesus could fulfill partial prophecies or fulfill them spiritually, right? So listen, if I predict that the Browns are going to go undefeated, beat the Steelers, go to the Super Bowl and win, and then the only thing that happens is that they beat the Steelers, is it still fulfilled? Because beating the Steelers is like spiritually winning the Super Bowl. It feels like you're winning the Super Bowl because there are nemesis. No, you wouldn't accept that. So this idea that Jesus kind of vaguely fulfilled a prophecy, if you ignore the actual context of it, that doesn't count either. Like, you can't apply it to Jesus and then never accept it anywhere else. That's preposterous. And Lockfurry, thank you for the $10 super chat, says this dude just asked if a Jewish girl accepted Jesus as a savior. God sent their geniuses today. I know. And you might be wondering or asking yourself, did God send his best? And unfortunately, when it comes to Christianity, this is kind of the best they have. I read the apologetics. I know the scholars. I know the history. They don't have anything to offer. If they did, fuck, maybe I'd still be a Christian, you know? Floss Cal, thank you for the 666, my friend. Says Big W for the kitty cam. Rock hard for Doug. Yeah, you know what? The kittens are the best. They're fucking adorable. They're somewhere else right now. I guess they ended their nap and now they're out somewhere wrestling around somewhere probably in the hallway outside the room. Okay, last super chat. We'll get our next guest in here. Io, Astronova, my friend. Good to see you. Thank you for the $25 super chat. It says the red letters. Do Christians actually think these are direct quotes from Jesus? They do. Do they not realize it's hearsay? It is. They don't realize that. Why do you think Christians don't question that we have zero writings or quotes from Jesus? So not only that, but it gets worse because not only is it hearsay, but we've got like private conversations written there. Like the conversations between like Jesus and Pilate, the conversations of Jesus's private prayers. The prayer in the Garden of Gethsemane, who the fuck was there writing it down? Nobody was. It's preposterous to think that the night Jesus was betrayed and killed, he's out praying in the garden alone. And then they capture him and take him and kill him. And then later somebody writes down that supposed prayer. It's fucking preposterous. It's ridiculous. Also, I'm out of flavored water. I apologize. I'm gonna, before I bring Breezy in here, because Breezy is gonna Breezy's gonna be Breezy. I'm gonna get another drink. I'll be right back in just a moment, and we'll get our old friend Breezy back in here, and I assume it'll go just as well as it always does with Breezy. All right, I think we're ready to rock and roll here. Why did my screen just change? Oop, what just happened here? Give me a second. All right. Bring in Breezy. Talked to Breezy a couple, maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago now. Should be exciting.
Hey, how you doing?
Yeah, welcome back, Breezy.
Thank you.
So, Breezy, the claim tonight is that Jesus slash Yahweh, one or the other, it's hard to keep track, is this a bad father? Do you agree or disagree?
Oh, I wholeheartedly disagree.
Okay.
Wholeheartedly.
Fantastic. Now, what are the hallmarks of a good father?
Well, we can use examples of an earthly father.
Sure.
Would you take that as evidence? How we expect an earthly father?
Indeed, I would. So, what are the markers of a good earthly father?
Yeah, caring, a leader.
What does caring mean?
Caring means even when you mess up, they still care about your well-being and will give you
Your
another chance.
well-being. Okay, so like if
They care
you
about.
if you do something that they don't want you to, they won't punish you for all of eternity over it.
Well, I mean, you still get punished, even our earthly father. I'm just answering your question. You said what's a good hallmark? I'm saying one of those characteristics being caring. So we can
Right,
mess
but
up here on earth and our
you
father
just
still punishes us.
you just breezed past my question, right? So if my child does something that I told him not to, is it justified to punish him forever for that one sin?
Well, I will say real quickly, and you can search this up. This is just my belief. Not
Breezy
all
never answers
Christians.
questions. This is why no one likes talking
No,
to you,
no, no, no,
Breezy.
because you're saying forever. Not all Christians believe that you're burning forever. We
Okay,
don't.
so are
Not.
you an annihilationist?
Well, there's verses that talk about death.
So are you
And
an
God forgive me.
annihilationist?
Sorry for that language. Sorry. No,
Are
we
you an annihilationist?
look. I believe there's a pun.
He can't say
There
yes or no. It's crazy that he can't say yes or no.
because it's
I'm just
both.
asking
It's
you what
not
you
just
believe.
one. That's what
You
I'm
either
saying. It's
do
not
or
just
you don't
one.
believe in annihilationism. Which one is it?
Yeah, at a certain point, yes, but not that you just
Okay, so
die and
you
get
do believe
annihilated.
in annihilationism. Congratulations, you finally figured out the answer to the question. Okay, so I don't care if you're on fire for eternity or if you're on fire for 30 seconds. Is it ever justified to light a child on fire?
Light a child on earth on fire? No, of course
Yeah.
not. I don't.
Why
I
not?
don't think there's any. I can't think of any example where we would light a child on fire.
But why is it bad?
Well, assuming that child, when you say child, assuming that child is innocent, it's bad burning anybody who's innocent
Well,
and
if you
hasn't
were
done any
listening
wrong
to
to
my
you.
analogy, the child's not innocent.
The
Breezy,
child,
again,
you
this is
didn't
why
just
people
say
don't
that
like
just
talking to
now.
you, because you don't pay attention to the words leaving our mouths. So in the analogy I gave you, I said my child was disobedient. They're not innocent. Would I be justified in lighting them on fire?
Oh, if your child is disobedient? Well, how
Yeah.
disobedient? I mean, you're giving vague example, just disobedience, being very vague.
He's a liar.
He's a liar? No, I don't think so.
Okay.
No.
Now, if my only sin, if I die as a non-Christian, and my only sin is that I'm a lying liar, should I be lit on fire?
Should you? Well, I'm not God, so that's for
Well,
God to
I'm asking
determine.
you, should I be lit on fire?
Well, my personal opinion doesn't matter because you're
Well, it
not. You're
does. I'm
leaving
asking for your
earthly.
personal opinion here. And again, Breezy, if you don't engage in the dialogue, I'll cut you. I'm not wasting everyone's time doing
But
a
I'm. But I'm saying,
half hour
dude.
dialogue of you just dodging questions.
Okay, I'm gonna answer, but I'm saying I can answer earthly examples though. I mean, I'm being fair with you. I don't. You say you're gonna cut me off. You're
You're not
asking
being
me to
fair.
answer.
I'm just asking for an answer.
I'm saying I'm not at the capacity to answer that.
Okay, so you don't have an answer, which means you don't know.
I'm saying on earth, I can only
So
talk for
just to be
on earth.
clear, Breezy doesn't know if it's justified to light somebody on fire for only being a liar.
Yeah, I'm not God. I can't. When you're talking about when we pass, how he judges you, that's him. I can't determine that.
Yeah, I know you can't. That's why you have no response. So that's why on earth, we would call that father bad, right? If a father lit his child on fire for being a lying liar, we would say that that child is bad, right?
On our
I'm
earthly
sorry, the
realm,
father was
yes.
bad. Okay. Now,
We're
at the
talking.
beginning of this dialogue, you said that we can determine if God is good or bad based on using our own human reality. Like we can compare our human reality with God's reality
No,
and
I said I
see.
could give a
So what that
hallmark
means
based off
is,
earthly
so what that means
examples. That's
is our
how I
earthly
responded.
example you said would be evil, but when I put God into the equation, now you don't know.
I was saying I was responding to what a hallmark, a good hallmark that will represent a good father would be using earthly
So
examples.
is overreacting when you punish a child a hallmark or a good or bad father?
If it is actually overreacting, yeah, but I
That's
don't
what
I
I
don't think
said.
God is overreacting though. I mean,
I didn't
that's your
ask if it
opinion.
was. Try this again. Is it a hallmark of good or bad behavior when you overreact while punishing your children?
Yeah, if you overreact punishing your children, of course, that's not good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, if somebody commits one crime, is it proportional punishment to light them on fire?
We're talking on earth? No, I don't think so.
Okay,
Depends
that means
depending on the crime.
your argument fails because you just said we can determine whether or not God is a good father by comparing him to an earthly good father.
I said depending on the crime.
When I compare God to an earthly father, all of a sudden it's different. So this
I
is
did
special
include
pleading.
depending on the crime.
Breezy, how many of these live streams do you go on? Like,
Dude, I don't go on many.
But I see you get up on all these live streams and just get dunked on all the time. Why do you do this to
I
yourself?
really don't.
Like,
I
because you're
really
probably
don't.
a normal person in real life. Why do you do this to yourself?
Bro, the last time I was on a live was probably a week or two ago.
I've seen you
I
get
felt
dunked
con-
on
I
by
felt
Joel, by
I
Mezzo, by
felt
literally
convicted not to
everybody.
do it anymore.
Who said not to do it anymore?
I felt conviction not to do it anymore. So it's been like a couple weeks since I've been on my last live.
You mean you had to like heal your burn marks for a week before you try again?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, listen,
No, all I'm
you know,
so
Breezy,
what
these appearances could go a lot easier if you just answered questions rather than being evasive, right?
no, I'm answering. You threatened to cut me though, so I'm
I
trying to
didn't threaten
tread
to cut
slow
you.
with my words. You did. You said if you don't engage, I'm gonna cut you. And I
Oh, you
thought
mean
I
at the
was
beginning of
engaging.
our conversation? Yeah, you're right. Yep, you're right.
So my question is, what is there anything that will, like, if I can ask a question, that will make you believe? Is there any evidence that will make you believe in the Bible that God of the
Not in the Bible,
Bible
no.
is there any evidence you would need for Bible aside that a God exists?
Oh yeah, I could
Like,
definitely be persuaded to believe in a God, but the Bible God is completely fiction. There's no rescuing that God.
if I may ask real quick, not to try to go on a tangent, but like, what evidence would you need to be agnostics or have that kind of view instead of atheists?
Agnostic on God or the Bible God?
Just on God in general.
I mean, I would just need evidence. I would need some evidence that would point in that direction, or I would need even an argument where the only logical conclusion could be that God existed. But I've got neither.
Don't you think when you see like, but you would agree you don't understand the universe fully. None of us do.
And neither do you. Not knowing
Yeah.
everything about the universe has nothing to do on whether or not
Can you hear
something
me?
does or doesn't exist. So if I said, listen, I don't know everything in the universe, but I do know that there's a unicorn made of lead, and that unicorn also takes up zero space. Am I telling you something that's possibly true, or is it definitely a lie?
But I'm saying, don't you think where we see everything we observe?
Breezy, you did it again. I asked you a question and then you evaded it. Do you want to answer the question?
Yeah, do you mind repeating the question?
That's all right. If I told you that I have a unicorn and my
Right.
unicorn is made of lead, and then I told you my unicorn has no mass, it doesn't take up any space and has no density to it, am I telling you something that's true or not true?
Oh, I would think that's totally untrue.
Exactly, because you can't be made of lead and then take up no mass or density, right? Those are incompatible things. It's impossible, right? So you don't need to know all the mysteries of the universe to know that what I told you is untrue. The same way with the Bible God, when I look at the description of the Bible God and it entails logical and physical contradictions, I don't need to know all the mysteries of the universe to know that that God isn't real.
Okay. I mean, because you say you once were a believer, I probably have to watch your YouTube if you broke that down, your deconstruction on there.
Mhm.
I guess I'm just trying to see, like, I know you're not going to answer that on here on TikTok, why you left the faith
I have a whole
exactly.
video on it. My first video on the channel ever, I give an overview of why I went from seminary to the cemetery.
Okay. And you were a preacher.
Yeah.
Like a Sunday school preacher.
I was a literal reverend.
Wow. Yeah, that I mean, that's deep. If you're like involved in the church and you're teaching and then you leave the faith.
But I spent like $50,000 on higher education, on Bible college and seminary. I was deep in it, man.
Wow. All right. Well, I mean, I guess it's like, I know this isn't really an argument, but we see the evil, just in this world. Some horrific things, I just think, has some demonic spirits behind it. I just don't think people could be that evil. Where we hear about certain cases, these islands, pedophilia, and all that.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but maybe give it some support. Like, so what you're saying right now is, I feel like this type of evil must come from something that's non-human, because humans couldn't be that bad. But what would be the reason to believe that? Because my personal belief is that humans are that bad.
Right.
Because we see it in animals, right? Animals are fucking vicious to each other, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So if we're animals, we would expect that our species has some comparable level of viciousness.
Right. I guess, like, to the original point I was going to get to before just the evil, it's like, I don't know. I guess some people see it. It's like when we see the stars, the galaxy, everything, and it's like, I don't know if you believe the universe was infinite.
I personally do. I think the universe is infinite. I don't think there was ever a beginning to it, and I don't think there's a boundary to it.
Right. So would you look at the universe as a creator, having the capability to create?
I don't think so. If the universe always existed, then it was never created.
So how we spawned here, like, what would your guess be to that? Like, how humans got here, how we were created, the first humans.
Well, the first humans evolved, right? So there's a whole lineage, even just within our family tree of common ancestors, a line of them. Right. That's why, like, we can look back at our DNA, and there's so much evidence in our DNA that we evolved from a common ancestor with the ape family. And for example,
don't we share I'm sorry to cut you off. I could be wrong, but don't we share DNA with a lot of other animals?
We share DNA with like everything. Fucking, we share DNA with frogs and bananas, right? Because everything evolved from a common ancestor, everything, right? Which means anything on the earth that is alive, that has DNA, we're going to find crossover between that and us, because we, at one point, that was an ancestor of us. And our DNA looks exactly like what you would expect if, in fact, we all came from a common ancestor, and it was 3 billion years of copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste. In fact, give me a second. I actually I set up a whiteboard because Dalton got me so jealous that his worked so well that I finally got mine working properly. So the way that the DNA, there's two things in our DNA that I think are really powerful. So the first thing is, we've got this thing called endogenous retroviruses, and let's take a DNA snippet. We'll just say this is the DNA snippet. Well, we can tell, like, on these DNA snippets, sometimes they've become like damaged, and we'll see a section in here that's foreign. that it comes
Right.
from outside of the human genome, right? This is called an endogenous retrovirus. It's when DNA from outside of your body finds its way into your reproductive genome and then it gets passed down. Well, humans have hundreds and hundreds of endogenous retroviruses in which all human beings have. We all have them. It's in everybody. And we've even tested by causing them. Like we've given animals ERVs on purpose so that we can study them. So we know how to identify them. And then what we also discover is we have like almost 200 of these ERVs that we share with the great ape family. Not only do we share it with them, but it doesn't show up in the animal kingdom anywhere else. It's only between great apes and humans, which means there is some percentage of these retroviruses that only show up in our particular section of the animal kingdom, because once upon a time we had a common ancestor that gave rise to our whole classification of animal, and that's why we see them only between us, but not between anybody else. And the other thing too that's really interesting with the DNA, and I learned this, this is recent. I'm just now trying to learn a little bit more about biology because unfortunately I was kind of like biology deficient growing up because I studied electricity. I was obsessed with electricity. So that's what I went to school for initially. So when it comes to the DNA, we're going to use X's and O's like we're drawing a football play, but we're going to X O's and just say that this sequence of X's and O's is a DNA sequence, right? Well, as we copy this DNA, what happens is it might get mutated. This might turn into like a Y, and then X O O X X 0 X, and then it gets copied again, and maybe the next time, we've got just a slight deviation where we've got there we go. We'll do a Y and then an X and then an O and then we'll say like a broken O, X. So as it copies, like shit just breaks, right? Because it doesn't always copy perfectly. We find errors as it copies, and this is exactly what we would expect. Now, as our DNA sequences get copied and we start engaging errors, what happens is the function, let's say, for example, that this DNA sequence used to code for a particular protein. We'll call it protein A for now. Well, it turns out that this broken sequence almost completes the sequence we need to code for protein A, but the last step of it now breaks. We find this type of stuff happening. We've got thousands and thousands of these types of DNA sequences that no longer work in human beings, but the nearly identical same sequence still works in one of our ancestors. And that's exactly what we would expect. If as we have children, we have tiny, tiny changes to our DNA. And what that means is that sometimes our DNA that performed a function can no longer perform that function. They're called pseudogenes. Yeah. And so we've got like 70% of our DNA is no longer doing what it was originally doing. It's just broken. It almost codes for what you need it to code for, but it no longer codes for it. So what a weird thing you would expect in theism, that a vast majority of our DNA would be broken and non-functional. And then in not atheism, but in evolution, this is exactly what we would expect. We would expect that since our code has been copied billions of times, billions and billions and billions of times, that we should have a mountain of code that's just no longer functional. That's exactly what we would expect.
Yeah, because I'm not real quick. I've researched on evolution too much and can't argue against it. Well, I guess there were some arguments. I don't know if you've heard a compelling argument against why evolution couldn't have been the start of us. If you ever heard from researchers, scholars argue against it, what their views are. I guess it will be more focused on, okay, how did it begin? And because the evidence you just brought up, it makes sense to me how it's like, you know, a domino effect. But I guess like how it started would be my question.
So
Or like
there are
what
some
they're
convincing
discovering on
books.
that.
So I would say that it's old now. It's an old reference, but the first book I read on the subject when I was still a Christian that I found actually to be good was called A Skeptic's Search for God. But his second book, Ralph Muncaster wrote them. His second book was called Dismantling Evolution. And Ralph Muncaster did a decent job in that book of saying, hey, listen, in terms of the evolutionary process, there's a couple things we don't have explanations for, right? And so, but
Right.
unfortunately, his argument, right, is that since we don't have explanations for them, it must be from God. Well, I don't find that to be a plausible way to solve the problem, right? If there's something we don't know, like homochirality, right? If there's something we don't fully know how we got from step A to step B, but just plugging God into that is not an honest answer to it.
Yeah. No, I hear you. I guess it will be, and it's like, it's not, it's more emotion based where get the argument like you just see the wonders in this world, the oceans, just, I know everything's doesn't work perfectly, obviously, but just us as humans, our eyes, I think I saw a video someone was talking about the eyes, just how, you know, the evolution for that alone. And just the wonders, you know, we think like, why would you be against a God who created, who maybe even started an evolution process, but who's ultimately the beginning of this, the uncaused cause. And
So-
again, I know that's more emotion based and not an argument, a factual argument. But
so there is an organization that you might be interested in called BioLogos. BioLogos is an apologetics organization, but they embrace science. So most of them believe in evolution, but they also kind of mix in their Christian views with it, right? So that would be a decent resource for you. Now, I don't find the arguments to be compelling because, like, say, for example, that evolution is true and you believe in theistic guided evolution. Well, it's weird to me that we have a God in the Bible that's all loving, that doesn't want animal carnage. Like if you read Isaiah chapter 11 and you read Micah chapter 4 and Isaiah chapter 2, we get this picture of like, hey, we're going to have this world peace eventually, and the animals won't even eat each other anymore. This says the wolf will lie down with the lamb, the child will play over the hole of the asp. So we have this idea that like at one time, finally we'll have it where none of the animals eat each other. So God's preferred setup is no carnage, right? So the idea that the Bible God would then use evolution, the most carnage-based form of getting to where we're at now, it seems incompatible, you know?
Right. And before, because I like to hear the doctor says it before I go. But also I was going to add to that where they talk about some animal, and I'd like to hear what you, because you've been explaining this like perfectly well. Like I could track, it makes perfect sense. But the other argument they would add was how some animals came to be, or insects, like, and I think they tied in evolution, not the platypus, but like certain animals who it looks like they didn't adapt. I'm butchering it, but it's like, you know, talk about millions of years of evolution, and we see certain animals today. They're like penguins and other. It was a thing about penguins and all these other animals, like, you know, where are they in the evolution process, and so on.
So I know what you're talking about. So there are some animals
that
it seems like they haven't evolved as much, right? It seems like they've been stuck in one position. A classic example of this is like some of the crabs. You know, the crab evolution seems like it's been painfully slow. Same with like the horseshoe crab and a couple other. There's another one I can't think of that has blue blood. Anyways,
things like horseshoe crabs have blue blood, but Sorry, go ahead. I was gonna answer his question, but you finish your statement.
Well, what I'm saying is, I think evolution is not linear. Like every
Right.
section of the animal verse is going to evolve at a different pace. And two of the things that drive it is one, how quickly do they reproduce and how often do they reproduce? Number two is how susceptible is their DNA to being changed over time, right? So there are some animals where their DNA is very resistant and they don't reproduce nearly as frequently. Where there are some animals where their DNA is readily adaptable to the environment and they reproduce a
Okay, that
lot.
makes sense.
And so that means we're going to see a lot more change in those species. But Dr. Dig, what do you got to add?
Yeah, so you asked how, if there wasn't a God, like how evolution began.
Yeah.
And the easiest way to answer that is that evolution is an inevitable process. And so it began, quote unquote, when living things adjacent to life, that we would call it that now, had enough ingredients to experience change. So when there were enough factors, not necessarily something alive, but there were enough factors for these selection pressures to act on, that's when evolution started.
Okay. So would you then say you would not be against the idea of other Earths like us being out there? Like it was always infinitely producing, the universe producing Earths, I guess.
So I think to the question, I agree. I think it's highly likely that there is life out there in the universe, especially considering how big it is. I don't think we're the only living entities out there. I just think it's going to take time to find the life. We're seeing signs of it, like just on the meteor that we recently were on. Shit, what was it? Was it Nebu or? We found a ton of building blocks of life. And then also, Bennu, there we go. On other meteors, we found amino acids. It seems like the so-called building blocks of life are self-assembling pretty much everywhere, right? So if we find those building blocks here, we find them on meteors and so on and so forth. Well, then it seems to me like it's just a matter of percentage. It's going to be elsewhere, and 1 or 2% of those occasions will probably result in life. Who knows?
Yeah, there are equations about this based on not necessarily which planets have the exact ingredients for life to be necessary, but which planets are in what are called Goldilocks zones. So they have done the math where to figure out. So do you know what a Goldilocks zone is first?
Oh, me, no.
Okay, so a Goldilocks zone is, think about our solar system, is where we are. So to have our planet be able to have the things it needs to have life, it has to be a certain distance from our sun, because that warms us and gives us light. And then it has to have a certain type of gravity, because there are no living things on Jupiter because of how crazy Jupiter's gravity is. And they think that it needs to have a certain number, probably, of like moons or other planets around it, so that it can those other things can what's the word, intercept meteors and asteroids. And so the scientists have done the math. I think it's just like on the Milky Way, maybe, of how many planets are potential Goldilocks, and it's a lot. I mean, it's like billions. But the thing that is difficult about that is we don't have access to go to those planets and check. So I think that there are a lot of mathematical kind of conclusions that would be pointing to life being in other places. Now, that doesn't mean that life looks exactly like us, but it's probably likely that it is in other places, but we don't have the capacity to go and find it. We have the capacity in a lot of ways probably to understand it, but
Right.
not to go and find it.
Hey, I respect that. Yeah. And for you explaining that. I do.
Yeah. No problem.
And then the one thing you might want to take a look at when you get free time to do some reading, NASA published an article on the Bennu asteroid, and here's what they found on it. I don't know if you can read the screen, but of the building blocks of RNA, they found guanine, cytosine, ribose, adenine, uracil, and phosphate. And there's a whole write-up on it. This is really, it's really interesting that we find so many building blocks of RNA just out in outer space. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
And
No.
Breezy, that evidence is further support for the theory that life began by sort of other the elements of what we now call life coming to our planet from outer space, because other planets, other objects in space have them. And then it got here and was in a big boiling pit for long enough that enough things hit each other, and then the process started. So there's more evidence for things like how life began and where humans came from and things like that than in science than there is in religion. Or in religion's explanation to those questions.
Yeah. No, I respect that. And I'm going to look into just some of this. Just the process is amazing. You know, just learning about it.
Well,
and
well, Breezy, listen, you came in this time and you got calmed down and we were able to have some conversation. Now, listen, even if we leave the conversation and you don't agree with me, I don't agree with you, we can both agree that this is a much better productive conversation, isn't it?
Oh, 100%. Totally agree. Yeah. Totally agree.
Like, I can be hard on the guests. Like when the guests don't answer questions and they want to talk over me, I give them a hard time.
Makes sense.
But
yeah,
as long as we're having a back and forth and we're not interrupting each other, like I promise I'll always be nice to you.
No, and you did. You showed that, and I appreciate it.
Listen,
Thank
Breezy.
You. And thank you, Doctor. Yeah.
Thanks for coming up and chatting with us again. Come back again soon, and we'll continue the conversation.
Yes, sir. We'll do.
All right. Cheers.
All right. Okay.
Thanks, Justin. I'll hop down now.
Thanks, Dr. Dick. Good to hear from you. I hope you're doing well.
Oh yeah, no, I'm good. I was trying to fall asleep and I heard him and I was like, oh no. Because I've heard him go off before on random tangents and just like you said, he can never answer a question. So it's like you, as a scientist, I think you get this sort of like deep electrical thrumming in the back of your head and you're like, oh, I can't help myself. I've got to go. I've got to help.
I get it.
So yeah, I'm gonna go try to go back to bed to the dulcet sounds of your voice. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dr. Dig. All right, I'm going to grab a couple of super chats and we'll get our next guest in here. Also, I think Breezy, a different Breezy, had something to say, probably because his name is in everyone's mouth right now. Atheist named Lilith, thank you for the super chat, says, I'd like to gift memberships. How do I do that? It's a very good question, Atheist Lilith. I don't know. I know there's lots of people who do it. Randy Wilson is one. Carlos is one. There's Carissa knows how to do it. There's some people in here who know how to do it. I don't actually know how to do it, to be fair. If y'all know, then let her know how to do it. But listen, just being here and watching and liking and supporting the stream really means the world to me. But we do love gifted memberships because it's basically just like distribution of the cheat sheet, and the cheat sheet I think is the best way to deconstruct. And Jerry says, "Dear God, I thought I did a great job playing you in Dear God. Why am I in hell? John Denver is my roommate. I am begging you. Could you move him to George Carlin's room? Signed, George Burns. That's an interesting skit you've got played out. John Denver is delightful, though, isn't he? I like John Denver. Hey, thanks for the super chat. I appreciate that, Jerry. Breezy, what's the good word?
Hey, how are you, Justin?
You know, I can't complain. How are you?
Pretty good. I just wanted to clear the air. There's only one room for a breezy on this app.
I was like, oh no, we've mentioned Breezy too many times.
Yeah, no, it's good to see you, my friend. I don't think I've been in your live in probably like 2 or 3 years, maybe even longer than
Has it
that. But
been that long?
I haven't been on TikTok for at least 2 years, at least. But
I noticed you kind of
it's been,
disappeared from the community for a while. Well, welcome back.
yeah, I've just been doing typical atheist stuff. Started a non-for-profit and board of directors for a homeless shelter and work on a
Suppressing the truth
committee
and
that helps.
unrighteousness.
It's my subjective morality, man. I just can't help it. It's just really
I
bad.
get it.
But
Sounds fucking evil.
yeah, I was terrible, definitely, for sure. But anyway, no, I hope you're doing well. Just want to say hello, Happy New Year. And if there's anyone in the chat that's been here for a while, hello. And thank you guys for staying here to support Justin. Good to see everyone. That's all.
Hey, thanks, buddy. Good to hear from you. Glad you're doing well.
Peace.
Take care of yourself.
Yeah, for sure. Take care. Thanks.
Cheers, buddy. Breezy's an old friend. He used to jump up on stream quite a bit back in the day when Hanji was still with us. A big W to Breezy there for sure. Starting a nonprofit, hell yeah. HP Love Cats, because one of my favorite descriptions of heaven was Chris Hitch's "It's a Celestial North Korea," and I agree with you. I think that's basically it. Heaven is nonsense to me, and it doesn't make any sense. And even in heaven, eventually you're going to get bored to tears. There's going to come a point you're going to get bored floating around the clouds, you know? Heathen Reason says, I love it how theists always claim to know the mind of a fucking god until backed into a corner. Then all of a sudden it's, I'm not God. I don't know his ways. You've nailed it. You absolutely nailed it. Anytime you're talking about the Bible, they'll tell you exactly how God thinks, exactly what he means, everything. But when they get backed into a difficult theological corner, all of a sudden, I can't judge God. Well, I don't know. I'm just a human. Well, you know, it goes to show that they have no idea what their God is about. That's why they have to say that kind of stuff. And Chip, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, I know Breezy has been a problem in the past, but I'll give him a huge grace. There you go. Huge grace is a good one. We haven't heard huge grace in a while. Huge grace, big W tonight. He should watch Gutsick Gibbon teaches Will Duffy evolution. Next one is Wednesday. I agree. Gutsick Gibbon is just a powerhouse on biology and evolution. I love her channel. Can't recommend it enough. And big W to Breezy for having the wherewithal there in that conversation to ground himself, calm down a little bit, and have a productive conversation. Big W. GP says the human eye is designed? Obviously not. Then why do the majority of adults need some sort of vision correction? Why the hell did God give octopuses better eyes? And evolution is not orthogenesis, Breezy. So this is super fair, right? Like if we're designed, I'm thinking this is a bad designer, right? Our body doesn't do what it's supposed to do half the time. It's just completely chock full of problems, seemingly because of bad design. You know, it doesn't make sense that this is designed unless it's designed by somebody evil, you know? Stop the stupidity. Thank you for sending out 5 DC Debate gifted memberships. I appreciate that. And if you know the process, Lilith is looking for answers. Lilith needs to know how to send out some super chats, or not super chats, some memberships. I have to look into that. I don't know how to do it. I think though, give me 1 second to go to YouTube, because my second YouTube channel is a member of my main channel. So I should be able to go into it and click on the live stream and see if I can send out a membership. Although it takes forever for the chat to load on my web browser for some reason, just on this particular web browser. When the chat finally finishes loading, I'll see what to do about sending out memberships. All right, I think, is it Chris? Hold on. Clark. Oof. I think Clark was in line next to the chat. So we're going to grab Clark from our YouTube queue. Clark, welcome in. Are you at least 18? And do you believe in God? Clark? I don't think Clark's fully connected, actually. Clark? Clark? Clark, I'm sorry. Your connection seems to be problematic. I'm going to drop you and move on to the next one. Sorry, if you're actually here, we were not able to get you connected. Okay, my chat did load over here. Let me see if there's a button for sending out memberships. Or maybe it's on the main page. I don't see it on the chat window. All right, let me go to the main page, and there's a button for see perks. Is it in here somewhere? Huh. Membership only live stream, play post store. I don't know. Listen, I gotta be honest, I don't know. If you guys know how to send out memberships, somebody message me, let me know. I don't even know how to do it. I figured it'd be pretty straightforward, but apparently not. All right, let's grab our guest again. Clark, welcome back. Can you hear me now?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Clark,
Perfect.
are you at least 18? And do you believe in God?
Yes, I am over 18, and no, I am agnostic. I was a Christian I was born in the Bible Belt, Christian for 20 years, been agnostic for about 2.5, and I just wanted to hop on and ask you a quick question. Just want to get your perspective on an argument that I've heard.
Mm-hmm.
Beforehand, do you identify as an atheist or?
I identify as an agnostic atheist. I'm agnostic to having knowledge of a God. I don't have knowledge of a God. And I'm an atheist, meaning I lack a belief in a God. So there's kind of two claims. One is about knowledge, one is about belief.
Okay, got you. Well, my question is, I saw it floating online, and it's an argument for the existence for God. And I just didn't really have a full grasp on it, and just wanted to maybe get your perspective. I can't see any flaw in it, so just wanted to maybe ask you about it. I don't know exactly what it's called, but it's kind of like the argument of something can't come out of nothing, where say if you take the logic of if I'm holding a glass of water, if my hand stops acting on the glass of water, then the water is going to fall. And you can extrapolate that to if I'm standing on the floor stops acting to hold me up, then I'm going to fall. And you take that all the way to, if gravity stops holding the earth together, then the earth will fall apart. So if you take that all the way out, then there has to be something holding the universe together. I don't know if I explained that completely right, but I think that's the gist of the argument. I wish I knew what it was called. Alex O'Connor, I know he's a pretty popular YouTuber. That's who I've heard it from. But
it sounds like the contingency argument, if I'm guessing.
I think that's right.
Okay, so unfortunately, I mean, to really detail the flaws of the argument, we would have to actually hear the real argument. That being said, so the contingency argument typically kind of has this idea that there must be something in the universe that is non-contingent, which everything else is contingent on. You have to support that premise, right? So if somebody tells you there must be something that's non-contingent, well, give me a reason why I would believe that, right? So I believe everything in the universe is necessary and eternal, right? So there is no such thing as something that is that is even created, right? And I think really the contingency argument quite often gets paired with the prime mover argument, or the first mover argument. And because I don't believe in a beginning, I don't believe in a first mover, and I don't believe in a prime mover. I don't believe in something that is non-contingent. So you would have to, I would ask them to provide you an argument that would result in me even needing to believe that there was something out there that all things were contingent on.
Okay, so it kind of just comes, if I'm hearing you right, I don't want to misinterpret what you just said, but it kind of comes down to whether or not you believe that there was even a beginning.
A little bit, yeah. Yep.
Okay. I think that pretty well answers my question. I told you to be quick, but yeah, I appreciate it. I just found out your YouTube. I'm watching on YouTube. I just discovered you like a couple days ago. Been checking out some of
Congrats.
your streams, and I think you do great work. So thanks for having me on.
Appreciate it. Cheers.
Cheers.
W for guest. All right, somebody in one of the mods sent me the screenshot for how to do this properly. Looks like Holy Gore. Let me put it up. So the way to send them out apparently is on the webpage when you send out super chats. So when you send out a super chat, typically what you do is you'll click this little $sign, and then you can tell to do a sticker or super chat. And there's also a membership gifting option apparently, which is interesting. I didn't know that was a thing. I mean, I didn't know that was there. So that apparently that's how you do it. So a big W, Holy Gore, for the instructions on that. I really appreciate it. That's super helpful. And it's funny, you would think the guy streaming on YouTube would know how to do everything on YouTube, but there's a lot of stuff I haven't done yet, you know? Miss Costa, Miss Costa, thank you for the sending out 5 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. I really, really appreciate that, friend. And our philosophy friend Aaron is with us tonight. Thank you so much. Says the way to gift memberships is to press the super chat button on YouTube, then hit membership gifting. Thank you, Aaron. I really appreciate that, and I hope you're doing well. And you know, that last guest had an argument that you probably had an opinion on. You know, and we probably could have did some stuff on it. But let me grab our next in line. Our next in line, I think, is going to be Aaron. Aaron, welcome in. Are you at least 18? And do you believe in God? Or is it Annan? Is that short for Anonymous 123?
Believe in God.
Say what?
Can you hear me?
Barely.
Okay. Yes, I was saying that yes, I am 18 and I do believe in God.
Awesome. And which God do you believe in?
I'm a Christian.
Gotcha. And do you believe that the Father God in Christianity is a good father?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I actually thought that the argument that the fella before me brought up was like a form of it actually pretty convincing. Because
What was
it
the
points
argument?
to like an ultimate good.
Which argument?
Oh, like first cause sorts of arguments, cosmological.
Cosmological argument has nothing to do with whether this God is good.
Well, the deductions that follow therefrom, as they're articulated by like Aristotle or Plotinus or Aquinas, do purport to promote that view. Yes.
Well, sure. Go and give the deduction for us.
Well, something that is pure actuality, which is like the conclusion of like the Aristotelian version of the argument. That which is purely actual could have no privation, for if it did, it would not be purely actual. And
well,
so
now you're assuming that the definition of good is a privation of God. Why would I accept that?
I'm sorry. I guess what I'm meaning when I say good is to have no privation, to be
right.
From an Aristotelian
yeah, you're assuming that the definition of good is that there's no privation of God. Why would anyone accept that as a definition for good or bad?
I guess I'm not trying to be nitpicky. Maybe I just don't understand. I think that like what it means to be good is to not have privation, as in to not have that which you ought not to.
Privation of what?
Well, I suppose it depends on the thing. Like you might say, like the telos from an Aristotelian perspective.
Privation of what though?
It's telos.
So I think you're confused that you think you're in a philosophy room and you're not. So when you say that privation is bad, and then you say privation of telos, that tells me nothing. And now your phone's wigging out. Okay. Well, that was boring anyways. I'm sure he'll come back. All right, well, he's figuring out how his phone works. We'll grab a couple more of our super chats. He sounded like he wanted to have a discussion. I'm sure he'll come back. Gavin says, why did Jesus go out of his way to be killed? Well, Jesus says in the Gospel of John that he must fulfill the scriptures, right? He says, what is foretold of me in the scriptures must happen. So let me grab the Gospel of John real quick, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. Jesus, the Jesus of the Scripture, at least, right? The Jesus of the Scriptures is fully under the impression that he's got to get killed, right? I mean, the Jesus of reality, we don't really know. We don't really know if that Jesus needed to die, or if he thought that he needed to die, but this one definitely did. All right, but was it John 17 or 18 or maybe John 16? Maybe I went too far. Let's see, I'll just Google it and see. Jesus. Yes. Oh, John 19. I was fucking one chapter off. Okay. I need to go one more chapter further. There we go. We wanted John 19:28. I spend so much time reading Matthew that I forget where some of the stuff is elsewhere in John, but we get there. Because after this, when Jesus knew that all was now finished, he said, in order to fulfill the scriptures, I am thirsty, right? So he definitely has this idea. He says on multiple occasions that, actually, this is a parenthetical phrase, that the scripture must be fulfilled. He says it again in John. This isn't even this is a decent one, but this isn't the exact one I was looking for. Which is super annoying that it's not coming to me. I know it's around when they are having the Passover supper, around when they're having a discussion during the Passover supper. He says that he must be betrayed. I fucking knew it. I bet it's John 13. He must be betrayed because it was written about him. Let's see. Fucking, I'll look for it later. Let's see. All right. Anyways, I hope that answers your question. There's another passage in John that I was really looking for. Now I can't find it, and it's going to drive me up the wall. In fact, let me just try. I want to see where. See if ChatGPT can actually summon the answer. It was John 13. I knew it was in there. Okay, John 13:18, right during the Last Supper, like I said. Okay. I must have looked right by it. I'm getting tired, y'all. During the Last Supper, when he talks about his betrayal, he says, I am not speaking of all of you. I know whom I have chosen, but it is to fulfill the scripture. So Jesus talks about his betrayal, as I said, and couches it in the idea that, well, it has to happen. It was foretold, which I think is cope. I don't think he actually said that bullshit. I think they put those words on his mouth. Charlie, thank you for the super chat, says, are there any physical sources of early Christianity before Alexamenos graffito? There we go. So Alexamenos graffiti of Jesus on the cross with the donkey head, as far as I know, is the earliest. You might point maybe towards Josephus after that. But there's not much. That's the hard thing with Jesus, right? Is supposedly the most important person to ever live. There's scant actual physical evidence for him. Isn't that fucking crazy? That the God who thought, here's what I'll do to finally fix humanity. And then he was like, we're just going to make sure that it never actually gets good evidence for it, right? People will just be left for all of eternity wondering. You know what I mean? What a weird thing. Anyways, now listen, if you're in the audience right now and you're thinking, well, obviously God is good and I can prove it, request up. The guest box is currently open, which doesn't happen too often during these live streams, but sometimes when we do niche topics, we get a little bit less requesting. And Rob, I see you in the guest box. I told you last time you were here, Rob, that you're never coming back up again because you don't know how to engage in the discussion. So you're not coming back up. I'm sorry that you've been in the guest box all this time. You have to listen. This is part of the reason why you don't get to come up, is because you don't listen. You don't engage in honest discussion with anybody, which is why I told you that you're never coming back up here and you're in the box again because you don't listen. Which is consequently why you won't be getting in. But anyways, let me grab some super chats and then we'll get a guest up here in a minute, I'm sure. Iskander de Morse, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, Justin, I've always thought that Jews referred to the religion, but you mentioned is a people group. So which is it? It's both. So a Jewish person could be a member of the religion or a member of the ethnicity, right? It's an ethno-religion. So nevertheless, that is the case. So the word Jew just comes from people who are of the tribe of Judah, right? That's how Judea got its name, from the tribe of Judah. So people who lived in Judea were called Judeans and eventually were called Jews. Now, that's our modern English pronunciation. They didn't pronounce it like that back then. Like in the Bible, I think it's Idumeans. But nevertheless, that's how they got their name. Now, obviously, there are some people that are descent from the Jewish people that don't practice a religion, but they're still Jews. And there are people who do practice the religion of Judaism, and they would typically say, I'm not Jewish, but I practice Judaism. They're usually pretty quick to try to make a little bit of distinction. So Dr. Wasambla, my friend, great to see you. Thank you for sending out one DZ Debate membership. I totally appreciate that. And Miss Anthropology is with us tonight. It says, what would have happened if Jesus wasn't whacked? So that's a really good point, right? Because people will say, well, listen, the Jews were like punished by God in 70 AD for rejecting the Messiah, right? God was mad that they rejected the Messiah. But according to the New Testament, they were fucking predestined to reject the Messiah. There was no alternative. This was God's number one plan, right? So like the fact that God is mad at them for rejecting the Messiah, when he literally could have made the Messiah believable, it just all goes back on God. He's fucking incompetent. White Magic, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, if Exodus 21 was in the Quran, Christians would be the first to tell us it. Oh God, I'm gonna try this again. Christians would be the first to us it against Islam. What the fuck? Okay, hold on. We're gonna get this. Christians would be the first to use it against Islam. There we go. We're missing an E on the word use. There we go. Christians would be the first to use it against Islam, but since it's in their holy book, words don't mean words. And you nailed it, right? Because And we've done this before where we've read passages of people and said, this is what the Quran says, and they've fallen for it. You know what I mean? So we agree. And I apologize. I've been meaning to put together a live stream where I read quotes from the Quran, from the Bible, from other holy books, and I make them guess which book it comes from. My guess is most people won't know where they're coming from. They won't know which horrific passage. And it's going to be delightful to watch. Pineapple says, I love philosophy and I'm excited to take my intro to philosophy next semester, but man, these Phil bros dampen that excitement. I know. That's because these are like the low tier idiots that don't really know what's happening, and they heard a syllogism that they couldn't argue against, and now they're out in the wild and they think, oh, nobody can defeat the syllogism, when in reality we all know it's garbage, you know? Dr. Joe, thank you for the super chat, says the 20s and 30s were a lot of new thought, universalism, and early New Age literalism, literature. I mean, that was the case, man. With the new era, you know, the 1920s, 1930s, we saw a lot of wild religious groups pop up. When I was in seminary, we didn't refer to them as cults. You were in seminary too, Dr. Joe. We just referred to them as modern religious movements. MRMs. But yeah, there's a bunch that popped up in the 20th century. It's pretty amazing to see how some of them fared and how some of them didn't fare. Tico, thank you for the $10 super thanks. I really appreciate that. And Thomas, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Says maybe you should put Faraday in a cage. Man, great joke. I love a good electricity joke. I appreciate that, friend. And Chill, thank you for the $5 super chat. Since you've defeated all Christians, would you ever consider reacting to short videos related to religion, like famous debates, for instance? So I have, yes, and I've been meaning to put together a list of videos to react to. But my next long form video, which will be turned into a YouTube short at some point, or not a YouTube short, a TikTok short, is going to be debunking all the nonsense with Daniel chapter 9. But yeah, I'm definitely going to be try to get some more response videos done this year, because they do really well on Facebook. They do really well on TikTok. But I'm not going to publish my shorts to YouTube, because YouTube, when you start doing shorts, will fuck up your algorithm. And I'm not going to do that to my YouTube channels. I might start a third YouTube channel just called like DZ Shorts, where I post shorts, because I do not want either of my channels to be associated with short form content, because what it means is that if half your viewership really only want to watch shorts and you publish a long form video, that means half of the people on your channel aren't going to click on that. And then it thinks that your video sucks, right? YouTube doesn't have a good way of taking all the different preferences of your viewers and weighing them so they know what to show who, which is why I've got two channels. I've got one channel that streams vertical, one channel that streams horizontal, and I keep it very narrow in how I've got the channel organized. So I might make a shorts channel alone for YouTube, just to post my vertical shorts, and that's it, because I don't want it to mess up my algorithm. But you could also just subscribe to me on Facebook and TikTok, and you'll get the shorts as well. Morpheus says Christians miss the mark. They miss Mark 4:10. Jesus talks in parables to confuse them, telling them BS on purpose so they don't get forgiven. That's the case. Yeah, he purposely, right, talks in riddles and parables so that people won't understand them. And then he says that this happens to fulfill what was spoken by the prophet. And then they quote Isaiah, seeing they will not see, hearing they will not hear, which isn't a prophecy about anything. Not about Jesus' time period. It's a prophecy specifically for fucking Isaiah. So it's preposterous. I bet Jesus, if he lived, really did speak in dumb parables and riddles. Matthew says his eye is also on the sparrow, yet 1 to 3 billion die from flying into windows a year. I mean, that is the case. I mean, a lot of fucking sparrows die because they're not bright. I used to have birds that would lose their minds, because I've got an old truck that I've been kind of rebuilding for years. and it was big old side mirrors. And in the springtime, birds will just perch on that mirror and just peck at that fucking mirror till their beaks fall off because they think there's another bird. It's crazy how dumb these animals are. Flesh says, come to the Sermon of the Mountain. There'll be free pizza. Fuck, I would go to the Sermon on the Mount for free pizza. I mean, it's fucking pizza, you know? Thomas says, does the Mormon God feed people inversely according to how dark their skin is, according to Nephi, 2 Nephi 5:21? That is the case. Yeah. If only they were still white and delightsome, but they're not. They're not delightsome enough to get the pizza. Game Master Flash says, W. Justin, so Jesus lied about the birds and God is evil or isn't powerful enough to feed all humans. Got it. That's the fucking case. Yep. Not only is he a liar, he's just fucking evil. He could feed everybody. Coffee Town Atheist, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that. And Tim, thank you for the super chat. Says, hey Justin, I emailed to Deconstruction Junction a cheat sheet style tab to put together for Mormonism, sources included. Hope it helps. Well, thank you, Tim. I didn't know that. I do have a tab in my cheat sheet for Mormonism, but I bet yours has a bunch of extra goodies on it that I can add. So I'll look for that and see if there's some good stuff on there. I really appreciate the work, though. That's huge. Gentleman Viking says, why would Anne Frank accept the God of the people doing the persecution of her people? Seems like she had good reason not to believe in Christ. I know. But the God of the Bible says it all the time. I'm going to destroy these people, and then they'll know that I am Yahweh. No, the fuck they won't. You're destroying them using an invading army. How are they going to know that that's from Yahweh? Are you insane that you think that's going to work? Crazy. Reverend Nate, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, based on what the Christians keep calling in to say about the Bible and hell, it sounds like Jesus is a huge anti-Semite. Well, he is. So there's a book on this by Dr. Donaldson about anti-Judaism in the New Testament. It's a marvelous book. The gospel authors are insanely anti-Semitic. There's so much anti-Semitism in the gospels. It's hard for me to believe that it was written by a Jew or any of it by people that were Jewish. It's hard. It really is. Evan Rock, thank you for the super chat. Says, on your live last night, you said your kitten ate the back of your copy of the Dead Sea Scrolls. He must have read Ezekiel 3:1-2. Love to you and yours. Well, thank you. That's the verse in Ezekiel where God says to eat this scroll. He writes the prophecy on a scroll and instructs Ezekiel to eat the scroll. And that's a good reference, Evan. Thank you for that. Ezekiel, you can get some pretty deep lore in Ezekiel. And Zach says, the line dream duo is Justin and Born Again Atheist. You two would kick ass with good amount of sass. I agree. Born Again Atheist is fucking phenomenal. I love her channel. If you're on TikTok, go check out Born Again Atheist. And she's on YouTube now. Check her out on YouTube. She's fucking hilarious. Pat says, I love how believers use their third-handed tales like it's rock solid. Can you imagine if we use that logic today, in court today? Who are we kidding? Maybe it works. Well, listen, I've been to court. People get away with some shit. They'll tell some stories. In some court hearings, it's less about the evidence and more about who can you pull on the heartstrings of. You know what I mean? Possible. Cook Sonia says, DZ, are you a Linux Chad or a Windoid? Well, I'm a Linux Chad. Now, my streaming rig, now that TikTok Studio finally released an edition for Mac, is a Mac. But if I could use any computer at all, ever, and always have my software compatible with it, I would just use a Linux machine. But unfortunately, there's still too much software that doesn't work on Linux that you end up having to run it in a virtual machine. And virtual machines can get pretty task heavy. And a lot of the Linux flavors, the distributions aren't super well thought out. Like Ubuntu is a really well thought out distribution. It's got a lot of problems solved. Not perfect. When I first started working with Linux, Ubuntu was pretty young and it was full of problems. Now, listen, if you got enough time on your hands, you get a distribution of Ubuntu, you can install it on a PC and figure it out within a day or two. It's like buying a Chromebook now, Herman, thank you for the super chat, says, I just celebrated 20 years of deconstruction. Congratulations. I started my journey at 14 and never looked back, and you never should, Herman. No reason to look back. I just made my last super chat for now. Then we got a guest in the guest box. Watch says, now imagine Lot and his family were the best. How bad was everyone else? Remember that the daughters, what their daughters did to their dad, that was righteous. Well, not only that, I don't believe for a second that the story is true when it says that Lot didn't know what was happening. I don't care how drunk you are. If your tallywhacker works, you are aware enough to know that you're having a intercourse with a particular person, especially if you believe you're the only two left or the only three left. Who the fuck's there doing it? Who do you think was doing it? Are you crazy? So anyways, so Lot wasn't righteous, which means in the New Testament, when it says that Lot was a righteous man, that's a fucking lie. Lot wasn't a righteous man. That's preposterous. Okay. Let's get Amir into the conversation. Amir, welcome in. Are you at least 18? And do you believe in God?
Hey, I'm 33 and I'm an atheist, but I'm reading the Bible for the first time and in a while, and I got to Genesis 9, and then I read Genesis 21 to 29, and I can't get it. I don't understand what's going on there. Why was Noah so upset with his sons?
Oh, yeah, in Genesis 9. Okay, so there's two ways to read the uncovering of the nakedness of Noah. Now, I personally am seeing this as not Noah being uncovered. I think there's a second layer in the story that was added later, and they didn't know what to do with it, which is why it's there. But when it talks about seeing the nakedness of Noah, this is a euphemism in Leviticus for having sexual relations with somebody. Now, we also find in Leviticus that when you have sexual relationship with a woman who is married, it is said that you've uncovered the nakedness of her husband. That's why it says if you have sexual intercourse with your mother, you've uncovered the nakedness of your father, right? So there's this idea that because the woman belongs to the man, that if you have intercourse with the woman who's married, you've uncovered her nakedness, but also the nakedness of the man, right? So I'm reading this particular story and asking myself, what the fuck's happened here? It sounds to me like Ham had sex with his mother or the wife of Noah while Noah was drunk. And then Noah...
I just realized that his name is Ham. And he's hamming it up. I'm sorry. I'm 5.
It's fine. So I think Ham slept with his mother now that everybody was dead, in a display of force. He wanted to be on top of the hierarchy, just like Reuben did, just like Absalom did. So he slept with his mother. Noah woke, found out about it, and was fucking pissed. And that's why the offspring of Ham was cursed. Because Ham wasn't cursed. Ham's offspring was cursed. Canaan and all of Canaan's descendants, right? And this is something we see a lot of in Genesis. In the Pentateuch, we find that children that come from illicit unions have their whole lineages cursed. That was true of the Moabites, the Ammonites. It was true of the Canaanites. So this seems to be an origin story for why are the Canaanites cursed? Well, they're cursed because they come from an illicit union. That's why we read in like Deuteronomy 23 at the beginning of the chapter. It says that those born of an illicit union shall not be allowed to enter into the assembly of the Lord, even into the 10th generation.
Wow. That's even worse than what I thought was going on.
That's pretty crazy, isn't it?
Wait, that's a crazy. That's the whole flood story it's crazier than I remember it when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Just to go back to those last ones, I'm reading the annotated Bible, and I thought it said, maybe I misread it, but I thought it said that he had sex with Noah.
No, it just says that he uncovered the nakedness of Noah, which...
Okay. It's still bad.
Well,
it's still pretty bad. Yeah.
That's the thing, though. If you read Leviticus, you'll see where uncovering the
Okay.
nakedness of a man possibly
Okay, I'll have to go to
means that you uncover the nakedness of actually his wife, not himself.
Oh, see.
Right. So
Damn.
you'll
That's
find
insane.
in Leviticus 18. Let me pull open the chapter here. We see a
Thank you.
number of sexual prohibitions. Let me find the one for there we go. So we've got a prohibition against uncovering the nakedness of your mother, and it says you shall not uncover the nakedness of your father's wife. It is the nakedness of your father.
Oh. Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay,
So-
now I get it.
I think there's definitely a potential reading of Genesis 9 where we were left to assume that it's a suggestion that he slept with his mother, and that makes sense of the curse. If he just saw just looked at the nakedness of Noah, what a weird thing to curse an entire lineage.
That's what my first reading, that's what I thought. I was like, why is this guy, this dad freaking out over his son doing that?
Right.
And then I read the annotation and I'm like, what?
You know what? I don't actually know what the annotation is for that one.
I got it right here.
So I developed my my interpretation by reading through some of the ancient Hebrew rabbinic writings and also going through some of the source criticism of the possible layers of redaction, because the way the story reads now, I don't think is the way it read originally. I don't think it read that way originally.
Right. So I have it here. Oh, okay. It also has that it was used to justify slavery too. So that's crazy. That's part of the lore. Yeah. So I read it. It's where did I read it? Okay. It's part of the Jewistic primal history.
Yeah, it says on
Name,
the
repeat
passage
thing.
in the annotated Bible by Oxford, it says, some have speculated that Ham had sex with his father, since seeing nakedness refers to
Right,
incestuous
yes.
behavior. Nevertheless, a more common expression for sexual intercourse in Leviticus uncovered nakedness or lie
Okay.
with. Moreover, the description of Ham's brother contrasting behavior, their faces were turned away,
Okay.
makes it clear that the problem with Ham's behavior was that he did not look away. And so this is what you would expect from a Bible that takes, or from a commentary that takes the reading of it at face value, but I don't think that the reading we have today was the original.
Yours makes more sense, honestly, because yeah, it makes a lot more sense.
Yeah.
It's a lot more disrespectful.
Yeah.
Is it? I don't know. It's so messed up. Okay, thank you. That really, man, it's just a book of shitty fathers at this point.
It is. That's why the God of the book is such a shitty father, because it was invented by fucking people in the Bronze Age.
No, like when I was like before I became full atheist, I really felt like abandoned because I never got like this. I never heard God calling to me or felt the Holy Spirit or anything, and I thought that I'm like this guy just hates me.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah. Well,
listen, friend,
thank you.
thanks for stopping by. It's good to hear from you.
Yeah. Good. Yeah. Thank you so much for clearing it up.
Sure. Cheers. All right. Well, listen, as it happens with niche topics, sometimes it's hard to fill up a full 6 hours. That's why I do the God is imaginary topic so often, because it brings in more people. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to read what's left of our super chats, and I'll call it an early night, and I'll actually get a little bit of sleep tonight so I can stay up tomorrow and watch Sarah on Chewed Gum. I'm excited for this. It should be a lot of fun. You guys know Sarah. You know she's going to cook. So let me read some super chats, and then we'll close things out. Gorfage, did I say that right? Gorfage, thank you for the super chat. Says, would love to see more Mormon deconstruction. I think Radio Free Mormon would be a good collab. Sending Exmo love. Well, thank you. And I'm slowly now kind of like bumping into people that left Mormonism. And I haven't really had a lot of time to interact with them, but I promise we're gonna get that done soon. We're gonna get some Mormonism content. And Gretchen, thank you for the $11 super chat. Says sent from the vertical stream. What? You sent a super chat from the vertical stream. I better read it. With a heavy heart, I wish to announce that the DZ schism has been canceled. Oh, okay. Seal, I don't know what you mean by seal, can be nice. This feels weird. Still Blitz's fault. LOL, but seriously, it's over. Okay, thanks, bye. And a message straight from the horse's mouth. Look, here she is. Maybe. The connection's kind of taking its time. Gretchen? You loading? Gretchen? No? Okay. Well, Gretchen, thank you for calling off the schism. I really appreciate that. There is no schism. Yeah, it says you're still loading. I don't know why it says you're still loading. Maybe your connection's not good. Maybe you should come over. Wait, you're on TikTok and YouTube at the same time right now, aren't you? This is wild. You can come into the other queue. You can come into the YouTube queue. Maz, thank you for the super chat. Says you mentioned contingency arguments. Muhammad Hijab mentioned that we can't have infinite regress for an infinite universe. How do you respond? Support it. There's not a single valid argument that would negate the idea of an infinite regress. Not a single one. Even William Lane Craig says that there's no actual problem with an infinite regress. It's just hard to imagine in the real world. The reality is there's not a single sound valid argument for why infinite regresses aren't possible. You just have to accept it. And they'll give bad arguments. They'll say, well, if you start at infinity, you'll never get to now. Yeah, because infinity doesn't have a start point. You can't start from infinity. It's not a starting point. You've made it an error. You're trying to add something onto something that doesn't exist. So it's preposterous. But that's typically the argument they'll give, and it's bad every time they give it. Reverend Nate, thank you for the 10 Canuck bucks. Says Dr. William Joel already destroyed the contingency argument in 1989 when he published We Didn't Start the Fire, which concluded the fire was always burning since the world's been turning. Amazing song. It took me a second to catch on to the fact that you were talking about Billy Joel. But yeah, that's fucking true. We didn't start it. It's always been burning since the world's been turning, baby. And DeMonzo says, it sounds like someone signed up for Philosophy 101 to start second semester. Yeah, that typically is the case. Yeah, that seems to be the case. People do get really interested in philosophy when they are first introduced to it, when they see what you can do. And Zell, thank you for the $10 Canadian chat, says, I mean, the fact that children get SA prove that either there's no God, there is a God, but he's evil, or there's a God, but he's incompetent. Either way, I want nothing to do with religion based on him. I agree. Listen, with the problem of evil is a really easy solution to the question whether or not God exists. He doesn't exist. If he does exist, the motherfucker's evil, or he's incompetent, or he's a waste of space. Carrie, thank you for the $3 super thanks. And Herbie, thank you for the £5 chat, says, Justin, can you give an explanation of how to super chat to do gift memberships on YouTube and TikTok? Can you show details of where to click, etc.? Well, we did do it previously, but we should do it again. Somebody recently showed me how to do this. So give me 1 second and I'll put it back up on the screen to show. Because a lot of people like to gift out the memberships, and I love it. Because the members get access to our deconstruction cheat sheet. So down here, what you'll find when you click on the $ on the chat, it gives you some options on what you can do. This one says I can send stickers or I can send a super chat. But that's only because I'm logged into the wrong thing. I need to go to YouTube. Sorry. Wrong page. I need to go to YouTube to the debate. There we go. And then when I click on the $ next to the chat window, I can do super stickers, I can do super chat, I can do member gifting, or I can do free member milestone chat. I don't know what that is, to be honest. Send a highlighted message as a member. Never seen that. Apparently, if I click on that, if I'm a member, I can send a highlighted message that just says whatever I want it to. And then it stands out because I am a member. So this used to be by default, by the way, on YouTube. If you were a member, it automatically highlighted your chat as a member. Now it looks like you have to ask it to do that. Interesting. I didn't know they changed that. Wonder why they did that. But anyways, that's how you do that for sure. But thanks for asking. Gretchen came back. Space Lord said, random stream topic suggestion. Prayer is pointless. My Facebook feed is full of prayer requests and it annoys me. Makes me sad. Well, Space Lord, there is one thing you can do. Fucking stop following those people. Ignore their asses. Get rid of them. When shit shows up on my Facebook feed that I don't want, it's gone. Get them out of here. Gretchen, where'd you go? Gretchen, you hopped in the box. You hopped in the box and then you left. Where'd you go, my friend? Huh. Are you coming back, Gretchen? Gretch? No? Okay. HP Lovecats, thank you for the $6.66 super chat. W Nero says, as a Greek, I'm sorry for all the Phil bros. Listen, I get it. And to be fair, if the Phil bros were interesting and actually good at what they're doing, I wouldn't mind so much. You know what I mean? We have talked to some competent Phil bros before, and it was fine. We had a delightful conversation. I'm thinking of like the conversation we had with Dr. McAllister. But like most of these Phil bros aren't all that competent, you know? Bofa Diesel says guest was referring to Alex O'Connor's hierarchical causes argument. In my humble opinion, it still needs a precept God. It just is a new talking point for Phil bros. Oh, I've never heard of that one. Hierarchical causes. Huh. I'll have to give that a look. I do like Alex O'Connor. He does make philosophy accessible. The same reason why I like Ian. Ian makes philosophy acceptable. I mean, accessible to the common person. IT bad guy. You're not a bad guy. I know IT people. Thank you for the super chat. Says, Mom says Yahweh is a Bronze Age God, but Jesus is hot shit. I say Matthew 5:17-20 equals follow the Old Testament law. Well, that's correct. But she says Paul, who she sometimes disagrees with, referenced 10 commandments and specific categories. Well, first of all, Paul doesn't. Never once does Paul say anything about 10 commandments. Number 2, Paul disagrees with Jesus on this topic. Paul says all the commandments, Ephesians chapter 2, verse 14 and 15, Paul says that all of the commandments and their ordinances and decrees have been abolished. All of them, every last one of them. Don't even fucking get circumcised. He says, if you take the mark of circumcision, this is not in Ephesians anymore, but in Galatians, if you take the marks of circumcision, Christ is of no use to you. So Paul was under the impression that all of it was gone. Jesus disagreed. Jesus says, if you teach people to not follow this law and you don't follow the law, you'll be called least in the kingdom. If you follow the law and teach others to follow the law, you'll be called great in the kingdom. That only means one thing. And Milf Wrangler, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, if Eve was made of Adam's rib, Why did they need sexual reproduction to have kids? What? Hold on. I mean, his kids weren't made from the ribs. I guess I'm confused. Are you asking why didn't God make all people from ribs? Am I crazy? What am I missing here? Milk Regular, I guess I don't really know how to answer the question, my friend. I don't know why we would be under the expectation that they wouldn't be having intercourse. I mean, just because he made the woman from a rib. I mean, he fashioned the woman, right? Maybe I'm missing something here. Herbie Shines says, saw your explanation of Super Chat. Lots of people in chat were asking how to send gift memberships. Well, we found out eventually. Others beat me to asking, damn my arthritic fingers. Don't worry, Herbie. We love and appreciate you, even with your arthritic fingers, and we do appreciate the assistance. No Cakewalk says, where does the concept of tri-omni even come from? Actually, it's kind of quad omni, but that's beside the point. Why are they all clinging to it? It's a horrible position to try to defend. So the tri-omni God doesn't come from the Bible. So the tri-omni God happened when people tried to mix classical Greek philosophical theism, not even classical Greek philosophical, but modern Greek philosophical, like philo shit, on top of the Bible. And you get to this weird, nonsensical idea of God where he's omnipresent, omnibenevolent, omnipotent, and it doesn't work, right? But this was never part of the Bible. This is a late stage Greek philosophy being superimposed on top of the Bible. You won't find it in there. In Genesis, God doesn't know stuff. He has a location. He has a body. He eats food. This is not a God that is immaterial and knows all things. Dread Goose says the guy should have pointed out that the LDS Church gives charity to its members, so he could have argued that God works through the church. I don't know. Well, maybe. So, like, the LDS guy was admitting that the feeding of people is the responsibility of people, which is why God doesn't do it. But he couldn't really point to any scriptures or to anything within the faith that would make his belief palatable. You know what I mean? Oliver the Moji, thank you so much for the super chat, says, why is Romans 1:18 through chapter 2 not sufficient explanation for you to explain the human condition, consciousness? But I don't know what. Okay, consciousness, or is it sufficient for you? I don't know what you mean, Oliver. Romans 1:18 is not true. Romans 1 isn't true. We're not here suppressing the truth in unrighteousness. Romans 1 is a claim. You're quoting Romans 1 as if we should believe what it says. Give us a reason to believe what it says, because the book of Romans is just demonstrably untrue. This is the problem you're going to have if you're engaging in non-believers. You can't ask somebody about a Bible verse and say, why does this or doesn't it explain something to you? It's irrelevant if it explains it. The question is whether or not it's true. Anyone can think of an explanation. Explanations are easy to come by. Opinions are like assholes. Everyone's got them and they stink. There you go. But nevertheless, Oliver, if you think your God is real, you're welcome to come and prove it. Stray says the gifting membership button that everyone is pointing to is not available for everyone. Mine has never been visible here on your channel. Well, fuck, Stray. It might only work on desktop. Like, I don't know if it works on phone. These are questions I don't really know, but thank you for letting me know, because I wasn't aware of that. Hey, Sarah, welcome.
Oh, hi. Hang on.
I heard that you're going to be on the line tomorrow.
I am. Yes. I haven't been on this show before, the Chewed Gum Show with Taylor from Skeptical Heretic.
I'm excited. I'm pretty pumped.
Thanks. I'm excited. I assume it works the way the other shows work.
Yeah, atheist friends, if you're not in Sarah's live tomorrow chirping in the comments, I'm gonna be very disappointed in you. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. You know.
Aw, you have such good, like, disappointed dad energy.
Well, we have an announcement from Gretchen as well. Gretchen, I think, might have finally got her internet working. Gretchen, is it working? Gretch? Do you live in the sticks, Gretch? What's happening? Gretchen, my friend. I bet she's on Starlink or something. Oh, well, Gretchen, I love you, but you got to get better internet. Let me know if I can help, though. Well, Sarah, we ran out of guests. Did you already go live?
I did, yeah. It was kind of a chill night. Like, it was a slow night. So maybe everyone's, you know. I can show you all. I just put Ruby's food down and Checkers is trying to eat it if people want to watch a dog and a bunny.
We love dogs and bunnies.
I heard you had Breezy on.
So we got Breezy back, and Breezy, after a couple of minutes, we finally got him to calm down and have some rational discussion. And dare I say, it was even productive.
No, really?
Yeah.
That's exciting.
Not only was it productive, we got to talk about science and evolution. Like, we had a hell of a time.
Oh, well, that's lovely.
It's a shame you couldn't
I'm
have been
sorry I
there for it.
missed
You
it.
would have enjoyed it.
Yeah, well, I heard he was coming on, and I was like, I'm going live tonight. Maybe it's a good time for me to leave.
Listen, I don't blame you. Breezy in the past hasn't been easy to talk to.
No, and he like shit talks me specifically in the comments. Like, not a fan.
Yeah, I think he's turning over a new leaf though. So
nice.
Yeah, right. That's what I thought.
Yeah.
So
That's
I'm gonna.
good. Well, oh, go ahead.
I'm gonna read the rest of the super chats and call it a night early.
It's a good idea. You should get some sleep.
Yeah, I meant to get some sleep last night, and then Thinker was live, and I was like, oh gosh. Well, I guess I'm gonna be up till 1 a.m. or something. Yeah.
Well, I will help you translate some of the super chats. Sometimes you read them, and I'm like yelling at you, Justin, it means this, but you know.
I don't know. I'm an old man.
You don't
I don't know what half this stuff is. I'm not hip.
No, you are not. Not in the slightest.
We'll get through it. It's okay. This is just, guys, this is what you get. This is in the bag. All right. You can't expect me to be cool. I'm never going to be cool. Envy, though, thank you for the super chat. Says, do you have a PC with a 4070 or am I tripping? Why willingly stream on a Mac? Okay. So I built a streaming rig with a 4070, and it's a hell of a streaming rig, a great streaming rig. I think we're going to repurpose it as a server to run my own instance of Video Ninja privately. But nevertheless, the reason why I switched to a Mac, one, is because the audio routing in Windows is a fucking nightmare. To route the audio in Windows from one application to another so everybody can crosstalk is a train wreck. And every time TikTok updates their software, I have to go in and fix it. And it's just super annoying. I tested out a similar setup on my MacBook once they got the TikTok Studio for Mac released, and the glitches aren't on Mac. There's no glitches in the audio on Mac. You tell it where to send the audio, it fucking sends it there. No questions asked. It's super easy. That being said, I just prefer non-Windows machines anyways. The only reason why I ever built a streaming rig that was on Windows is because I had to at the time. I couldn't get TikTok Studio on anything but a Windows machine. But now we're past that hurdle, and I'm gonna repurpose my Windows machine into a server so that we can run a private instance of Video Ninja, and we can have better control over how we're bringing guests in and out of Video Ninja for our various live streams that we take guests over YouTube. So hope that answers your question. You're not losing your mind. That's a real thing that happened. And Mr. McDizzle says, if Joseph and Mary were husband and wife, how could Mary be a virgin? Isn't it part of the wedding to consummate the marriage before, therefore no more virgins? So it's assumed, and it is in there in the text, that they were actually betrothed, but they hadn't come together yet to be fully married. Now, the betrothal period is a little bit not well defined between Mary and Joseph. Like, you would think that they would really spell it out for you, but it does say in the Gospels that they were betrothed to be married, but they hadn't, done the thing yet. So, that happens during the betrothal period. Where were they? Were they living together though? There's so many details, so many unanswered questions that, I'd like some more information. Kevin says Linux Mint for the win. Kevin, I like Linux Mint. It's a really scaled down distro of Linux. It's powerful and lightweight. And green's my favorite color, by the way. Iantu says tallywhacker. I know not everyone here is old enough to know that term. When they hear me say the word tallywhacker, I get some giggles from the people in the crowd, but it's a real thing. Chris Dover says, any advice for an atheist married to a theist? Oof. Well, I have to know a little bit about who you're married to, right? If they're really chill and they love you, right? They really love you, then they're going to be fine with you being an atheist. You know what I mean? Now, some people, and I've seen it happen, I've had friends even on the app, that when they told their spouse that they don't believe anymore, it was like they're in divorce territory. So I can't tell you what to do in your private life because I don't know about your private life. What I do know is that a person that loves you is going to love you even after you tell them you don't believe in their sky fairy. That's what I know. Sarah, what do you think?
Yeah, I think it depends on what flavor of Christian we're talking about, or flavor of theist. I would say to almost anybody, if you are having a tough time, like, communicate honestly. And then even if you can find like a good secular therapist, like even like a marriage counselor who can help navigate that for you, because that's going to be a brand new situation for both of you. So that's what I would say.
Yeah. Gretchen, you finally connected.
Yeah, I think that was the problem. I'm running a PC, a Chromebook, and a phone in the same spot, so it's probably just me with too many damn tabs open.
You're maxing out the bandwidth or something.
Yeah.
So welcome in.
So thank you. So yeah, it's over. It's really over.
It really is.
I don't know if that's gonna work, but I mean, I did start it, so I should be able to end it, right?
You know what? It happened for so long. I possibly forgot how it started. I think Dalton might have, or rather Duncan might have been the cause of it. But it was fun while it lasted,
Duncan
right?
was not the cause of it. It was I told the truth when Blitz was on your show. I was telling the truth. Because I started it over on his stream. I started it on his stream first, and then he said, "Oh yeah, that's right. You guys should fight." So I was like, "Ooh, cool. I'm gonna go do this on DZ too." So I think I did it the day Christina Carroll was on with you.
Oh, maybe.
It was that long ago, yeah.
Been a minute, yeah.
It was right before Halloween, so.
We're gonna be on again with Christina
Dalton
soon.
was on that day. Cool.
Yeah.
Maybe I should blame her for it. No, that would be cool. I'm ending it. No, that's right. It's over. I'm ending it. So
there's no schism.
Anyway.
Well, thank you, Gretchen. I appreciate that.
Well, see, I take everything Blitz says to heart. So, and he said, "Don't bring this to Justin's stream." And I said, "All right, I'll end it." So that's what I'm doing. And this whole doing it from TikTok was supposed to be symbolic because, I've been picking at the tickers too. So
it's true. It's okay. We're all under
and
the
that
same
is
umbrella.
why I sent the super chat. That's why I sent the super chat from the Vert stream, so we can all cross the streams and be one big happy.
You heard it here, friends. You can cross streams now. Well, thank you, Gretchen.
Absolutely.
I appreciate that.
No problem. Hope it works.
We'll see. We'll see. Cheers. Have a great one, friend.
Hi, Sarah. Nice to see you.
Hello.
All right, bye. Hey, how do I get down off here?
I got you.
Don't just
worry.
kick me. Everybody kicks. Everybody. Yeah, everybody.
We got you. Love your Gretchen.
Okay, clearly I need some backstory.
So Gretchen started a schism in the DZ community over vertical streamers versus horizontal streamers.
She's the one who started it?
Yeah, it took off. I think it ran its course. We'll see. I'm sure we'll find another controversy in the near future, but what are you gonna do? Let's see. Meg, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, I work in healthcare. I assure you, there's no grand designer of humans. We are hot messes falling apart. The body is remarkable, but poorly designed. Yeah, that's my take on it. Like, I assume Sarah agrees.
I do. Indeed.
We really should put together a live stream sometime where we just go over, like, God is a shitty designer and then talk about all the terrible design. God's a bad engineer.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Right?
I like that. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm actually going to go to bed tonight. I just took my bedtime pill. Herbie says, block TY Wolf. Oh, from the chat? I don't know if I could do that from here. I don't even see them, by the way. Guys,
hello.
I love you, but there's so many people in the chat. I can't keep track of who's saying what. They will never engage honestly or openly. They are a troll. Don't engage with a liar. Okay, listen, if there's a troll in the chat, you can ignore them. It'd be fine. Like, first of all, the trolls are fun. I fuck with the trolls. But that being said, like, if there's a troll in the chat, if you just ignore them, they go away. It's like they used to say, when somebody makes fun of you in school, they're going to keep on doing it once they get the reaction. Don't give them the reaction. Eventually they'll get bored, Atheist named Lilith, she figured it out. Thank you for sending out 5 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I really appreciate that. And maybe this is the year that the DZ Debate memberships start to catch up to the Deconstruction Zone, because Deconstruction Zone's been out for, a year and a half longer than DZ Debates, so there's a lot more members there. But I think DZ Debates is going to have a banner year and catch up. Sad Tech Geek says, sent 1 DZ. Oh, you didn't say anything, but you did send a DZ Debate gifted membership, and I appreciate that. Heaven, my friend. Thank you for the super chat. It says the whole Urantia book thing is full-blown ding-dong shit. Love you, dude. Oh, I haven't read it yet, Kevin, but I know some people have read it, and it, like, blew their mind and changed
What
their
is
life.
it about?
No one seems to really know. So, like, if you ask people what the fuck the book is about, they don't know, and they have various ways of describing it. It seems to mix, like, religion and philosophy into, like, this some goofy ass new viewpoint, and people
like
are
new
like,
agey?
it kind of feels that way, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
But I don't fully know. I do know that the book is readily available on the internet, and a lot of people are crazy about it. But to me, it's just you're getting rid of an old cope for a new cope.
Yeah.
Chamber. I'm sorry, it was chambermaid. I read that too quickly. The Climber Code says, you, Ian, Matt, Dalton, and Dr. Blitz are challenging God and winning every time his body steps in the ring. Keep doing what you're doing. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And yeah, listen, if Christianity or religion, if they had good arguments, then we'd see, like, atheist debates, like, going down in flames, but we don't. We don't see it. Miko says, pray in one hand and crap in the other and see which fills up faster. I love that saying. That was actually one of my mother's favorite sayings, except she would say, wish in one hand and shit in the other and see which fills up first. But I love it when you insert wish for prayer. There's not much different, to be fair. And Craig says, how do you deal with a pre-supper who claims your worldview is circular because you can't justify induction without using it? Well, the problem you have is their worldview is super. Like, the pre-sup worldview is circular. If you press them hard enough, they'll admit that, right? So them accusing you of having a circular worldview is not a problem for anyone, because at some point, everybody's worldview is a little bit circular depending on how you're going to define it. You know what I mean? Nevertheless, I don't think that like using logic to do induction isn't a circular argument, because logic isn't a thing, right? So what they try to do is say, like, well, logic itself allows you to do induction, and induction gets you to the logical conclusion, and now you got like a circular argument. But that's not really how that works, right? So logic isn't a thing. It doesn't have ontology. I'm not a Platonist. It's just a process that we engage in. It's how we describe the world. Logic is a description of the world. So it's not circular, because logic isn't an argument or a proposition. It's a description of what the world is. Kevin says, opinions are like assholes. Everybody has one and nobody wants to hear yours. Oh, that's a good change. See, I'm used to the old one. Everyone opinions are like assholes. Everyone has one and they all stink. But this is even better. I like this. Everybody has one and nobody wants to hear yours. I like that. Have you heard that before, Sarah?
Just the like that they all stink, but not that no one wants to hear yours. I have not.
I like that one. Okay. I'm going to add that to the repertoire. Juju, great to see you. It says, by the time you've created all the different channel types, how many do you think you'll have? Maybe 6 or 7? No, I can't imagine ever doing that. Sarah, we were talking earlier about possibly creating a channel on YouTube just for short videos, like what we do on TikTok. Because I don't want to fuck up my YouTube algorithm by adding shorts to it.
Oh, that screws up your algorithm?
Yeah, pretty bad.
Oh.
Yeah, it's rough. Because it doesn't know which people following you. It should show what to, right? It just knows that they're following you, right? So if, say you post a short and it blows up and you get like 1 million views and 10,000 new followers. Well, it doesn't know that those 10,000 new followers only want to watch your shorts. You know what I mean? So like, it's going to show your long form content to those viewers. They're not going to click on it. And then they're like, oh, well, his viewers must not like this video. I guess it's not all that good. We're not going to show it anymore.
Oh, that's confusing. Okay.
YouTube just is not good about knowing what to show who at this point. Maybe they'll get it fixed up. Chris says, one night after betrothal, but prior to marriage, Joseph was anxious and snuck into Mary's room. Mary's sister heard her screaming, "Oh God," and the rest is history.
Oh no.
I mean, that is more plausible than a virgin birth, to be fair.
Yeah, that is. That's true.
I would buy that.
I won't argue with that.
Eric says, God didn't design the world badly. He threw a tantrum and broke it on purpose. The best Christian argument somehow. This is such a good point, because that really is. Like, the reduction of the Christian view when we talk about the problem of evil is that God got mad and fucked everything up. Like, he did it.
Well, but I mean, you know how this argument goes though, right? Like, the circle you go in is that, no, it's Adam and Eve's fault. And no matter how much you try to explain, no, God chose the consequence, they'll just go in that circle of, no, but Adam and Eve sinned. So no matter what happens, it's always their fault. And somehow Adam and Eve designed this consequences of sin, and Adam and Eve are cursing us now somehow.
Yeah. And these people are typically like very purposely obtuse, even though they see the problem. They're just unwilling to understand that the problem is a problem,
Yeah.
Chris Dover, thank you for the super chat, says, I could give you more than enough examples of bad body design, 8 surgeries for loose joints and birth defects. Oof. Yeah, birth defects are real. You would think like a bad body design is one, but at least starting out of the gate, God should have made it so you at least were born healthy, but that's a lot of kids are not.
No, we're in a fallen world, Justin.
I know, right? Everything's affected. Adam's seed is cursed. It's what's the word I'm looking for? Well, no longer good.
That's what she said.
Oh boy. That is what she said. That's definitely what she said. In the Temesma, says cardiac imaging tech here. Please include the left atrial appendage in bad design, basically a clot factory for strokes. Oh. I'm going to write some of these down. Hold on. Let's see. It's called the left atrial appendage. Gotcha. Actually, I've got a heart defect from birth. So there's like a little, some sort of a passageway between ventricles that are in your heart when you're in the womb that apparently you don't need once you're born. And it typically closes up within like a week or two. Mine didn't. Mine took like 12 years. And so it resulted in random and repeated events of just heart failure. So just like lockup. Because the blood wasn't flowing where it needed to. Pretty fucking gnarly.
Yeah, that is gnarly.
Pretty wild. I still remember a couple occasions. The last time it happened where it really locked up, so much so that I lost consciousness, was when I was probably 6 or 7. I was watching the Gremlins, and there was, I know, right? I was watching the Gremlins, and there was like a scary part, and like, oh, it got me. You know what I mean? And my heart said, "Fuck no, I'm out." And
oh my God.
everything went black. And I woke up like, I don't know how many minutes later, 5, 6, 7 minutes later, in my dad's truck, like racing to the hospital.
Jesus.
That's pretty crazy, right?
Yeah, that's legit. That's bad.
Imagine being a father in that scenario, knowing that any time your child's heart could just stop.
No, thank you.
God's good design. Myth anthropology says animals are greater than people, and I don't know if I disagree. I mean, we love animals here, don't we?
We do. Here, wait, hang on. How do I... is that the button? Oh, there we go. Oh, I didn't press save.
Ruby!
Hey, big girl. What are you doing? Are you ignoring me? She's always ignoring me. Oops. Well, here's Checkers.
Up your Ruby. Oh, hey, Chex.
Nico. Hi.
Fluffy.
Is that your nose? Whoop. Hey, well, bye, Roops.
Rube's not interested. It's okay, Rube.
No, she's not. She's not interested at all.
Busy protecting the house against trucks.
Exactly.
Sarah Stranding says, bottom line, Christians, this ain't your God. It really isn't. Like, the God that Christians believe in is not the God of this book. The God of this book is an evil God. And Tim says, take of this onion ring, for it is my butthole. Well, Tim Davison, I don't know what that means. Sarah, do you know what that means?
Like,
oh, this is the body and
this
bread.
is my,
okay.
Yeah. Hey,
took me a minute to catch on there. Interesting twist on the Last Supper. I mean, fair point. I mean, you have to wonder which part of Jesus's body are you getting when you take the Eucharist? You know what I mean?
No, I don't want to wonder that.
Listen, I didn't write the religion. I'm just asking the questions.
Just here to ask questions.
Lightstar says, I love you, Justin. You saved me from this religion. Well, thank you for letting us know. I love hearing from people via email and other methods that, like, hey, you helped me out. I'm no longer in the cult. And that's how I know that the channel is effective. That's how I know that things are working, because a lot of people messaged me, said I couldn't stay in anymore. Mess says, use your platform shape God as just call ring them.
No idea.
Matt, I don't listen. I appreciate the super chat. I have no idea what you're trying to say there, but thank you. And Dr. Wasapa says, maybe the wind of God was a fart. That would explain all the defects. Poor Adam. He got the wind directly in the nostrils.
Ew.
Furtive Patak says, Storm God Yahweh loves those birds. He really does, actually. I mean, even his initial covenant with Abraham, he's got to walk between those birds. The dude loves some birds. Asian says, Dunning-Kruger is synonymous to Christian logic. Shake my head. I mean, most theistic logic. I think most people who fall into these religions, they have a false confidence in the religion because they don't know any better. They haven't actually done any studying. So they're ripe to fall into the Dunning-Kruger. And they've been told by people that they think they can trust that this is true information, you can trust it. Arm says, perfectly good bed nearby, sleeps on fake snow. I know, the cat said, the cat was up here. I put a bed up here on the bookshelf, and they sleep right next to it. What are we doing here? Although, except for Volta. Volta eats it. That cat is eating everything in sight. My computer cables, my Jesse's toys. I mean, fucking everything. Tim says, may the lava lamp weld the schism in the rock. Are you aware of the lava lamp cult yet?
No.
Well, all atheist streamers have to have some sort of a fake cult deity, and I don't know the whole backstory behind Dr. Blitz, but he's got one now, and it's the lava lamp cult.
Oh, that's fun. I mean, I love a good lava lamp.
I know, right? They're awesome. So
I don't have one. I don't have a fake deity.
You're gonna have to get one.
I guess.
You got to be part of the fake deity club.
Have to hang out with the cool kids, huh?
We could make like a bunny deity. I think we could sell that.
Could do it, buddy.
Also, we got to record our next Bible study this week. Friends, on Sarah's channel, on Leaving Faith, we're doing a Bible study. We're nearing the end of the Joseph story, where we walk through the Bible as atheists and read it and give some good colored commentary. And sometimes we get into scholarly sources and have some deeper discussions than what you probably had at church.
Yeah, super fun. Definitely come check it out.
House 70 says, couldn't God just prevent the evil people from being born instead of collectively punishing groups of people? Nailed it. Yes. Because remember with Abimelech, right? So Abimelech, when he took Sarah, he closed up the wombs of all the women in Abimelech's court as punishment, right? So God is well within his power to close up the wombs of people he doesn't want reproducing. So he could easily, if he knew that somebody was going to produce an evil offspring, could just make it so they can't conceive. Done. End of story. Same thing with if there were already evil people here and he didn't want to kill the innocent ones, he could say, okay, we'll do one whole generation where only allow the evil people to live, and then there won't be any good people left and I can kill all of them. But he didn't do that either. There's really no good solution. He just wipes out the righteous alongside the wicked all the time. Golem says, we got to hold Doug's precious and hold on. We got to hold Doug's precious and it spashes. Well, this is
clearly Gollum.
Yeah, this is definitely a Gollum phraseology in his way of speaking, but what spashes mean?
I don't know. I don't know that one.
Anyways, Gollum, thanks for being here. Hope you get better soon. And Roy Williams says, thank you for your donation. But Roy, we thank you for your donation, friend. Chili Puff says, you skipped my first super chat, Justin. Why have you forsaken me? I haven't, Chili Puff. I have a system for reading the super chats. Sometimes I don't get to them in the chronological order in which they arrived. I have explained this before, but I do get all of them eventually. I just don't read them all in chronological order. There's a very good reason for it. I can explain again sometime if you don't know. Jeff says, Christians, words don't mean words. Also Christians, man means man and woman means woman. That's a fair point. Because the contingency of what is a woman is a heavily semantic argument. But
it is. But words,
words, words have no meanings. Your argument's no good here. It's ridiculous. Marin, thank you for the super chat. Is that a dog? Cute dog.
I think so.
I'm riveted by your debates. Then I remember the Christians are defending a mirage with total faith. That truth is what saddens me. Listen, the debates are fun. And, you know, I get a little animated during the debates too, because it's fun for me, it's fun for everybody. But it is sad when you sit back and think about how many people are willing to be okay with like a baby killing, genocidal, raping God. It's just a weird thing to believe in. Like when I encounter these passages, I wrestled with them rather than defending them, and eventually I came to the conclusion that they're not defendable. Like what you don't do is like, well, fucking God can rape women if he wants to. That's preposterous. Prison says, if there were two other podcasters and one worshipped Sammy the Scissors and the other worshipped Petey the Paper, which of the three would win?
Rock,
you
paper,
mean Doug?
scissors.
I mean, it would clearly be Doug. The rock, paper, scissors victory division isn't good because, I mean, theoretically, there's no reason why covering a rock with paper would damage it. It's preposterous. In fact, it would just
reduces the rock's power. The rock has become powerless as it's being covered by the impenetrable paper.
If I know much about paperweights, usually you put the paperweight on top of the paper to inhibit its ability to do anything.
Yeah, that is a pretty good argument.
Saying listen, all bets are on Doug right now. Marcus says, what is your overview on the historical Jesus? Was he an apocalyptic preacher, and what did his disciples actually believe about him? Yes, I think the historical Jesus was an apocalyptical preacher that thought he was legitimately the Messiah, who legitimately believed that the end of the world was nigh. Whether or not he thought he needed to die and resurrect, I think is up in the air. I think he was a true Jewish thinker. I think he believed in following the law of Moses. I think he believed in the old school ideas of righteousness and unrighteousness. And I think just like John the Baptist, they were preparing people for the end times, and then it failed. He was a failed apocalyptic preacher. That's it. We have no reason to think otherwise. Baselord says, I once had a borderline 3rd-degree burn on my leg. Worst pain was the nerves firing out. It sucked. Fuck Yahweh for hell. I mean, nerve pain's bad.
Theoretically, though, I mean, it's all, you're gonna be in a new body or a spiritual body, or we won't have bodies. I mean, are we gonna have a nervous system? Because I mean, your nervous system's gonna quit working real quick if you're in a lake of fire. That's not gonna last very long.
That's true. It is true. But nevertheless, it's weird that we get something in the afterlife, then we could still feel pain because you go to hell with it, right?
Yeah, I don't. I mean, it just, none of it makes sense.
No. Brissinger says, when Breezy said, are we talking on Earth? You should have been like, where the fuck else have you talked, Mars? I know. Poor Breezy. I think he gets worked up. He was in defense mode. But I think we've talked to him enough that we've got him out of that, and I think we're moving into better territory with Breezy. Ekapu, says, call me Eki. Why are they all asking what kind of evidence? Evidence. That's the fair point. So I think I know why. When people say, when we ask for evidence and they say, well, what kind of evidence? I think they're doing one of two things. One, they're trying to say, well, let's narrow down the options so I know which direction to go. But more often than not, I think what they're hoping to do is for you to tell them what kind of evidence there is and not actually be able to think of anything. so that they can push it back on you and say, you don't even know what evidence you would accept. That's what I think is most likely the case. So Zakul says, blessed be Doug's faithful. Well, thank you, Zakul. I appreciate that. Blessed be Zakul from Doug. And Crazy Robots says, Biologos is a bunch of creationists who misrepresent biology. Please don't recommend them. No. I didn't say they're good. All right, I'm saying of the Christian apologists, they're the only ones that are attempting to accept science. Now, we all know, anyone who knows about Biologos knows that they're misrepresenting science, just not as bad as the Creation Institute or anything like that. They accept evolution, they accept the age of the earth. They're not crazy like young age craziness. They're just trying to take the scientific data and say, okay, well, maybe the science is true. How do we work that in with the Bible? But again, Biologos fails for many of the same reasons that we've talked about on this stream. Dragon says, please clip BMF for the uninitiated in chat. So I do have BMF on my list to clip. Let's see, that was back in November, which means he's going to be clipped based on what I know from our clip rate in probably about 3 weeks. About 3 weeks we'll have a BMF clip. I mean, I can clip them sooner. I can manually go in and clip BMF and post it. Give me a second. I'll put a note in my notepad to clip BMF. I'll get BMF posted up for you. BMF, but I hope he comes back. We'll see. Bruer says, who is the girl who said to follow? Wait, who was the girl you said to follow who's hilarious? Oh, Born Again Atheist.
Oh, yes, she's a trip.
She's funny. She is funny. Look at Christopher Slotta crashing out in the comments again. What a tool. Justin is literally too afraid to have an actual debate and only censors people when proven wrong. No, Christopher, everybody censors you because you don't know how to stop your lips from flapping and engage in a real conversation. You're the only one on any debate you've ever been in that ever got muted because you have no self-control. You've got no executive function. Reverend Nate says, Dr. Blitzfeld von Schism is alive and well, Gretchen. That's what we're calling him now, Dr. Blitzfeld. Okay. And Hanging with Jay says, a gift memberships work on phone must be something else. Oh, I didn't know that. So now we know it might be country related. I wonder if you're in the wrong country, you can't gift out memberships. I don't know. There's always rules that aren't universal, which makes it difficult to know, you know? Asian says, try Omni, perfect designer, and the quality sucks. Isn't that wild that you believe in a tri-omni God that the result was this carnage? I'd be embarrassed. Reverend Nate coming in again says the Trinity is true because the human body only makes sense if designed by a committee of incompetent executives. That's actually a fair point. What was the demotivational poster for teamwork? Give me a second. It's such a funny poster. Yeah, here it is. It says teamwork. Oh, I gotta blow this up. It's way too small for my eyes. Let's see. How do I open just the image? Open in new tab. There we go. Teamwork. A few harmless flakes working together can unleash an avalanche of destruction. That's not the one I'm looking for. That's a good one, though. Let's see. There's a couple teamwork demotivators. Oh, what just happened? There we go. Is it going to open? No, that image won't load. Okay, well, anyways, guys, go to the Demotivational Posters website sometime and check out the demotivational posters on teamwork. They are really funny. Here's another one that says, ensuring that you had work can always be ruined. I'm sorry. Ensuring that your hard work can always be ruined by somebody else's incompetence. Teamwork. And then the other one, which is kind of like teamwork, is about meetings. It says, none of us are as dumb as all of us. Classic.
Oh, that's so good. That's like that line from Men in Black. Like, a person is smart, but people are dumb.
Yes. My favorite demotivator is probably still incompetence. It's just got a picture of a piece of wood with a bunch of nails poorly nailed into it. And it says, incompetence. When you truly believe that you can succeed by doubling your efforts, there's no end to what you can't do. Oh boy. Chris says one more chat. Rel is greater than Debian. Well, listen, I don't know. Debian's all right. Listen, I don't know. I'm gonna go Debian. I get it. You might like Rel. I get it. You might be a Rel person, but I'm going Debian on you. Eric says the bunny deity is Frith, water worship down. Oh wait, is Frith a deity? Is that Germanic?
I never read Watership Down. I feel like I was supposed to read it, and I never did.
Interesting. There is a wiki page for it. It says Frith is an old English word derived from the Norse or Old Saxon Frithu, an old High German Fridu. Okay, so it's Scandinavian, Northern European, so on and so forth. Okay, so it's a real historical name for a deity. Interesting. Now we know. Dexter says, look up pica in cats might inform chewing problem. Oh, pica?
So pica is where you crave non-food items. So like often if you have some type of mineral deficiency, so like if you are iron deficient, you often crave ice. Other types of deficiencies, people have craved like clay or dirt. That's what pica is. I don't know, but with a young cat, I mean, they might just like how chewing on stuff feels.
Yeah, it's only Volta too. Faraday doesn't do it. Volta just chews on everything because he's hell bent on destruction, and then he the stuff he chews on, some bits of it he'll swallow, and then he'll get sick and throw it up a couple days later. But Volta's he's a hellraiser. I don't have to tell you. RM says whores and verts, look not at your fellow Dugites with contempt, for the lava lamp heathens are at the gates, a new and divinely ordained schism. Oh no. Are you starting a schism between Doug and Lamp? There's no schism between Doug and Lamp, friends. Jennifer says, oh, I love the bunny. We all love the bunny. Definitely
She's
love
a
bunnies.
sweet pea.
Space Lord says, Commotio Cordis and Damar Hamlin of the Bills, a thump to the chest at the wrong time will stop you 97% of the time, if not treated in 3 minutes. What? I feel like this is a saying I should know about or something.
Oh, wait. I think he's listing a medical condition and then a person who played for the Bills.
Right.
So the person with that medical condition got hit in the chest and maybe had a very poor medical reaction.
Let me see. Look up the name. Oh, Commotio Cordis is a rare condition where sudden, blunt impacts to the chest, often from sports projectiles like baseballs or hockey pucks, hits a critical moment in the heart's electrical cycle, causing it to quiver. Oh, interesting. I never heard of this. Well, now I know. But I've been hit in the chest a few times. I've had the wind knocked out of me, but I've never had an impact stop my heart, thank goodness. 12 Mr. Z21 says, if God wanted me to believe, he would have provided evidence, and he knows, he knows, I think you missed the word what, he knows what would convince me on the spot. That's what I tell anyone who asks why I'm an atheist. Yeah, that's Matt's response, Matt Delhoney. He always says that. And it's a good response. the reality is, even if I don't know what would convince me, God does, right? So if God truly desires that none would perish, he would just give us what he knows would work, but he doesn't, you know? It's kind of like if you've got multiple children, you treat all your children a slight bit differently because of their needs. Like you might be have higher expectations for one who's got much greater capabilities in one particular area, or you might have higher expectations in another area for another child who excels in that area. Like you never treat everybody perfectly the same. It's almost impossible. So why is God expecting to treat all of us the same, knowing that we're all different, unique individuals that fucking he created? Kyle, not Skylar, Kyle, or is it Kyler? Kyler says, I need help. Currently stuck in a family forcing their position, and I have no heart to tell them the truth. Well, that's a tough one, because if you're stuck living at home with believers, like, first of all, it doesn't have to be your job to deconvert them, by the way. But if you're saying, listen, I just want to be honest with them, I just don't want to hide it anymore, that's a decision you're going to have to make. Like, when it comes to being dependent on others, sometimes you have to know, like, when to not talk, right? So I'll give you an example. Once upon a time, I've always, since I was probably 18, been a pretty bleeding heart lib. And so I dated a girl for a brief time when I was younger. Her family were like super diehard Republicans, like Rush Limbaugh style Republicans. And when I was at their family's house, I just kept my fucking mouth shut. I didn't talk about politics. And it was just one of those things where I had to decide to keep the peace, right? So listen, if you're dependent on your family, you live with your family and you love your family, it's okay to just keep the peace. It's not your job to deconvert anybody. But if they're being assholes about it, it's okay to present them with information they've never seen before and watch them struggle with it. Like, that's okay. But don't break the peace just because you feel like you need to. Like, your family's still important. I get that they're trying to force stuff on you. If they're trying to force it on you, you can be honest with them. It's okay. You can be honest with them. Like, is your family going to kick you out of the house because you don't believe what they believe? I mean, if that's the case, I mean, then either A, you got to lie to them, or B, you've got to find a new place. You know what I mean? Let us know if you need any help, though. Jennifer, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, oh, LOL. Well, I do love bunnies. I don't want to play on a day that is sunny. I just want a plate and a fork and a bunny. I think that's a rhyme. Is that
a song?
Yeah, I don't want to play on a day that is sunny. I just want a plate and a fork and a bunny.
What is that? That sounds so familiar. Also, I hope it's not implying she wants to eat the bunny.
I think that's what she's implying. I don't see that on the internet anywhere as a song. Oh, no, it is. It's from VeggieTales.
Yeah, that's why I know it.
That's crazy.
Oh, wait, I know it.
It's called the Bunny Song.
I just want to play on a fork and a bunny. Yes, I do know that song.
I got a song to learn, apparently. Okay, thanks for that, Jennifer. And Kelly says, thank you for your donation, but we thank you for your donation, Kelly. Now, listen, that's the end of our super chats. So we've got to go send everybody to another live stream and watch Christopher Slotta cry, because I made him wait in this guest box the entire time without telling him that this end of the live stream, just so we can watch him cry. So he's going to cry in the comments for a while. But who's live right now that we can go raid? Surely, let me check TikTok. Surely somebody out there right now is live. 1 second.
Just in the super chats that say thank you for your donation, that's when they don't type anything in. Like, you're saying they didn't type thank you for your donation.
Oh, is that what's happening?
Yeah. Yeah.
I just assume, because I get empty super chats all the time.
It's generated automatically.
I wonder if it depends on, like, whether they're using a particular app.
I don't know.
Huh. I didn't know that. I've never seen that before. I've sent super chats. I've never seen that like come up. I'll have to do some investigation. Thank you for the information, though. I had no idea. So I'm hearing word that Joel and Mezzo are live, and I just checked YouTube, and Joel and Mezzo are live. They're live on TikTok and on YouTube. Let's go over to Joel and Mezzo's place. Mezzo's live on his YouTube channel, which is Mezzo, MEZZO_WS. Mezzo _WS is the YouTube channel. If you're on TikTok, you know how to find them on TikTok. But let's go raid Mezzo's live stream. Tell him Justin and Sarah sent you. And I'll come over and chirp in the comments for a while. Thank you for being here, friends. I love and appreciate all of you. We'll see you again on Wednesday. Also, on Wednesday, I'll be on the line. I won't be here. I might go live Wednesday morning since I won't be here Wednesday night. But tomorrow, Sarah's live on the line on Chewed Gum. Make sure you're tuning in tomorrow night on Chewed Gum. Is it going to be you and Alyssa?
Taylor, Skeptical Hair.
You and Taylor. Okay. So tomorrow, Sarah and Taylor are going to be on Chewed Gum. I can't wait. I'm super excited about it. Love you all, friends. See you again soon.